Previously on Shadowverse Open. After an exciting season with hard-fought battles and amazing plays, we are now at the grand finale, the Contenders Cup. Let's introduce our Shadowverse Open Contenders Cup competitors. Starting us off is our March Cup champion with 51 league points and the player that everyone is going to be chasing down to take down from the USA, it's Meme Legends. Into everybody's favorite rotation set of things currently happening in Blood. You know what? Even puts himself in vengeance through that as well, which I love to see as a fellow player at the end as well. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in now on 48 league points and our April Cup champion, representing the United Kingdom and Sonar 5, it's Osaf. So happy to see it because here we go, the discard dragon rotation. It's disco time, boys, for this card series coming through. Easy clear. Osaf 1. Coming in now at third place with 44 league points and our September Cup champion. Representing Canada, it's Yawn Calvi.
Now from this ward, the knight is only 5 damage with Evo. Something, I don't know. Like, no, it was just a knight. He needed to storm. I don't know. Wow. All right, there you go. Draw 3 knights. There's a reason chess is limited to 2. You're only supposed to get 2 of them.
Coming in now at fourth place with 43 league points, representing Italy and Team Vez, it's Vision.
Get that damage and finally make Calby play a game 3 is what this feels like.
Vision's gonna feel good about that.
The first player to make Calby go to game 3.
Coming in at 5th place with 41 league points, also representing the USA, but for Team Disaster this time, it's V2. Had to clear out the wards. Gonna be an easy pick up here. Just gets an Evo on Defender. And Quick Blader will end the game. He doesn't even mean to do that. He gets the Russian Defender. Will end the game here off of the Amulet. Burn damage. Disaster coming in at 6th place, also at 40 league points, but is our February Cup champion for the 2023 West season, representing the USA and Team Dawnbreakers. It's Nautilus. You can see he's cheering already.
Wow.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. He took out the Zip Deck competition. He rocks up here to the February Cup for the West region. Puts on an absolute show. Coming here now in 7th place at 40 league points, representing the United States of America, it's Mel.
It looks like going for the Forged Weaponry and the Puppet.
Yeah, he sees
be
it.
Able to increase the attack. 3 on the board plus 2. And that's it. 9 damage to the face. Puppet taking it out over Omega. Maybe it's because of the Valiant Fencer draws. But...
And finally, with 38 league points, representing Finland and Team Twilight Knights, it's TK Rag.
Grim. All right, the board is cleared. 13 health though. Facing down 2 Grimnirs and a Shin. Oh my. And that's it.
And here we are now, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of the Shadowverse Open West Contenders Cup 2023 season, guys. This is it, the final stop here for the 2023 season. Now only 4 players are left here to compete for the grand prize, of course, of being the absolute winner of the 2023 season, and of course that prize money that we'll show you guys in a short moment as well. One Baz still here to bring you the last of the action with Trickster, with Zone still here. First of all, Trick, my man, again, like we said, day 2, 4 players left, and just like Zone, you've each got a teammate each left here that you guys are going to be going for as well.
Yeah, definitely fun to see Nautilus still in it, V2 still in it, It's really been a crazy Contenders Cup. The first place points earner is out. The last Twilight Knights member, after they were the 2 players in the finals in SCAO, out. And so many others, even Calby, September Cup champion, already out. But it just leaves some of the best players in the West. And hey Zones, what is that you got over there in that screen?
Yeah, I thought we agreed that we were like doing some cosplay today, right, or something. So you know, I didn't have a full outfit, but I wanted to bring my favorite card over here. You know, the token card, Dutiful Steed. This is my Dutiful Steed.
I think that might have been your own thing, Zones. I don't think we agreed on that. That's you know what? There's always next time. Maybe next time.
That's what I get for skimming the calendar invite. All right.
Zone's over there with +1, +1. Moving
already
forward.
better than us, apparently. But Zones, how are you feeling about coming into this day to Contenders Cup anyway?
I'm feeling great. We had a really exciting day yesterday. Right, going into the match, I think it'll be an exciting one for some reason, for no reason based on the commentator relationships of these players or anything like that. But also like we get to see some the main meta decks and some offbeat meta decks, and that's the kind of dynamic play. But you know, enough hyping up the upper bracket. The lower bracket, we have some of the fan favorites as well. Osav and Melon, both insanely good players in their own right, and we get to see them duke it out. Just and go from there. Like, it's just gonna be a long day of hard-fought battles is what I hope for.
They're both matches to kick off the day 2 action, guys. They're going to be grudge matches because these two are going to be having their own grudge match on the desk while the first match is happening. But of course, that match, as Jones just mentioned, about Osav and Melon, because in round 1 yesterday, Osav beat Melon 3-2 to move up and knock Melon down in losers bracket. Now they meet up again to go for that final potential spot leading into the grand finals. But real quick, if you are just joining us here for Contenders Cup, first off, where have you been? The Contenders Cup last weekend for SAO was amazing. We had day 1 yesterday as well. Make sure you check out the vlogs for that later. But Trick, what is our format going in here? Because it is a little bit different than our usual season of play.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're still sticking with rotation, so just the 5 most recent card expansions. Each player brings 3 decks, and they each have to be from a different class. And then normally we've been having bans, but now you actually have to play a best of 5, and you have to win with each of your decks to win the match. And once you win with a deck, you have to play the other ones. So we're doing double elimination, and at this point, 2 of our players have 1 loss, and 2 of our players are undefeated. So we're going to be playing it out, though, until everyone's lost twice except for our champion.
And of course, I got some big prize money that these guys are playing for here. Zones, what's it looking like?
Yeah, well, I mean, today we're left with the top 4 players already. So at minimum, if you are the first to be eliminated from the tournament, you are looking at $1,200. If you will guarantee a 3rd place, which is going to be decided by the next match, so the winner of the Osav Melon match facing off against the loser of the V2 Nautilus match, whoever gets eliminated there takes home $1,700, and we're left with 2 players duking out then for $3,000 or $5,000. So a nice, just pretty high stakes money matches all around today.
Yeah, $2,000 difference, right? Could be a lot for a lot of players here just for that grand final set, which of course will be quite interesting. But we also have the highlights for the day 1 gameplay to be showing you guys. If you did miss any of the action, see how we got here. Of course, with the brackets coming up just after that. So lads, let's have a look right and see how we got here from day 1.
All right. It looks like this is heading into a lethal turn from V2, and he is going to show off just a standard Levi lethal. Nothing too fancy. Levi's a bread and butter damage setup.
Seeing Meme Legends plushie in the background, as deflated as he is losing that match.
Yeah, and you know, this was just a steamroll, but this was so unethical, right? You guys were casting this one. I was watching. I saw that him top deck that Joe, but the turn before I was just thinking, man, V2 needs a Joe here to win, and no favoritism, man. And he rips the Joe. No, he rips the Joe and just takes it, like 18 damage from hand. All right.
The Osav Nautilus matchup. Osav drawing out most of his matches yesterday, never getting the 3-0, always bringing it to the 3-2 or the 3-1. Here we see him starting out on the Buff Dragon into Earthright Rune for Nautilus. Getting a lot of Evos and things online that you want to see early. Already putting Nautilus down as well to 6 health on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, this board is just close to unanswerable, and it looks like it was. But
here it is, Nautilus, hands in the air, triple Tylo Gunner, able to turn this 2-2 into a 3-2 victory, putting him into the top spot in the winner's bracket, going up against V2 in the next match.
yeah, the triple title gunner is a bit of a flex there because I don't think he needed that for lethal at all. But it looks so cool. Alrighty.
Just gotta show your opponent. It's not that I was lucky to have 2. I actually had the 3rd one for backup as well.
Ryan, this is a grinder of a match between Vision and Rag. I think there were slobber knockers, excuse me, thrown from both sides. Their life total swung from like minimum to maximum, back and forth. We were looking at a possible deck out scenario, but yeah, eventually Vision ran out of damage that game, and Rag took it home. And, well, I guess I was a little ahead of myself. This is actually how he took home the entire match, with a demonstration of just a pretty standard loot lethal into no defensive setup here, or rather a running out of defensive resources from the Earthright player.
Yep, this Barbaros, the attack will be decreased, but it wasn't enough, and that put Rag into the next match. Here we see Calby and Melon, an impressive board from Calby on Forest, but with the Title Gunner direct damage, going to be able to find a way to take out Calby even with all of these wards.
Yeah, another multiple Title Gunner setup, and Calby, what should be noted, like I think was like 2 damage short the previous turn, and we actually missed my favorite Calby moment. But that's okay. We can jump to the result of the match, which is Earthright, just showing how strong it is. Wards don't matter when you have direct damage to the face. Eat 12 direct damage. Alrighty. Back to you,
against Rag now. We just keep seeing these big boards full of wards. It seems to be a theme, but players finding a way to get through them.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of cool though. This is his unique card in his deck, the Goddess of Condemnation, the transformed version, actually top decking a way to get the 3rd unique loot needed to get that fusion going, and enough stat reduction for the -5/-5 to matter. But Rag is finding a bit of a turnaround here. It looks like Rag trying to reverse that momentum that Osov had, using once again that Levi plus the burst damage to great effect. And Rag gets a solid foothold in this match, but well, we already know how this is going to end.
Doing the turnaround now, Osov is the one in command with the Levi's. Who knew that putting 9 damage on 1 card would make it significant? Here we see those extra Crimson Sorceries in hand, not even needing all of the damage to take out Rag and give this match to Osov.
Another elimination match from yesterday, Meme Legends versus Melon. Probably the most alliterative matchup all day. And we're going to see Melon do a defensive setup for loot here. Does not have immediate lethal in hand, but is sitting on 2 Title Gunners. We were talking about maybe he should have tried to set up a flag here, but he finds the clear, and he's just a little short of damage with this hand. Meme Legends, however, has no way to deal 20. And what actually ends up happening is Melon draws the 21 damage combo off the top. And here we see then Meme Legends trying to find a turnaround here. Does manage to get this double Alice for all the face damage he needs to bring this to a 2-2.
A critical Dirt Rune mirror now. it seemed like that was the last deck for a lot of players that they needed to find a win with to make it through the competition. And we see Melon evolving this Levi, 6 damage to face, the Crimson Sorceries 3 more, and that knocked out the top points earner Meme Legends and left Melon to move forward in this tournament.
Yeah, as a highlight of day one there, again, there were so many awesome matches. You just got to snip it off, so make sure, again, like I said, if you missed any of them, to check out the VOD for that one. But now get a look at the bracket and see how things look going into day number 2 here. A reminder that round 1 of play was played off stream, so we had a couple matches played before we actually got to see any of the matches yesterday, where Meme Legends took down Twilight Knight's Rag in the first match there, 3-0, alongside V2, who also took down Vision 3-0, as we saw V2 taking down Meme Legends. Moving on to our first match of the day in the winners final. That was followed up by Sonar 5's OSAV taking on Melon 3-2, which, as we said, we get to see that one again a little bit later on today, as Yawn Calby lost to Nautilus there 3-0, where Nautilus also beat OSAV in 3-2, the huge upset, which of course means Nautilus is on to the winners finals, where he'll take on V2 for our first match of the day. We'll get to see, of course, the grand finals there at the end. Whoever wins that one will move straight on there. Get a bit of a break for the rest of the day until then. But let's look at the losers bracket now as well and see how that looked going through, as Twilight Knight's Rag beat Vision from Team Bears. Unfortunately, our first elimination of the day, as Rag moved on to take on OSAV, but unfortunately, he was able to get one, but wasn't able to get them all done. And unfortunately, ended up being eliminated there as OSAV moved on. On the other side of the losers bracket, Melon took on Yawn Calby 3-2, and Meme Legends, we just mentioned in the last bit of highlights there, also going 3-2. Melon playing out the maximum amount of matches he could actually play out in day one, so I know he was very tired after that one. Definitely needed a bit of a break coming through, and we get to see that Sonar 5 OSAV versus Melon match for our losers semi-finals straight after the V2 Nautilus match. Of course, one of those players will be eliminated, and they'll move on to verse either V2 or Nautilus after that match has concluded. But those are the brackets so far here, our top 4 going into day number 2, guys. And we're going to get ready now to move on to our first match of the day. Like we said, Disastrous V2 against Dawnbreakers Nautilus. Of course, we have 2 different fan club members from either of those teams here to represent them each. But lads, I had to trick first. Explain how Nautilus is going to win this one, and then Zone, you get the chance to explain how V2 is going to win this one.
So, looking at Nautilus's lineup, the only player not to bring Buff Dragon, instead choosing to bring Haven, Heal Haven, one of his favorite decks. I think that's an advantage because it can give Nautilus a little bit more agency over his plays, and Buff Dragon, a lot of times you're having to like just trust that the Coach Joe's going to come into your hand, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but maybe that's something that can give Nautilus an advantage, as he feels like he has a lot of agency with all of his decks, and that they're ones he's comfortable on and comfortable outplaying his opponents on.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to, counter argue here and say that bringing the best decks is just the most solid strategy. We play the best decks are the best decks for a reason, and we're gonna see that reason.
It was nice seeing V2 get those 2 3-0s yesterday. A lot of momentum, playing just 6 matches. I mean, if you don't want to play a lot of Shadowverse, I guess you just win. Otherwise, Melon, having 15 matches in comparison, over double. So, 15 games. So, yeah, really just seeing V2 getting his work done quickly. But, Nautilus took out OSAV, one of the 2 favorites from fan favorites, moving to the winners. So, not having a bad performance in day 1 either.
It's true. I think either way, we're going to see a great match of Shadowverse from these 2 contenders.
And here we go, guys, to kick off day 2 of 2, the Shadowverse Open West Contenders Cup West Region 2023 here for the winners finals. It's Disastrous V2 against Dawnbreakers. Nautilus is going to be the Rune into Sword matchup. Kick things off Dirt Rune and Loot Sword here. From the viewpoint of Nautilus, so hope you guys are cheering on the chat. These 2 different teams, both players, a lot of fan support. We know V2 in the chat was probably the fan favorite yesterday, at least. Saw a lot of those posts are coming up for him. But Nautilus, again, that new player, right, coming in here, his first year of competitive play, and arguably maybe one of the best first years for a pro player of competitive play here for Shadowverse, winning his first ever cup and making it here the top 4 of contenders.
When we look at these mulligans, and I have to say both these players are making great mulligan choices already. V2 unfortunately not finding a 1-drop, and Nautilus with a very strong opener, keeping 1 Golem Lord and drawing into a 1-cost sigil into a pretty strong choice of cards. Oh, you hate to see that if you're a fan of V2, which I am, because he gets that 1-drop on turn 2. Oof. But developing the strongest board that he can.
Yeah, I'm always wondering about the trade-off of, is it better to go first without a 1-drop or second with a 1-drop? A lot of times I'd still lean to wanting to be in that first position, but when you don't have some of your key cards, does give an opportunity for your opponent to pull ahead.
Yeah, in general, I think first is still a little better, just because Sword wants to get the damage in to be able to threaten storm damage on turn 7. So if Sword is going second, their chip damage potential is going to be a lot less. They have fewer turns to make that play without worrying about Celestial Convergence blocking a whole turn from them. And so this matchup still ends up being first, even if you have to skip a turn. But tempoing out the Mind Control Mage here from Nautilasu, making sure to use all his play points, develop extra sigils, not going for necessarily speeding up Golem Lord, and also just wouldn't have been able to spend all his play points by playing Golem Lord with his hand. So using all your resources efficiently. Mind Control Mage is sometimes not the best 2-drop. There's definitely better ones, but just making sure having board at all is what's really important here, and puts V2 back in another decision point here. And I think V2's gonna go for this Tidal Gunner and play for tempo here. Gonna be able to now heal up this Duelist in order to just maintain a board that is going to be very annoying for Nautilasu to deal with unless he rips specific cards here.
Yeah, strong play from V2. We saw a lot of our players yesterday not opting for the early Tidal Gunner for pressure, but it looks like it's going to put in a lot of value now. And Nautilus getting to get a draw and an extra sigil, but yeah, going to have a hard time keeping up on board.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, this double Golem Lord in his hand is no slouch. This is not an easy board for V2 to just outright eliminate. And because he doesn't have favorable trades, doesn't have a bunch of extra loot in hand. Wait, second Tidal Gunner? Hold on, this is kind of insane. I actually wouldn't even know what to do here.
If you throw out both of them, you probably don't want to have one in the late game for a lethal combo, but I guess you can just find it. If they're low enough, you might not even need it.
Yeah, the issue with Tidal Gunner late game in this matchup is that Celestial Convergence can block an entire Tidal Gunner turn. So you can lose the game going all in on Tidal Gunner. But the issue for V2 here is he also doesn't have that, our favorite 4-drop in this deck. Not the one in his hand, the one that he doesn't have yet, the Rogers. And so he has to make a decision between playing for tempo here and not immediately looking for the Rogers versus trying to spend some resources trying to find Rogers. And that he's going to go with card draw.
And he does get the Rogers. Even though he didn't play the Tony for a targeted draw, just with the generic draw too, finding a Rogers and another Tony, still having this 1 play point, maybe gonna throw out the Thief, but thinking about it.
Yeah, the issue with the Thief here is that she's hard to convert into a loot right now, so it's basically based on loot count, because he is gonna be able to hit that Rally 7 breakpoint to where she's gonna be a almost guaranteed loot. So I think V2 might actually just trade out his 2/2, just make the trade to be favorable on board. No, I'm wrong. He plays the Nightly Thief, values getting him on board, even if that means Levi might snipe this, Outdoors Mage might snipe this, and just wants to play, or even Mind Control Mage can steal the Nightly Thief for Nautilasu. That one might be a little silly, because as we saw yesterday, Durham can't get rid of loots in hand very easily, and they're not very useful.
Boots aren't a fusion target.
Yeah, not a fusion target.
Today.
Yeah. So, not an easy turn for Nautilasu here, but because the Levi, for example, doesn't have 2 sigils for that immediate 6 damage, and missing out on damage is not good here. I think this might be a Mind Control Mage. Okay, Familiar's Pact, draw first into the Mind Control Mage, I feel like is the way to go. And while it would be nice to use Mind Control Mage to get the Nightly Thief, that is going to mess up Nautilasu's hand, potentially. But still denies the loot from V2, so that's probably the stronger consideration here.
I have no regrets. Steven days are over.
I was telling Trick about playing. Some of the funnier things you can steal with Mind Control Mage are really interesting. Like, I stole a Tavali earlier today. not going to be relevant here, but I almost had the 5 Evo with myself to heal with her, and that would have been... it was a really funny situation. But let's see how Nadalasu finishes up this turn. As if you want... Okay, I like this. I like this Neophyte, because the rule of thumb in this deck is Neophyte takes a turn to turn into a Sigil, so you play her whenever you get the chance.
V2 could have the option to just trade multiple times into this Thief to try and fill Nautilus's hand with loot. It's kind of a weird opportunity, and probably another one of those things where it's not really the best play, but just something funny to see in this weird interaction. But here, definitely looks like it's going to be Rogers, V2 holding over the Rogers, trying to figure out what to follow it up with, because you do want to take out some of this board, and you have to be conscious that Golem Lord is very likely coming down on the next turn as well. It would be optimal to remove all of these targets so that they can't Evo face, but there are several followers right now that V2 needs to deal with.
Yeah. Because this is not a first mate turn. If V2 had gone for the first mate here, I mean, it's a guarantee clear, but V2 does have the first mate set up in hand, does have the first mate in hand, rather, so that the Golem Lord is going to be very easy to deal with. So he just has to think about how to deal with this board that is currently in play. Does he have all the tools to answer everything? Can play a... So he has a Boots here. Can he play a Tony? Draws that Rogers. That is a secured clear. Wow. I don't think he had a guaranteed clear without that Rogers draw, because you needed 2 attack to solve everything, but you play for the best that you can get, and that pays off. Making maybe he wasn't too worried about the Golem Lord Evo face, because I didn't see a way for him to, without that top deck, to prevent it. And in fact, Nadalasu ignoring the Golem Lord here. I like this as well. The Golem Lord would easily just feed into a first mate turn, and then he falls behind going second. He is looking for that Undying Witch, looking for ways to get to 7 sigils. Just if you get turn 5 activation on Undying Witch in this matchup going second, you definitely make up for a lot of the momentum that you don't have going second. But you do see that Gilded Blade taking up a slot in Nadalasu's hand, on the other hand. Oh, these Golem Lords are not what he wants. I don't think he wants this many of them. Maybe he can take a chance to get rid of this Gilded Blade here?
It would be an option. Could do Gilded Blade and Outdoors Mage, or could just launch out some more Golems to get the damage up on future Golem Lord turns. Those would give trade targets, though, for the first mate.
Right. It is, in fact, going to minimize his board, keep the first mate from being active. He made good use of the blade and got it out of his hand. Can't be upset about that play. And V2's kind of in a bit of a sticky situation here. He is actually just gonna pump out the first mate. So he already has plenty of loots in hand, so he's just gonna make a full board off of this, is what it looks like.
Yeah, Nautilus able to leave his board empty, but with V2 still at 20 health and no leader effect from the Undying Witch, it's gonna make it hard here to do enough damage in 1 or 2 turns before V2 can get his own win conditions online. So yeah, Nautilus really gonna hope to top deck that Undying Witch or something else to just kind of make his turns more powerful than just like a 9 damage swing.
And I think, let's see, that is Rally 10 for V2, and I believe he's playing a 1 of Michael. So technically this board is board lockable by Nautilus, but unfortunately I don't think Earthright is the kind of deck that advances. So if he finds a way to do it, though, I will be super impressed, because when you see a pattern like this, you got to think like it's something I can do. So
if you got the Undying Witch and you traded it into the 3/4, then you could like maybe set up a way to do like but it's just not even enough damage, I don't think, even if you do set up like a big one turn.
Wow, V2 committing the 0 cost just to make his board big enough to play around a board lock. Is he? Someone check his computer. Nah, I'm joking. But this is also kind of risky because now Nautilus has the option to maintain a board lock by removing one follower other than 0. So it's kind of like upsides and downsides to every kind of play. And Nautilus, having seen the first mate come out, goes ahead and commits the Golem Lord. I do believe V2 has managed to avoid overdrawing in this situation. 8 cards in hand. Nautilus is in a good position to save that Celestial Command for next turn. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I like that necklace play from V2 because now he loses the option to get that 18 damage lethal. He does but he does have 17 damage here, right? The 17 damage standard play. So I think because of that calculation, with the Michael coming out, I think Nautilus is unfortunately just checkmated here. And V2 just does not hesitate, going through the motions.
Yep, the 2 fusions now to make it 7, obviously. So Barbaros gonna come down here. We're gonna start seeing the first of many burns coming through today. The Loot Sword, of course, the Barbaros free Evo.
Targeting the Golem Lord.
Yeah, to clear that one. And Time Gunner will come out.
Maybe a flex, because I think with 2 flags, it's guaranteed to clear everything anyway. Okay.
Yeah, so gonna start chucking out the extra damage now. Here with extra flag and the damage to face if he wants that to rack up round number 1 there for V2 from Team Disaster, getting first win, first blood against the Dawn Breakers. Knowledge there to kick things off with the Loot Sword. Of course, Knowledge still has those 3 decks available to him. And this will be interesting pick now, right, guys, to see, I guess, what North kind of cues in next, because we know that Haven deck, right? Of course, he's very comfortable with that one. And, you know, that's kind of his go-to safe one. If maybe he wants to go for that to even things up now, or maybe leave it for like that potential 2-0 if he needs to try and claw his way back, get a bit of momentum back in his favor. And he's going to run the Dirt Rune once again, just going through the motions against V2's Dirt Rune as well. So the first Dirt Rune mirror. Honestly, I was expecting the Loot Sword mirror first before the Dirt Rune mirror, but here we are. And at the Mulligan zones, how we looking?
Maybe just see V2 toss out Undying Witch. I don't know. I think I've been trying to convince him to keep that card, but it's really hard to say because the card, there's like a sort of like pecking order in terms of card quality, and Undying Witch is like halfway there. So it's a risky card to keep too, because you have to be willing to play Undying Witch on curve. And I think one of the things that might have hurt Nautilus there is I like that he had the boldness to play the Undying Witch, but he not drawing a second one. You know, if you're results oriented, feels like he got punished for it. But I think on average, that's probably still fine. So it just kind of turns out that way. But Nautilus is going first, which is a huge advantage in this matchup. But the so many decisions already in play for both these players, and this is probably the most complicated mirror in the format. So I do not envy them.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the sequencing of cards, the multi-elemental neophyte having to get killed for that sigil to come into play, and also being able to do some chip damage. V2 choosing to put that out first. Now Nautilus having to decide, does he just play a couple of his 1-drops, or does he try and play a 2-drop now when it just fills that curve cleanly? Also, Nautilus only having so many cards in hand right now and not necessarily sure what he'll draw in the next turns. Really, maybe going to have to try and plan several turns in a row, just working with what he has.
Yeah, I think one thing to consider here is that because he doesn't have that many sigil generators or fast ones, the goal maybe not to slam the Golem Lord as fast as possible, because there's 2 schools of thought here. One is that if you have access to the ability to play Golem Lord, and you're going first, you can sometimes just win the game by going Golem Lord, like with tons of damage. But if you need to see more cards, you have that magical augmentation, and if you need to get to 2 stacks, then using some of your sigils on Golem Lords are sigils that can't go into augmentation. So, you know, I don't know what the best play here is, but I just want to expose that it's not straightforward one way or the other. But getting multiple sorcerers here is really nice for Nautilus. These telescopes are pretty insanely good. Both players having at least one astrological sorcerer, and she is just an insane card in many stages of the game.
Yeah, a lot of the same cards being played from both of our players, one Astrological Sorcerer and one Neophyte. So just like the sequencing of those and the trades, V2 making a smart trade so that Nautilus couldn't trade his 2/2 into the 1/1 and just making sure that he was able to get rid of that in a meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
But now a little behind on board. We'll see what he can get off this telescope.
Yeah. Nautilus choosing to use that sorcerer gets the immediate draw. Not the sorcerer, the augmentation. The Golem Lord would have been similar board, but one extra consume off of the augmentation, seeing more cards. It maybe looking for some things like he has that mind control mage in hand, so finding a celestial command would be really good for Nautilus here. And kind of going to be forcing a response from V2 here to not fall behind on the number of 2/2s on the board. Looks like V2 does pull a second Undying Witch, which is nice because she is one of the more efficient ways to cycle through your deck and generate sigils. And of course, your intermediate objective in this deck. But allowing V2 to go Undying Witch plus a Golem Lord in order to not fall completely behind on board here might be what he's aiming for. Looks like he will choose the Ultramarine Witch instead, but will have to commit the Golem Lord in order to match, and gets the Outdoors Mage a card late. That would have definitely made board parity, but now we're back to Nautilus with another Neophyte off the top. Wow.
Yeah, with the Undying Witch play, he could have drawn into that Outdoors Mage. He wouldn't have known that, but it would have let him answer the 2/2.
Mm-hmm. For sure, but this is still okay. I mean, he's going to take a little extra damage here, which is obviously not great, but we'll be able to answer the board eventually. Unless Nautilus commits both these Neophytes, which I think would be really strong. It just follows my rule of thumb for this matchup, at least. Play the Neophytes early, and you will be rewarded. Something like that.
He's basically hovering even them now, right, to get them out and get those sigils back on the board alongside the telescope.
Mm-hmm.
As you said, right, zones there. So he's taking his time, and this is something we're going to expect to see. We talked about a little bit yesterday with some of the plays and the tempo. How quickly some of these matches being played, how slowly. Don't expect some of these matches to go as quickly as yesterday, guys, at home, because the guys are going to be planning and thinking out a lot of these turns here and maxing out that timer as long as possible. You can even see here now the timer coming up here for Nautilus. He's debating the options right now, maybe looking for the Neos to be dropped.
Yeah,
there's like an argument against that.
The sigil management for this deck, I think, going into your Evo turns, especially when you're trying to play around a Golem Lord, just takes so much time if you try to do it on the spot for each turn. And another nice thing about going white here for Nautilus is that he's pretty much going to force out a green here for V2. There's practically no other card for V2 that fully clears the board.
Yep.
And if V2 doesn't have the green, then Nautilus gets the wall something face with his Golem Lord, which is always a great place to be. Although, yeah, as long as one Neophyte gets traded off to make that second stack.
At this point as well, with double Levi in hand, unless there's healing from V2, Nautilus could just go Levi on 5, Levi on 6.
Yeah.
It is, usually you will anticipate like some form of healing, but you never know, like that could be a line as well that could just really put a lot of pressure on V2.
Absolutely.
You couldn't play a Golem Lord in response to the Levi without healing at that point, because you could be open to like a second Levi just coming down again, and depending on what cards are played, there is access to an extra sigil from Undying Witch for Nautilus for turn 6 to be able to have the 4 he needs for Levi over 2 turns, so one potential line there as well.
Yeah, looks like V2 still counting his own damage, going to be trying to proactively find his way in this matchup, using the Outdoors Mage to make hand space and because just efficient in terms of play points used. But yeah, this is going to be hard for V2 to deal with because, like you said, Levi into Levi is just a lethal threat that V2 has no answer for here. But it is bold because that Pascal card heals a lot, and Sweet Defender Golem also heals for quite a bit, and Levi is not the strongest board play here. Nautilus gets, I think, is it 4 damage out of this Golem Lord here? Which is not quite enough to set up the damage from Levi. So definitely a critical decision.
And you see the whole in the Levi at the moment. Go for that first big damage play here for Nautilus, knowing of course that he's already hit VT down a little bit, so he'll command fusion to make sure he gets an extra stack for the Evo. Of course, that's going to be 6 damage straight to the noggin there on V2's side. The Undying Witch also going to be coming down here for Nautilus again, just to get more of those stacks up the Evo.
And it's a turn 5 activation going first, which is pretty insane.
Pretty nuts, yeah.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
So there you go. I'd say a pretty comfortable turn there for Nautilus. Yeah, he might overdraw, but I mean, his hand, he's looking pretty good. I think he's going to be okay.
He's not overdrawing anything that he's needing. And V2 shaking his head, realizing that he's dead to another Levi, and he has no healing in his hand. So this is not a chess deck, but it's this close to a checkmate situation.
Yeah, and remember, VT loses. This is the first match he would have lost in general in Contenders Cup so far. He didn't lose a single match yesterday. No, he's on a full streak so far. So we want to try and keep that alive for as long as possible. Looking for his own Levi play now to kill Levi. I mean, I guess it's kind of adding up with the law of the cards currently with 18,000 Levi's running around, all different versions of him. Because he's going to get the kill there. 6 damage in the face and clear the board. He's going to look towards feeding the command as well, so he doesn't overdraw. But now V2's really hoping, because that also doesn't have that extra damage. Knowing on our side though that it is going to be there. Big leader damage coming through with the double Crimson Sorcery. He's going to give Nautilus that tied up 1-1. The first player in Contenders Cup to finally make V2 bleed here. Going to make it 1-1. The dirt race for Nautilus. You can see the sigh of relief on Nautilus's end there, getting that win, a huge win to even things up.
I think there's also a sigh of relief because if you lose that matchup going first, KMR might not be favoring you today because it is kind of in that situation. You're like your opponent has to draw pretty insanely well to equalize the game. I'm not saying he didn't play well, right? He did play well to get to there, but it's just like there's kind of games where you feel like. I mean, technically every game can come out in a win or loss, but there's games where you feel like if you lose it, you really threw your chances, right? And that might be one of those. But it's definitely well played either way. And we're gonna move on to game 3 now. The Heel Haven. This is Trickster. You said this is Nautilus's comfort deck against V2 on the Earthright.
V2 having a lot of good early drops. We'll see if he thinks they're good enough though to hold on to.
Yeah,
Nautilus having some good hand draw cards and delayed healing, so that's gonna be a pretty good start, but still needing to make sure the key pieces come into hand for this really to come together.
Yeah, I mean, the Fount of Tranquility is just the best card to play turn 1. I'm not entirely sure about keeping Verdelia, but this is based on my experience playing a slightly different version of this deck from Nautilasu. So because Nautilasu plays the Great Wing Luminance, the transmuted version of Great Wing Brilliance, I think is what it's called. I don't even, nobody plays it in the front half, so who knows the name. But that card rewards you for having extra healing effects, so that Verdelia becomes way more important in Nautilasu's version of the deck. Traditionally, she's kind of hard to use on her own, so she doesn't get played as much in the less sort of explosive variants of Heel Haven. And Nautilasu, not a lot going on with his hand here, no pun intended, but he does have the 2 fountains popping on turns 5 and 6, so he is going to be able to refill and hopefully set up some plays. Nautilasu really needs to find one of his setup cards for next turn, though.
It did work out well for him yesterday, right? I mean, again, we saw him play it twice. The first time, and he just lost. The second time, obviously, getting that big victory. So I know so far, he's had a pretty good track record with it here in the Contenders Cup. That's logical is going to come down. The easy 3, as 2 of those have been used. So I guess unless you can kind of check that off the list, knowing that 2 have been dropped, right? Because again, you think about that potential Jean play later on, and knowing that maybe some of that damage could be stopped. It's not a huge deal, but maybe something just to keep in the mind that's set there.
That's a really good draw. That's probably the better draw than Great Wing Brilliance there, because I don't know what Nautilus would have used in for the Brilliance to transform. His hand is already a lot of cards that he would like to keep. But yeah, the Urn on turn 4 is already that turn that you want to play that card. So I definitely see some KMR smiling upon Nautilus today.
Really gonna hope that a Lu or something can be drawn next turn with his 3 draws. It is like a decent setup, but essentially passing turns 1 to 4, getting some setup cards out, but not doing anything really to interact with V2's board means he's going to be a little bit down in health. V2 though, yeah, we'll see what he does now. Like something like a Levi could come out and really put Nautilus in low health total. But still, V2 needing to set up. We'll see if that's the play.
I do believe this is a good chance to play the Levi. I don't know if I like playing the scope there because now his board's really awkward. But one thing to note about Nautilus's deck is this was pointed out to me yesterday because I was looking for how he found room for all his cards. That he's not playing Agent of the Commandments, which is the ambush card that a lot of Heelhaven players play. So
yeah,
this makes V2's option to board lock himself a little less vulnerable than it might normally be, because with the Urn and Agent of the Commandments, there's some setups here to heal and stay at a lethal range. But wow, there's the Lu top deck for Nautilus, so that's huge.
We're checking decks. That's Trick. What are you doing? You said about the Lu and then it's there. You checking deck?
Yeah, not just the Lu, but Aether as well. Gonna make this more healing and a bigger board.
Well, most importantly, lets him keep the Alluvia he already has in hand to fuse into the Verdelia. And V2's giving a little more reaction than normal. He knows that this is pretty much the way he loses from this situation, which is this board. It becomes super annoying to answer. He already committed Levi. Ooh, that draw was really huge for Nautilasu for sure. Yeah, and V2's gonna probably have to commit this Undying, which she is active. So if he, for example, pulls a Levi off the Undying Witch, there's a 5th Sigil as well, so he can go Undying Witch into Pascal. Oh, actually got a Familiar's Pact first. I think he's trying to maximize his chances of finding a Levi, which is the only way he really clears multiple things here. But this is going to be really hard to fully remove this board, and he might just be losing the game from this spot. That sequence of draws from Nautilasu from a hand that did nothing into just a winning board was just so insane. And whoa. Oh, maybe he wasn't at 7 sigils yet, actually. Now he's at 7. Okay, that is, I was going to say, if he has 7 at the start of turn 5, that would be insane. So this is going to allow V2 to remove the Alluvia, but it is just not good enough, I think, for the entire board. There's 9 damage already on Nautilasu's hand, has the Tanzanite Convictor, already gets a buff here. So that is already, let's see, currently... So he's currently at 9 damage, 11...
I think if he draws an Academic Diffuse, it's going to be 18 damage so far in hand.
Yeah. I mean, that'll do it. That is, I believe, lethal because Tanzanite, you can Tanzanite, fuse the Academy into Verdelia, play Verdelia, and then evolve her. I believe that should be enough.
Turn 6, and only 5 play points on the side of V2, and I mean. You were trying to warn us, right, Trick, the whole time. No, this Haven deck that he's beating, right? It's absolutely scary. He's so comfortable on it there. DVT not entirely impressed with that loss there, but Nautilus as well. Very happy with that one. Gets the lead, 2-1 in this series for the winners finals. Remember, whoever loses this will be going down to the losers bracket. The winner will go straight on to the grand finals for the West Contenders Cup. And Nautilus only has to do it one more time with a Loot Sword to try and get over V2. So has that Dirt Rune and Buff Dragon. And again, I've got to bring this up again, guys. V2 didn't lose a single match yesterday, not a single one. Now we just lost 2 in a row. One of those to a deck that I don't want to say is a rogue deck, but isn't exactly one of those tier 1 decks, right? That we were expecting to see out of most of the players. And maybe call V2 off guard a little bit.
Yeah, well, you know, not. It was gonna sound salty, but that draw was just insane. It's like and this comes from the perspective. This is a deck that I practice for like other events. But like if you get that draw, you're very likely to win the game. into most decks, they need to have pretty incredible answers. So it was, you know, he played towards it and was paid off. So I think that's good. It's not a salt angle.
Playing with Nautilus in scrims to help him prepare for this, I was just like mesmerized. I felt like every time he played Haven, he had some ridiculous way to kill me, or like he always would have the Aether into Lu on 5. And yeah, I don't know. That's just the deck that it's loyal to him because he's been loyal to it, I guess, for a long time.
Yeah, you have to believe in the deck if you choose to bring it, and you know that seems like his belief in it has been paying off dividends. And and speaking of really nice draws, the Penguin Punisher on 2 is really huge here. That's going to allow him to play Scout plus 2 loots here, which is always a sequence that you like. V2 going to develop the Green as a pseudo ward and fuses one of the cards that you wouldn't immediately think to fuse. I actually lost track of what it was, unfortunately. But yeah, this is a pretty standard power play opener here from Nautilasu. Turn 1. Seeker, turn 2, Penguin, turn 3, Scout double loot. Incredibly strong.
Yeah, huge start of the side for Nautilus, right? And you're going to want that, of course, looking to get that final win so far. V2 now looking to see. We've seen quite a few 3 astrologies, right, coming out throughout day 1. Probably going to see that again as being confident. Yeah, we'll definitely come out here for V2 to get the scope out as well. Get that extra draw.
Yeah,
see what you can get.
Gonna have to choose between a multitude of 1-drops here.
Yeah.
Knowing V2, he's most likely going to play for board here, so one of the Golem Lords seems to be what makes sense. Yeah. Which, because he's not in a hurry to use the augmentation or the Neophyte. The Neophyte is not winning on board. You know, it's nice to develop her, him or her. I think, like, depending on the alt artwork. But in this case, fighting for board is really important, just because if the sword deck gets you down low enough, you have to use more defensive resources in a couple of turns. So,
Nautilus playing the Tony there, hoping to get the Rogers, I'm sure, but it's going to be a second Barbaros, so that's going to slow down what was going really well for him. Now using Tears just for the board presence and not even any of the healing effect. Choosing to go face and turn the back foot on V2, a Garuin or something could be annoying to see here, but with one played, I guess he's not afraid of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an annoying board to deal with for V2 because he has 2 board slots used up, and that telescope using up an extra board slot. And without a Garuin, that means V2's, you know, has to kind of struggles to get rid of these 1/1s in his way. Does not get effective amounts of damage. V2 is going to go for the Neophyte. I think he's going to use the augmentation here to try to find a Garuin, but wait, V2, you don't have enough board spaces here to play. Oh, no, opens up the board space. There it is. Yeah, but now still a little awkward with no sediment. Can't clear the board. So maybe like Sweet Defender and just trade to clear the board here. Leaving like 1 defense in this matchup on your followers, if you anticipate a Rogers turn, is kind of the same as 2 defense. The infamous statement of 1 = 2, I think, for card game players. If you know, you know. And he is going to be able to develop some healing, some sigil consumption, and doesn't get to push damage, which is kind of like the luxury that you get. But actually, maybe he will push damage here with one of these. I'm kind of curious, but I feel like, yeah, he's deciding between the damage and... Oh, it does push the damage, so not going for complete board domination, decides he needs to get some chip to get a footing in the game.
Now, if you're Nautilus, do you play that summon the troops to try and rip the Rogers right now?
I think you do have to. I think you send it. You send the Juliet and just knock the top 2 cards of your deck. No.
Okay. So my first mate.
Yeah. So this is kind of risky, right? Because now he's played his first mate into a possible Golem Lord. And First Mate is the best way to deal with Golem Lord, but I think he maybe was counting his rally. If he gets to rally 10 here, he can use the Opulent to deal with the Golem Lord and delay choosing to play a longer game.
And that's what I was going to bring up. Maybe they kind of did that on purpose. I know they're trying to bait out the Golem Lord potentially here, and going to be able to rotate through a whole bunch of rally, of course, as we said. The loot spells as well being burnt through. You can see he's going for the check at the moment. It's definitely close to 7. At this point now, and V2 has to really consider here because I wonder if he maybe clicked that. Hang on, he just chucked that storm back because he may be expecting me to go for the Golem Lord or wants me to go for the Golem Lord, but at the same time, can he afford not to play it?
Well, one of the considerations here for V2 is just that the Rogers hasn't been developed, so like if Nautilus has to develop Rogers here and clear, then how many play points does Nautilus have left to work with, right? So let's say, because Opulent is going to be required, Opulent or First Mate are going to be required to clear a Golem Lord turn. That is at least 3 play points invested, and then that's 2 play points left to work with Nautilus to play the Rogers. So, that's 1 play point then left over to search for the Rogers, and so this still limits Nautilus's options, even if it can be answered. I don't know if I like this Evo because I don't know if he's thinking about I think this is thinking about Rogers, but not necessarily Opulent. I mean,
coming out now as well.
Yeah. Oh wow, another First Mate off the top here for Nautilus, though. And I have to say that one of the skills involved in this deck is knowing how to play it without Rogers, because we talk about how strong Rogers is as a play, as a card, but you also have to be prepared to play the games where you don't see a Rogers, and I think this is going to be a test of how Nautilus navigates the situation.
And at least going off of maybe what Trick was saying, he's obviously done a lot of scrim practice, right, with his lineup, so it should be expected. They should be okay with it. Barbaros now, it's actually 1 loot, spell, or fuse played away. Barbaros is just going to be played out, of course, knowing that he has that second one, the Dread Pirates flag number 1 coming through, the Evo Destruction. Going to be used now as well. He's going to be able to clear this board.
Looks like he's looking to use the Seeker here for damage then, because knocks V2 to 14, but that threatens 15 damage the next turn. No, it doesn't threaten 15 damage because you don't have enough play points to play the flag. And in fact, he's not at 7 flags, so I'm not sure about that play. I feel like there was an Opulent clear that also gets you to 7. The sequencing is a bit awkward.
Would have potentially liked to see an Opulent and maybe even something else to set up a more guaranteed pattern. Even maybe they're going to throw out the flag here. Like
without the Rogers, you're not punished too hard for throwing out a flag here. It's true. I think he's holding on to the Opulent so he can get more healing out of her, because he realizes he's kind of on the back foot now. Let's see. The main lethal out here for Nautilus is a Deep Sea Scout. Am I missing anything else here? That is the 7th, because that's the 7th flag.
So with the Spell Scourger in hand, that could be 6 damage for 2 play points.
Oh, you're right.
And I believe that flag that was just played was the 7th, so it could be Barb Flag Scourger.
Barb Flag Scourger would do it.
That's 16 damage.
Yeah.
And that's why you see the command hover now at this point, right? To maybe try and protect himself. Because again, we'll talk about yesterday about that mystical 17 each number, right? Which is normally the 16-17 number where the loot sword can get that easy win. Command now being hovered, coming through now to Celestial to make sure he can stay alive.
A lot of respect from V2,
Yeah, fade out this turn here. But you got to remember, it's only spell damage, right, that it's protected from.
Yeah, but Nautilus is going to have the ability to deal with this. Oh, and draws a Tidal Gunner. So I think this is going to be a very... Oh, but there's a second command in V2's hand here? Wow. This game is going to see both these decks push to the limit to deal with the situation. But Nautilus, without the Rogers, still has a lot of resources that he can accumulate. Going to be able to use the First Mate here in order to use the followers to trade.
Without Rogers online, having to be conscious that he won't be able to play as many loots as normal in this turn. So instead, not even discounting a flag, because he'll have to be able to play 2 loots this turn to summon the followers he wants.
Yeah.
You see the choice being used on the Goblet as well. Normally, old the S-Stat was used on the flag, just to make sure he can stay healthy while it deals with this board, just in case he sees V2 coming out with 1 billion damage.
And one thing that's kind of funny is that there's some patterns where you get better trades by not evolving the First Mate, but in this case, doesn't matter because of that damage shield from the Convergence. And now Nautilus has advanced this game plan a bit, put V2 in the same situation again, but V2 top decks the Undying Witch. That's going to let him draw a card. That gives him... Does he have enough... He doesn't have enough sigils for Pascal and Convergence, but does he need it? He can just double fuse, play the Convergence, and then play a Pascal after? No, does not have play points. That only recovers 2. Ooh. This is so risky here.
Right, where he's going to have to try and delay out a whole nother turn and not really getting anywhere himself. You can see the fusion targets being hovered now here. Yeah, the Pact, but what else did you chuck out, right? He needs that Levi for the damage. He needs a Pascal for the health of the draw here.
And he's going to go for Pascal. He's decided that he cannot keep playing the game using up all his sigils, but this might put him in a great amount of danger because he doesn't have wards.
Nautilus leaning forward in his seat when he sees the Pascal come into play. He clicks on his Barbos trying to figure out how much damage he has next turn. Yeah. Without any damage, shielding, and reduction, Barbaros, Gunner, Scourger, there's Pascal, a lot of cards that can do...
Second Pascal, I think he's going to play it, but none of these cards protect his face.
But does he have enough health? Can you go from 20 to 0?
He's at 20
health. Rogers online, it's going to be tricky though too for Nautilus to get his damage out.
The second title Gunner. This, do you know your loot lethals?
Yeah, because this is the thing right now, real quick, because Nautilus needs to win this round, right? With the damage chances, if he doesn't, you've got 2 12 attack point followers there, ignoring the Pascals on top of that, right?
Yeah.
So you can win straight through that if Nautilus isn't careful. So he's going to have to use this whole turn here, ladies and gentlemen. This turn could decide if Nautilus wins and goes on to the grand finals, or if V2 drags us out to a 2-2 final match to decide who goes to the grand finals.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know my loot lethals.
So the gunner, the double gunner here into 3 flags, and the Seeker of Love, evolved Seeker of Love is 19 damage. Because there's no Rogers.
Because there's no Rogers.
That's the best play that comes to my mind. Now I'm trying to think about like other alternatives. I feel like you just have to make sure you clear this board.
Yeah.
Because you should be able to hopefully win on the following turn.
I think he's going for a double Seeker into a unenhanced Barb, which lets him get rid of both of the Undying Witches. But the
possibly run out of time though on this turn.
Oh my goodness. V2, you know, in your interview, V2 said he loves making annoying boards, and does it get more annoying than this?
Did he have enough time to actually run everything in? You can see he's not happy about it.
Oh no, the Spell Scourger and the flags would have cleared it all and with the right pings, but
it's not guaranteed with the Spell Scourger, right? Spell Scourger hits random targets.
No, it's not even. That's rough.
Yeah.
At least it would have been a chance, because leaving this doesn't ever seem good.
But is the game even over yet? It might be. Okay.
Yeah, this is a turn or two, but it is looking like that's 12 to face the Levi.
12 plus 9. Wow.
With the fireball that comes in onto nose as well. We said it was all down to that one turn again. This is the first game. Winners final was coming through. The Colossal summoning as well. The Genesis Dragon for that extra insult and injury to wrap this one up. 2-2. VD's going to make it now. Disastra and Dawnbreakers, the veteran and the rookie of the year, coming through here now, guys. This is grand final worthy. We've just started the day of day 2. We have 3 other potential best of 5s to come through yet, and we're already like this. Wow. And it's going to be Buff Dragon against Loot Sword as well to wrap this one up.
Nautilus absolutely kicking himself there, not being able to clear that board.
Yeah, that's rough. I've been told that apparently some of the Japanese viewers are now rooting for Nautilus as well, so picking up steam from that community. Wow, these hands are insane though. The Nightly Thief, V2 going first. Nightly Thief from Nautilus has 2 1-drops. Oh, but that's a Joe without another academic card, and what do you do here? You have the Worm Crafting to sort of even this hand out. You have.
Joe's going to be lucky for him though, right? So just think about just the day 1 yesterday, right? What happened to top deck for him to get the win? So Wonder if he might even just hold it, just like a good luck charm.
Well,
you know what I mean?
It's
superstitious.
He does do a full keep because he has the option to either 1+1 the Joe, or he can Mermaid and then Worm crafting the Joe away the next turn. And you know, I gave a lot of people a little bit of flack about not holding for 1+1 the next turn, but in this situation, when you have the Worm crafting available, you just have to be able to adapt to it. And I think he is just going to Worm craft away this Joe. That is going to give Nautilus a free hit for the loot here, which, you know, Nautilus is going to enjoy. Oh, actually, Worm crafts away the Olivia and Sylvia. That makes sense. Gets another Joe for his trouble. So V2 does have 2 buffed deck, but is going to struggle a little bit to keep up now because he fell behind. And this game is going to be on a tightrope already. It looks like this is such a strong start from Nautilasu. And not a strong start from V2. Ooh.
Yeah, V2 probably hoping to draw into something like the Grand Slam Tamer there.
Grand Slam Tamer or Gunbane even wouldn't be bad. You can just have some kind of rule. There is a Gunbane there, but it's also the other problem is getting all of your Coral Spirits early is insanely bad because it's just like you need them to have enough defense to act as a shield against Barbaros, and they are at pitiful amounts of defense right now.
Using the blade here to keep the Nightly Thief alive longer, getting some extra chip damage in. It's nice to see with the Rogers being picked off this time off of Tony. Another draw for V2 that he doesn't really want right now.
Yeah, looks like he is going to Joe the Joe and then play a Gunbane. Hope it doesn't hit the worst target here.
See, 1-3 chance.
And there's the worst target. I say it like, and I just wanted to say also, Nautilasu has the Rogers this game, so
yeah, he's gonna be very happy to actually a bit of a sigh of relief, like to finally actually have it in this matchup. So now he's gonna have 1 playing point return, the 2 burn, of course, off the spell, and they're gonna get a bit of damage in, get the goblet through.
Gonna get 2 draws and the chip damage, so Nautilasu in a very commanding situation here. V2 is gonna be hoping his deck delivers something for once in this game. I mean, the initial mulligan was not bad, but still fell flat a bit afterward.
Right? So
Dion, oh, this is not quite good enough. I think he might have to play Megalorca Rider and hope to hit something useful. Oof.
That's the thing, though, as well. Do you risk that RNG chance, right? With the Orc, or do you just try and just start chucking stuff down to try to clear this board and try and stay alive here? I guess, you know, we know that the Coral it's not going to have the heal, right? It's not going to have the stuff. You need 5 Evos for that as well to get that big, awesome ward follower coming through. And none of them are even going to be that buffed, so
yeah,
potentially going to
go needs a striker or a tamer here. Okay,
hey, there you go, not bad.
I mean, it's like almost 50% to get those, you know. So you either get it or you don't. No, I mean, like the math in the deck is close to 50% there because V2, yeah, V2 needs the Evo count basically.
Yeah.
So
literally one of the goal stuff we just mentioned there, and now we'll be able to deal with this board and get a bit of a breather for at least a short second.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, V2 has been so far behind that he has to start watching out for like Juliet Evo face lethals. Like he is currently at 12, leaving possibly 5 damage on the board here. And the Barbaros off the top for Nautilasu,
the Barbaros is definitely nice to see. At the time, Nautilus didn't really have any draw and only 1 gunner to finish things out, but that Barbaros can extend the power of his deck significantly.
Yeah. And in fact, you have to start worrying. If you don't have the Barbaros, your hand is flooded with loot, so you have to start worrying if maybe you're going to overdraw a Barbaros to...
Yeah, Nautilus could have overdrawn in that turn if both of the followers that survived were traded into. So yeah, definitely being at risk already for that.
True, but you know, like that's so hard to play for. So I don't think these players have made any significant errors in terms of dealing with what they have in their hands. So it's gonna be, it looks like gonna be another 5 damage that Nautilasu can choose to get. If he does go for max damage, does he clear though? It does not look like he can clear while going for max damage. but do you care at this point?
I was about to bring that up.
Knock V2 down to 7. You have 2 loots. You have lethal next turn if V2 doesn't heal.
Yeah. You have to Barbaros also coming up ready soon as well if he wants to. He has to go down to that point. The 2 burn coming through, of course, from the Rogers effect now. He's going to run some followers in to the Orca. 7 in.
Oh.
I mean, you just run out of time, or did you choose not to fuse there?
Yeah, that's not great to leave that up because you will be overdrawing, but depending on if there's healing or not, the lethal's already in hand.
Yeah, but V2 at 2 Evos right now. Does have the ability. He's at V2 is currently at 2. Is it 2 Evos? Yes.
Yeah.
So
as a dancer, we'll be able to get the healing off that because I believe the heal's on 3 Evos.
Yeah.
So as long as he's able to, help clear that and get some healing off, you can even. At that point, you can also manual Evo the car, I guess, if you want, to so you have that ward as well that can't be targeted. So we'll be able to start chucking blades in, right? Just ping damage like that.
Yeah. It has a lot of options here, but none of them are amazing. And
has to think of 5, right?
Yeah. If he'd be a little comfier if he had 3 Evos at the start of this turn, but these Coral Spirits are just embarrassingly weak. It is unfortunate. And also,
V2 here really needing to get above 10 health because just 10 is lethal to what Nautilus has in hand. With this play, it's looking like Nautilus is going to be able to have the game next turn. There's not an extra 1-drop or anything for 2 more healing.
Yeah, no Militant Mermaid.
Gonna use it to clear, but doesn't have the ward, right? Because he evolved down instead to keep that one up at the moment.
It's just counting. He does have.
And Nautilus knows he has it. It's gonna be 2 flags after Tidal Gummer. That's 4 damage each, plus the 2 damage from Rogers. He put his hands in the air at the start of the turn. He knew he could get punished if there was 5 healing, but with just 3, Nautilus is going to take out V2, the fan favorite, and be moving forward into the winners finals.
Gods can bleed, ladies and gentlemen, and apparently they can bleed a lot, especially here against Nautilus. 3-2, an awesome series to kick off the day 2 competition here for the West Contenders Cup, and what a match as well. The back and forth, absolutely insane for these players. I know one side of the desk is very happy, the other side maybe not so much after some of those results. But after the end of it anyway, guys, that was, again, like I said, an awesome way to kick this one off.
Look on the bright side. V2's fans get to see him play more games this way, so we gotta find ways to cope. Yeah, I don't know. He played 1 game and he was just pieced out yesterday. So a lot of people missing him on the stream. He's just trying to get more content going.
Yeah, already playing 5 games today compared to 6 yesterday. So only 1 game shy of doing the same amount of content as yesterday.
Yeah.
We're going to see Norris, again, the rookie.
I think it was Sorry. I think it was still a great showing from both players, showing kind of some of the more edge cases for each of the decks, right? V2 having to think about whether or not playing 1 Convergence and then into the double Pascal setup, with finding an annoying board. Nautilus who almost finding a lethal with no Rogers into finding an early lethal going second in a game that could have been really close otherwise. So I think if you're obviously we can play favorites and I'd love to, and unfortunately my favorite lost, but it was still a great showing of what you can do with these decks, and that's Yeah. I'm definitely not saying that because the outcome wasn't favorable or anything. But,
definitely, I feel like, it was a great showing from both players. And looking at Nautilus too, though, I do see him there running out of time twice, missing the fuse in the last game and potentially clearing that could have helped him stick around in the game before. So with Rune and Haven being his 2 preferences, I feel like his favorite decks, that sword deck, it really is pushing him to his limits a little bit. And if he wants to take this whole tournament, he's gonna kind of need to go collect himself and just make sure that he can do his play patterns fast enough to not have mistakes like that moving forward.
And that's exactly what I was gonna bring up real quick there. Chick, tried to cut you off there, Zones. But again, we got to remember it's his first year of competitive play, right? Coming through. V2's been doing this since day one, basically, right? You know, so there is going to be some of that experience difference, a nerves difference coming in, and again, every match that Norlis wins, right, the stakes are just getting higher and higher, right? There's more and more fan support, more people getting behind him, and he's going to feel a bit of that pressure, especially now in the grand finals. And there's a high chance we could get that matchup. There's a chance V2 could go to the losers finals as he has done, right? End up beating either Osav or Melon that we're going to get up here now shortly, and end up going to the grand finals, and we get this all over again. There's a chance V2 could beat Norlis that time.
Yep, definitely. I mean, I was just going to say that he's got plenty of time to, you know, collect himself because he's not Alasu has advanced directly to that finals. But you know, I feel like enough about the past. You know, we're moving on to another celebrated matchup. These are two, you know, huge names in the community, and I don't want to take away from their accomplishments and the great battle they're about to partake in.
We got plenty of time zones, don't worry. We got
plenty
a whole
of time?
day
Okay.
of awesome Shadowverse action here. Like we said, Shadow 5's Osav going up against Melon here for our losers bracket semi-finals at the moment. Again, this is another huge matchup. If you, of course, you heard about what happened in round 1 of day 1, the Contenders Cup. These guys have already fought each other once. It went 3-2. And it went Osav's way. So this one, you know, Melon's going to be hungry for some revenge there, as Melon is actually transformed into Norlis because he's already channeling that grand final energy. He's like, look at me, I'm already
Sorry
here.
about the graphic.
Already channeling.
Maybe a sneak peek for the finals. Oh no.
Oh jeez.
Potentially, of course, we'll get that fixed up in a moment for you guys. But yes, it is Osav against Melon coming there, not Nautilus. That we'll see here for the losers at semi-finals. But guys, again, like I said, these guys have already gone up against each other in Contenders Cup. They've done it plenty of times over the past few seasons as well. Of course, Osav being one of the veteran players, Melon being one of the most consistent throughout the years. We're just jumping straight away into game number 1 in this best of 5 set for the losers semi-finals. Whoever loses this is out. Whoever wins this is going on to fight V2 for that final grand final spot. The viewpoint of Melon and his loot sword versus that rune.
All right. Nice mulligan here from Melon. Actually choosing to keep Tony. I think you can choose to keep him going first and as a combo keep with a good 1-drop. Although, debatable whether or not you could call Deep Sea Scout a 1-drop because you generally want to be able to get some value out of her. So I think maybe I would have tossed Tony away as well. Just too weak as an early game. And the early game matters a lot in this matchup, as we've seen already over the course of this tournament. Osav taking his time to contemplate his mulligan. The Outdoors Mage is a pretty strong card going second because you can answer a lot of the annoying followers, and going to choose to toss both of his clunkier cards, getting a lot of sigil generation in his hand. Would like some of his more powerful cards. Ooh, what a whopper here as an immediate draw from Melon. You never want to draw that guy.
Giving some emotes from the players, getting their banter in already. Yeah, Osav happy to not even see a 1-drop, not even having to consider the Outdoors Mage there, and just getting the Ultramarine Witch right straight away.
I'm gonna also, you know, I don't want to be criticizing players already, but I don't like this Tony play immediately because I think Melon kept Tony with the intention of trying to find Rogers, right? So there are two things here. Playing Duelist before Tony means that you're more likely to find a commander because you're not pulling a commander out of your deck, increases your chances of finding a Rogers that way slightly, and the Duelist is better on board. So a little sequencing, I think, that could have gone better in his way for what he intends, but it's going to be probably inconsequential in terms of how this game goes.
Melon is one of the only players to bring 3 copies of Opulent Strategist as well, which can be good in the rune match because you can get that healing, but a consequence here, he did pull one of those 3 opulents instead of the Rogers, so yeah, diluting that pool a little bit.
You remember the old version of Loot Sword with General Maximus, and you play General Maximus, you hope to get an Octress on your 3-drop slot or a First Mate. You know what I always get though, that that Opulent Strategist. Not always bad, but usually. All right, but we see a nice sigil development turn here from Osav, is really stacking it up in that Defender Golem, and Melon going to choose the Tempo Barbaros. I like this play. It's not that easy to answer, probably. Can Osov even answer it? He has the Levi, so Osov can answer it. But still, Tempo Barbaros is pretty fun when you get to without falling too far behind. Unfortunately, I think Melon does that at the cost of immediately being able to playing something like an Opulent into Ascend, which also could have been a strong play.
Yeah, his like early game setup for Melon really being delayed, having almost no loot generation, and even though the Barbaros does give you one flag, you essentially will still want to find 7 loots before you play that flag. So yeah, pretty behind in the main game plan, and now at 12 health, I feel like Melon's in a precarious position. He's gonna have to find a way to generate a lot of loots with cards like Rogers and First Mate, but we're not seeing either of them in hand yet. Knows he needs to draw for them and also probably be healing. It's a pretty tall ask right now for Melon. Oh, but he gets both of them, so...
Gets the Rogers and the First Mate. Wow. You know, we're just taking turns calling it like it is. And having that Goblet from Rogers is also huge because it cuts into the burst damage threshold that you worry about losing to in this matchup. And of course, seeing 2 cards off the scout here is going to be huge. Tears of Tribulation is also going to be very good for Melon. He is going to basically recover from all of this damage from Osov. Of course, does have to look a little at the cards in hand. It does have the fuse here. Make sure to get it done. And going to... It looks like his health total is pretty precarious here, but with that Tears and First Mate combo, he is going to be able to climb back up to 20 quite effectively. Now Osov looking to progress his game somehow here. Gets the 3rd sigil.
Osov only runs 1 copy of Colossal Summoning, but it is in hand, so having some of the late game secured. Now they're just trying to figure out how to get the 7 sigils destroyed so that he can get his Undying Witch online and really get things going. There is a Levi that could be played to put Melon's health down low. That would be a potential 12 damage between the 2 fireballs and Levi, and that he is hovering it.
Yeah, I think it also gets him to the 7 sigil threshold for the Undying Witch without also just completely taxing his hand. But, you know, I also want to highlight that one of Osav's problems in this matchup yesterday, and he even mentioned it in the chat, I think, between some of the games, is that he just cannot seem to find his Celestial Command, and realizing that the card is insanely important for this matchup, and we're seeing that happen again. So for Osav's sake, I hope he can reverse that fortune, because he could really use the Celestial Command here if Melon can get out of some of these lethal thresholds that Osov is setting up. And the Tears into First Mate should be really easy for Melon to pull off. Okay, come on, please. I just want to see Tears before First Mate if you're going to do a First Mate Tears.
Is Melon the player who did it in the opposite order yesterday?
I don't think so. I don't remember. Okay. I think... But maybe he is. But, that's yesterday. It's a whole... People have slept since then, so we're not gonna. The
Tears is very important for 2 reasons, because at this point the Crimson Sorceries could go face for 6, and then Genesis Dragon could come out for a Storm. So putting a ward here to stop that like kind of cheesy early lethal, and also healing at the same time. This is exactly what Melon needed to not be in danger of dying.
Absolutely. He's gonna play 2 loots here, get the damage. Gonna be able to. Does he play the 3rd loot here? I kind of want to see the extra flag here. That's 1 extra healing. It cuts into his lethal potential, but here's the thing, right? Celestial Command is the thing to think about. There we go. Gets 1 extra healing out of it. And these players really thinking on their toes in these exceptional situations. Now, technically, that is punishable because of cards like Pascal and every other card in the deck, but holding on to that is also punishable. So really, we're getting to the turns where these critical decisions have to be made, and Melon commits in a way that also makes him a little less in danger of immediately losing the game.
The Golem Lord is somewhat nice here to clear the board, but it isn't a Celestial Command to be able to protect your health. So able to clear the board and set up lethal for Osov, but not preventing him from a lot of lethals from Melon. Might be the best thing that Osov can do, though, is just kind of play his own best setup, do the most damage he can this turn, and just pray Melon doesn't have it. We see, though, a Barb and a Tidal Gunner in hand, so at this point, without healing or some type of damage mitigation, it's not going to be enough for Osov.
Is it? Does the because Melon? Well, I mean, this is kind of gambling on whether or not Melon has that Michael left in his deck, right? Because if the Michael comes out, I believe this is a guaranteed push through. Oh, does find the healing. If the Michael with the Michael, Melon always gets this damage. But without the Michael, can he push enough damage? Once again, I didn't study my loot lethals.
So he has 12 damage because of the extra loots, even without Barbaros being able to attack. But now, as long as one ping from the gunner, yeah, it's tricky.
Oh, he has the boots. He can boots in the gunner, right? So one gunner.
He can boots in the gunner, but then he's playing one less flag.
Oh, okay. So he just has to see
how the flag does
okay,
hit,
I like
though.
that. Is great ordering. Yeah, because you increase your chances of a flag hitting a ward. Nice, and I mean, good, I'm saying nice in terms of good play. Is a commiseration to Osab not finding that Celestial Command once again, that all-important card in this matchup.
Game number 1 going over to Melon in this matchup against Osab, and Melon's gonna be feeling pretty good about that one, as we said, right? He's came into this one, had already lost to Osab in round 1, so to get that early advantage, get that little tempo advantage in his wake is going to be really cool for him. Winning with the loot sword as well. Still having the dragon and the rune. You can see he's kind of vibing out a little bit at the moment. So whatever he's listening to there at the moment, we know a lot of our pro players, of course, here, big fans of listening to music while they play. I believe the go-to, guys, is anime music. I mean, it is what it is. You guys choose what you want to listen to. I mean, personally, I wouldn't do that, but it is what it is. And we're going to get the dragon against sword now. Coming to buff dragon against the loot sword matchup. Osaf going to try run that one through again.
I'm talking about music you listen to while playing. I actually have to turn off music on complicated combo turns or when I'm starting to calculate. It actually gets distracting. Yeah, okay. My brain can't handle both doing calculations and listening to music, but it does help me settle into the mood beforehand. All right, looks like it calms me.
Your favorite, not saving the Joe for the 1-2 on 2, but
I mean, it's Gunbane. I think I was talking with V2 a bit about these particular situations. It's a Gunbane, so it's not the best card to send back. You might need it for tempo, but I still think I would much rather 1+1 here. Not punished though.
Gets
not
lucky.
Punished.
Yeah.
Okay, and Excel the Drizzle here. Nice. Okay, that's what you like to see. Not seeing the worm crafting less good, but still, we're working through our deck. Increase our chances of seeing something good because our entire deck is good now. As Melon. As the buff dragon. I don't know why I'm using a Wii for. I don't identify with buff dragon players. I hate dragon, but I think it's just seeing the lower.
He hates gyms.
I just hate. I love the gym, but
only
if it's forest thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, puppet workout. Remember that's a great card.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
But no, I just mean that I despise the buff dragon deck specifically. But it's because lower screen, that always makes it's a natural bias. So to offset that bias, we should look at Osaf's turn now. I think it looks like he has the option to do scout double loot and convert a loot out of the thief, which is a pretty naturally strong play. And look, Osaf took some time to think about it, I think settled on the play, trade in the thief, of course, saves the scout. Which, not the easiest thing to get rid of here for Melon. Melon's gonna have to draw us the Kyrie. Alright, I want to Wormcraft the Olivia here. Or the Coral Spirit. Actually, the Coral Spirits are also fine. Yeah. Okay, now Mega Lorca. And get that Striker off the top. Just, is what Melon would be hoping for.
Yeah.
It's not
a Striker.
It's not luck if you call it, you just.
Yeah.
You
Zone's already watched this match. He already knows word for word, card for card, what's happening. Don't worry, guys. It's live. Trust us.
So, for Melon getting that ramp, he's at 5 play points, but now Osaf has the option to do his own ramp with his tech card.
I really want to see if Osaf ramps
him
here.
Hovering the Goddess of Compassion. With the evolve effect, it can give -2 to the enemy followers, letting him clear the Striker just enough.
Yeah, he fuses a loot here, but because he has first mate in hand, but he has the first mate in hand.
Using the loot with the Goddess of Compassion, I've never thought about how that can progress your game plan of 7 loots fused or played.
Yeah. And It is kind of
We know
funny.
it's a hot topic of discussion, right, Zones? I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, right? In the deck review and how awesome of a tech card it was. Even got OSAV that win, right? Coming through yesterday.
Yeah. And that's, you know, we haven't seen this deck be able to ramp this entire expansion basically, but you know, OSAV is going to show us maybe. In fact, there were a lot of situations where you playing for Metatron ramping going second was just not good enough, but OSAV didn't have the Rogers here, didn't have the better play really, so gonna show his tech card in action.
Yeah, it is interesting that in your best case scenario, you probably don't even need it, but it's just like if you don't draw all those cards, I guess, then at least you have the Goddess of Compassion as backup.
Well, Trick, I mean, we saw a game where OSAV actually won the game on the Goddess of Condemnation. That was in the highlights today, so we won't see that this time, unfortunately. Well, unless OSAV has to play this Loot Sword again, but, you know, let's just see how this turns out. No, I'm not trying to mess with any of the players.
He's
The
gonna
Invoke card being drawn again by one of our players. Gonna make it a little hard to answer some of the big dragon boards in the late game.
Yeah, we're gonna remember that OSAV does run 2 Mikhails as well. I remember yesterday, like, oh no, he drew it. And obviously, you don't want to see it, but it's lucky he still has one in his deck here. There's a Necklace, Storm, Wrecked combo potentially gonna come out here. OSAV's considering his options right now, but he's gonna go for it here and really start spamming out all these Marines now to deal with the board here that Melon does have set up, as well as building up these loots.
Yeah, I'm gonna deplete a lot of his boom balls this turn, I think.
Yeah.
So there's the voice line.
Let's wait for it. There it is. Got it.
Yeah, it's just you hear that so many times when playing this deck. Alright, it's a cycling.
Put audio on back for a minute as you just listen to that, you know, just constantly. Just to grace your ears.
What is it, 10 hours, Captain, we're out of boom balls, YouTube remix?
There's only one thing I listen to win my games.
Yeah, Captain, we're out of boom balls. Fortunately, for OSAV, does have the ability. Oh, actually chooses to leave up the. So OSAV actually choosing to get rid of as much defense on the board as possible. A little wary of Joe, but leaving 4 attack on the board still makes Joe dangerous. And
yeah, is that worth it?
Oh, the other consideration is that that is an already evolved follower.
Wait,
so
is that... Hold on. I think I might have just miscounted. All right, ignore me. Ignore me.
No, it's fine. I just don't think there's any way to get lethal at this point in the game. So I wasn't even thinking about it. The main consideration there is the fact that the dancer's already evolved, so it means Melon has to commit at least 1 play point to get more evolutions onto the board, and that is going to make it so that Melon's evolve game plan is a little bit slower. I'm not sure if it's worth it, because I don't think Melon would have wanted to really evolve that Mega Lorca Rider in the first place. But it is, you know, that's the idea behind playing like that. Sometimes it just looks a little counterintuitive, but I think that's the.
Melon getting great redraws. Without an Evo point though, the Coach Joe isn't online. I was almost wondering if you ever would like just play your Olivia and Sylvia there for 5 play points with the striker, so that you can have your Evo for Coach Joe with Slugger next turn. But still having a good amount of Storm in hand with the Alice, as well as the striker and the Grand Slam Tamer. So yeah, the Tears of Tribulation critical here to kind of get to a high health total for OSAV.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest patterns, because I believe OSAV is going to have to commit an Opulent, and then you have to think about Opulent before Tears, Opulent after Tears. You can actually, if you're going to play Opulent, I don't know if he started. I think he started the turn with 10 plus Rally. Opulent before Tears gets you an extra spell that the Opulent sees. Maybe he's trying not to play the Opulent though. Okay, now he is going to. So technically, I lost track of if he needed the Rally. I believe he didn't. So losing a spell effect that way, which is a little unfortunate, because that's a card you could draw.
No Invoke for Michael this turn means, since he has the 1 more in deck, maybe that he wasn't at 10. So that could be the ordering there.
Okay.
But yeah, no Coach Joe. I mean, no Rogers online means that even next turn, what could be some of the normal loot lethals might not be available to OSAV. But this is a clear, and he is back to 16.
Back to 16. So with 2 wards, not the most lethal. So 15 with the Joe. But I think Olivia and Sylvia is probably going to be the play here then.
I feel like you need that to set up the Joe, and then you can potentially even get some extra draws here, or just play plenty of Evolves and Storm, while still hopefully having enough in hand to activate your Joe on the following turn.
Yeah, and you see a little bit of frustration here from Osav, seeing that Osav not having had a chance to find Rogers, not having, so a lot of his lethal outs are limited, and that refill on the Evo points is going to be a problem. And because there's 8 play points, he even has the option to play the Twins, although Melon is eschewing that option right now because he is now tied on Evo points.
The similar situation to what Norris was in, right? Zones with on Osav's side, not having the Rogers and not being able to have that extra play point back and the damage come through. We even get to see Alice come out here now on Melon's side, where he can just go to set up this next turn win here with the Grand Slam coming through. And
it's gonna be this into the Gunbane, right? Get your board as wide and large as possible.
Yep.
And just committing that damage, making Osav really work to either try to win the game. Yeah, you're right. There is that extra Michael. Most people play 1, so I totally forgot about his construction, and so he did have to get that rally beforehand, which is unfortunate because he's losing effects that way. So
yeah. But that's the thing as well. We kind of expect Osav, right, to, again, we talked about it, and he even mentioned himself, right, he's big on changing up, like, the ratios, right, and the different techniques he's having here. And you wouldn't think, like, Michael ratio, what do you mean? But it is true, a lot of people are only being 1, or sometimes aren't even touching him anymore.
I think that card deserves to be ratioed. Jeez.
You see, Osav, they're going to try and use that Evo on the Barbaros for the clear. Doesn't have the Storm either, of course, because it wasn't be able to play it on that. It does have the Oculent, though, to try and clear as much as possible alongside some of the lit spells there. But, guys, I think this one might be curtains here for Osav, making Melon going to series point the way things are going.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna need to be at 15 health is what Melon can do in hand with the Striker and the Joe. And not knowing if there was another Grand Slam table, you want to be at really 16 or 17 to be safe.
Yeah, really wanted to see that Tears. I think like an ideal draw for Osav would have been Tears and the non-existent legendary kick to get the extra heal effect from the Opulent, but not gonna have that option. And this is an element. Is this actually? Yeah. With the second Joe in hand, yeah, it's. I do believe Melon has plenty of stats for this.
Yeah,
it was actually a little dicey on if he can meet the stat total, right? I guess Twins is enough for the second Joe.
He's also got the deal on the come down with the coach Joe, and that's gonna do it. They're the 5 coming through. Evo on the Joe for 7. Of course, that Storm damage with the Striker striking Osav down here. 2-0 on Melon's side now. Melon needs 1 more, and he was going to be taking down the fan favorite to win this year's West Region Contenders Cup. The pressure on Melon's end to get that 3-0 going, but Osav now has to go for the run back. I know he's got a huge amount of fan support for this one, but again, he's out of all the players he's up against, he's going against Melon. Again, we talked about how he's one of the most consistent players, especially this season. The fact they already had a big matchup before. Did Melon maybe discover Osav's kryptonite a little bit, guys, here in that round 1 matchup potentially?
I have to point out though, Osav, both the games for Osav so far, he's just been missing the kind of signature card for that matchup for the deck, right? And he didn't have the command for the Earthright into Loot Sword, didn't have the Rogers as sword into anything. So I mean that's a little unfortunate. This game though has turn 1 buff into I think a turn 2 worm crafting, so it's looking pretty. This is just like an average opener for Buff Dragon. Let's see. I think you Wormcraft away the Militant Mermaid here is the natural play. If you have to play Twins next turn, it's not the worst. I think there's also an argument for Wormcrafting away the Twins so you keep more buffs in hand, but having the option to heal with the Militant Mermaid later on in the game is definitely a non-trivial consideration. Melon, though, just going to be able to start churning out those clay golems.
Yeah, leaving a bit of a board. Gunbane's going to help some. The striker's drawn, so that could be played early. Also, though, going to have to consider, do you play a Joe here to try and fix your hand a little bit, maybe on like the Gunbane, or even the the striker, I guess, to get to the 4 buffs.
Exactly. There's
an
even
interesting choice.
There is even an argument for Joe away the striker. I think this is when this is not my kind of deck because I think so much about it. I think maybe the more, veteran players of this deck would be like, no, you never do that. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's an evolved striker. Hello? and that's my gut instinct, is that it's just you striker and you Joe away the Gunbane, you striker to trade, and then sure, you're at 3 buffs, but that's an Evo, and you're going first, so getting the Evo count is harder when you're going first. That's my hunch. For the logic behind that, I don't think you can ever play strikers or not strikers, twins or Kyrie here. Oh, just kidding. Twins is the play, and that is going to allow Usopp to have a much better next turn with that hand. So.
Yeah, kind of giving the best of all scenarios now, being able to have new targets for Joe and be able to get that striker and buffs all kind of collected in the hand. Usopp can have a really nice turn 4 now, but Melon, he's using this time to do more damage to Usopp's face and keep up a good-sized board.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like going all in on the Golem Lord generation there, though. I think I would have much rather seen one of the greens come out there. It uses the play points better, and he stacks up sigils for Levi, which is going to be a good way to continue his pressure. I think Golem Lord is something you do when you have nothing better to do, and I think Melon had a lot of better things to do there.
Maybe instead just wanting to get that, I guess, board presence right instead, just to keep that up and kind of pressure Osav a little bit there. And Osav does have plenty of options, of course, for the buffs now. You could look towards start playing out. I mean, as you said, Zones, right? There's an Evo potential there. Of course, striker Dion could be an option as well to increase that play point.
Gunbane first. Gunbane Dion striker is a clear. Without the extra golem, of course, there was the option for Joe away the Mega Lorca, and then Dion into Gunbane. That would have also been an option. But this is a pretty reasonable play here from Usopp, getting out the, I think now at 4 buffs in the deck, so that's the magic number.
Gruen dealing with this board perfectly. Gonna get the 3 sigils in play as well to meet the requirement.
I'm gonna see what Usopp gets for the turn. It's an Alice! No, that's not what he wants. Okay.
Well, he has the Karu though, right? To go for the search and Evo back as well. 2 play points, another search as well.
Yeah,
He's not be happy with the gun.
But he could have played the Tamer before the Kyrie. I mean, because he's going first, getting cards that are 6 buffed does matter. The D6 buff Dion recovers Evo points. Yep. And that is non-trivial when you're trying to find lethals with Joe. So now what does Usopp do? 2+2 here. Leave the Neophytes. 3+2.
Yeah, probably gonna have to, if you do that ordering, I think you'd have 6 buffs in the deck, but I'm pretty sure if he plays this first, he'll only have, is it 5 at this point?
Yeah, I wonder what he's looking for, that he doesn't want to play the Tamer first. Let me see, if he had played it the other way around, that would be an 11 defense Joe. That 1 point can make a lot of difference.
Yep, exactly right.
But, maybe I'm too focused on the particular one specific line here, so...
Looking at Melon's overall hand right now, too, there is a lot of damage here. The golems have been coming into play for Golem Lord and Levi. That's just his normal 9 damage. Picking up some of the Verdict rituals, there's extra damage in hand for Melon, too, even over normal. So with no healing options for Usopp at the moment, regardless of what he's doing, Melon's just really collecting the pieces to win this very soon.
Yeah. And just slams down the Golem Lord and can Evo face with the Golem Lord. That is so devastating. Usopp looking not a very strong reaction from Usopp, but I think the momentum is escaping from him. He's got to find something to even out this match.
No healing in the hand yet, and Alice can't draw. This is looking very bad for Usopp.
Remember,
possibly gonna even have to.
He's in Levi range. The Neophyte last words. Kyrie and hope to see a Coral Spirit. I think that's it. And if you can Coral Spirit away that Neophyte, you can do a lot of disruption. Oh.
All right.
Come on, look, guys, look. I
What is
swear.
happening? I swear it's a West region thing. I swear. It's you two guys. Chris does it. I swear I remember Noah and Hishiro doing it as well earlier in the year. He's like, oh, just pull the card. Bang, the player pulls the card. Every single time. I don't know why it happens, guys, but it does. It makes it more entertaining, though, because with the Coral there, we'll be able to banish away the Neo.
Oh, but I think he needed a striker off the second search, though, because I believe he's currently at 3 Evos. He'd really like to hit 5 Evos. So he has another chance to see a striker off this Alice.
See the striker.
No!
Not the lucky this time. The caster curse is not going to give him the striker he needs. Not even going to be able to clear this board at this point. Going to leave up one of these followers. So with Levi and the follower on the board, that's probably going to be the game. There is a way to generate sigils in hand with fusing.
It's just...
Wow,
this play works if Melon doesn't have the sigil generation in hand, but as Caster Vision shows us,
he definitely
has
does.
it.
And I do want to highlight as well, I believe, Zones, if I'm not mistaken, this is the only time I've actually seen Osab's one of Oracle with his deck right and it's the worst timing in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Melon is going to take down Sonar 5's Osab 3-0 in the losers semi-finals. Melon moves on. Osab, the fan favorite, has been eliminated from this year's West Region Contenders Cup. And it was just Melon 3-0. It wasn't even like a series 3-1, 3-2, 3-0 in a series we saw before that went down to the wire.
Yeah, wow. You know, the storyline, I guess, is V2 3-0'd all his games yesterday, loses a close 2-3, and Melon fought hard for every match yesterday, gets a 3-0 into the next thing. So a lot of switching around in terms of momentum. Maybe someone played the Uno reverse card on all our players or something.
Yeah, that was a great match to watch. It makes me wonder how many of our fans' prediction brackets are still intact with the top 3 that's currently in place. Thinking about it, I'm pretty excited now because either way, it's either going to be a rematch of V2 and Nautilus that we just saw, or it's going to be a rematch of the February Cup where Melon and Nautilus were the finalists in the first cup of the season. So it'd be like the finalists in the first coming back to play it out as the finalists in the last cup. So kind of a little bit of a turnaround there. So either way, gonna have a wonderful rematch for you guys. Seeing the bracket here, we're looking at the loser's side. Osav, he made it by taking out Rag, who had taken out Vision, to this most recent match, but it wasn't enough when Melon took out Calby, Meme Legends, and then eventually Osaf as well to claw his way into the top 3 here. Going to be going up against V2 next, and whoever wins this is going to face Nautilus in the finals.
Yep, and you see this upper bracket, Nautilasu making it through a gauntlet with Yoon Calby into Osaf, and then facing one of the favorites of the entire event, V2, in a close 3-2. In fact, Nautilasu, after his first round, fought a lot of 3-2s to get here, and now sitting here waiting for the other players to fight for the right to challenge him in the grand finals.
Guys, we have 2 matches left here today for the Shadowverse Open West Contenders Cup, West Region Day 2. 3 players left, of course, we're talking about with fan favorites, right? We've got Disastrous V2, you know, the Twitch chat fan favorite, at least on the main Shadowverse Open stream. You know, we've got Nautilusu, who apparently has got a huge Japanese support. A lot of Japanese players giving support, and a lot of support was in the Dawnbreaker side of things, and of course, the Disaster side of things for the V2 as well. And then, of course, a Melon and a Dream, right? Which I know the guys watching the stream over on Saturn's Co stream are definitely behind as well. So we've got 3 huge different fan groups, 3 huge players left playing for this final prize, guys. We have the losers finals and the grand finals left here for Contenders Cup, and also a little something at the end of that one as well. So we're going to go to a short break, guys. When we return, the last 2 matches of the season, of the year, for the Contenders Cup and for Shadowverse Open. Don't go anywhere. will come out.
Maybe a flex, because I think with 2 flags, it's guaranteed to clear everything anyway. Okay.
Yeah, so gonna start chucking out the extra damage now. Here with extra flag and the damage to face if he wants there to rack up round number 1 there for V2 from Team 9. On our side though, that it is going to be there. Big lead of damage coming through with the double Crimson Sorcery. He's going to give Nautilus that tied up 1-1. The first player in Contenders Cup to finally make V2 bleed here. Going to make it 1-1 the dirt race Nautilus. You can see the sigh of relief on Nautilus's end there, getting that
lethal, because Tanzanite, you can Tanzanite fuse the Academy into Verdelia, play Verdelia, and then evolve her. I believe that should be enough.
Turn 6 and only 5 play points on the side of V2, and I mean, you were trying to warn us, right, Trick, the whole time. It knows this Haven deck that he's bringing, right? It's absolutely scary. He's so comfortable on it there. V2 not entirely impressed with that.
But the
Possibly gonna run out of time though on this turn.
Oh my goodness, V2, you know, in your interview, V2 said he loves making annoying boards, and does it get more annoying than this?
Did he have enough time to actually run everything in? You can see he's not happy about it.
Oh no, the Spell Scourger and the flags would have cleared it all and with the right pings, but
yet it might be. Okay,
yeah,
this is
a turn or 2, but it is looking like that's 12 to face the Levi.
12 plus 9. Wow.
With the fireball that comes in onto nose as well. We said it was all down to that one turn again. This is the first game. Winners final is coming through. The Colossal summoning as well. The Genesis Dragon for that extra insult injury to wrap this one up. 2-2. Vita's going to make one up at the moment.
It's just
counting.
He does have.
And Nautilus knows he has it. It's gonna be 2 flags after Tidal Gummer. That's 4 damage each, plus the 2 damage from Rogers. He put his hands in the air at the start of the turn. He knew he could get punished if there was 5 healing, but with just 3, Nautilus is gonna take out V2, the fan favorite, and be moving forward into the winners finals.
God's
great shift looms. The myriad hues of a new order emerge, pouring over the land of the living. A warrior's resolve, brilliant as the dawn. The scorn of a distant paradise, promising vivid but hollow miracles. The cool flame of ambition, burning with desire for truths unknown. Faint but enduring hope, crimson as a rose, blooming proud amidst the storm. Lead to me, but no two are paved with the same color. Order shift. Change is our constant companion.
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shadowverse Open West Contenders Cup, day 2 of 2 here for the 2023 season. We have 2 best of 5s left, the losers final and the grand finals here for you guys. We've got Disastrous V2 taking on Melon. The winner of that who will go up against Dawnbreaker's Nautilus. The loser goes in with the third place prize. That's pretty good as well for these guys. They're local prizing money on the line still. Baz, Trick, and Zones to bring you all the action here still. I believe I better have a quick look at the brackets before we get on to the finals for you guys as we get ready for this one. No favorites or anything, guys, but how are we feeling going into our last 2 matches of the day?
Feeling good. I was really surprised to see Osop get taken out just before the break. Really shows you the caliber of all of the players here today. We thought like V2 and Osop were going to be favorites, but as we can see, Melon and Nautilus definitely holding their own and showing that they're equal competitors here. Excited to see Nautilus, the February Cup winner, the winner of the first event, coming back here at the end to show he's still got it at the end of the season in his rookie season, as we said. But also really excited to see Melon and V2 kind of duke it out for that second spot, jumping here to the losers bracket. Whichever of these players loses next is out of the tournament, and they're going to have to take out Nautilus twice if they want to take the crown. So, yeah, a lot ahead of them.
Yep, we're in for some content, and I mean, I don't want to. I mean, a little ahead of ourselves. This match is also going to be pretty hotly contested. I mean, Melon and V2 both playing the meta decks. Their decks are pretty close to each other in terms of composition. I mean, if you were to pop quiz me on what the difference is, I'd be like, I don't know, like 3. Not even a card, just a number. And I mean, so it's pretty much just a pure skill matchup with some draw order mixed in, and we're gonna see how these players manifest that.
Because we're gonna get the matchup now, guys, because we are just about ready to jump into our losers final. I want to pop quiz you guys, but I do want some quick thoughts on some of the deck stuff and then the players coming to this one, guys. Because V2, big veteran player, started off super strong in day 1, undefeated, only lost his first couple matches today, and of course it's dropped him down, unfortunately, now the losers final. Melon side, however, since the beginning, right, day 1, has been scratching and clawing his way through player after player after player to get himself now the second last up before the grand finals. Where are we feeling that the chips might fall here?
definitely feeling good for well, both of these players. Feeling good for Melon because he has a lot of momentum, getting a lot of wins after his first loss against Osab. V2 having his first loss recently might stick with him a little bit, but I like V2's lists a lot, and I like his play today. It's been very well done, so maybe leaning a little bit towards V2 here, but also kind of hoping that Melon could get the win just for that rematch of the February Cup Finals.
Yeah, I'm not sure I liked how you said well done, because, you know, well done synonymous with overcooked, and I definitely hope V2 is not overcooking just yet. Gotta save some of the fuel in the stove for matches to come if he wins this. But, you know, maybe you just have to throw it all at everything. And in fact, speaking of throwing it all, there he goes. That hand is not good. Even though he does have to go first card. And oh my god, that is an insane opener from V2.
Completely turned it around in a mirror match. Things like this Nightly Thief are going to be huge, ahead on the board and also going to be ahead on the loot count.
My goodness, 1-2 opener. Not a lot of things Melon can do to just negate this start. Melon, in fact, going for the Tony again. Not going to see a Rogers. He is behind in so many ways here, and what is V2 going to do? Is he going to go for the double loot play here? So Scout plus Blade, run the Night Thief in, play the Rush, draw 2 is an option. It could also...
Yeah, that Tony is very interesting. You need to see your Rogers, but it's so bad on board compared to the Penguin Punisher.
Mm-hmm. There's the Penguin Punisher to try to, you know, use the Scout next turn to sort of like negate some of the advantages here. In this position, I think holding onto the Duelist makes some sense. He like, as a last resort, Melon might have to just evolve the Duelist to wipe out V2's board, because, I mean, what else is he going to do? And V2 showing his confidence, going to go for the Tempo Title Gunner. And is he going to go heal the Nightly Thief here? Of course he does. That is so many loots processed. That means that, you know, if V2 has a target for that Scout in hand next turn, he is very far ahead. But Melon's hand has a lot of potential. Oh, another miss on the Tony. And, you know, Tony, I hate that guy. I just want to say.
He's not pulling through.
He's not him.
So here, wouldn't let me mate him. What's going on? This sucks.
Do you play the Scout here with 3 loots to do 3 damage to the face and get 3 draws? That's 5 more damage on the board.
You cannot play all 3 loots with the Scout, however.
Oh, it's true, because the Gunner is going to ping this Tony before you can play the second blade.
Yeah, but you could play another Scout here. But I don't think V2 has to. He's going to be most likely, I think it's you develop the Penguin here if you're for V2. But, you know, maybe he really wants to find a Barbaros. I think he's just hoping that to count, because, yeah, like, Penguin or play the Boots.
You know, if he wants to surprise everyone, he could just accelerate Rogers. I mean,
you know, that I've always wondered if players ever bluff another Rogers in hand by doing that. But yeah, he actually does go for the second Scout. Really wants to dig toward a Barbaros. Gets the extra draw. I really like that sequencing, because if he had just played the Boots and didn't find another 1-drop, you know, that's kind of a wasted card that he could have seen. So yeah, looking for first mate, looking for Barbaros, so realizing that he doesn't quite have everything he needs. This board is going to get negated by this Duelist. But is that enough for Melon to get a foothold in this game? Melon's hand is also quite strong, but missing a certain card. I think we've been saying his name a lot. Maybe if we say his name some more, he'll show up for Melon.
Say it 3 times in the mirror at 3 a.m. He might show up. Maybe, I don't know. I've heard that's an urban legend or something to get him this board in. But Melon already taken 11 damage, right, to face, and then seeing Rogers come out. That's gonna hurt a little bit. We've been trying to dig and search for that for so long. Is V2 gonna get an early victory here, guys? Because it seems it's only 1-2 turns away, maybe even if that, and V2's gonna run away with game 1.
Yeah, well,
he also has generated a significant amount of loot cards, and so he's going to be able to get some pretty early lethals, even if he's hovering.
Scourger, he is rally 7 now, right? Because he had 5 followers on board. So I believe Scourger gets her first damage bump at 7 rally, so Scourger is worth 4 damage here. 2 loots is another 3 damage left. on Melon's face. He needs to heal and negate this board. How is he gonna do it? That's not a Rogers.
Probably gonna have to even play a gunner here just to get a little bit of health. Saves you from like losing to a Juliet or something at least, but not what you want to see.
Heals to that all-important 5 threshold, still drawing, finds a Rogers.
And it's no back, but it's a bit late.
Can't control his hand size, but better late than never, I suppose. Maybe. Send in the troops here for V2. Drawn off the top, has a lot of cards he can send away. Might start with sending the twins away, for example. That is not a, or he could just start with drawing with the twins. He is ahead by so much, but you know are a lot of useful cards in Melon's hand. Maybe this little break in the action is going to give Melon what he needs to climb his way back into the game. It is so close right now.
Right?
The Rogers, not the Barbaros, is able to find it. Very clear the title gunner at least, but another 3 to face. So the gates had Goblet from earlier, and kind of you guys were mentioning that Juliet range, right? Then the Barbaros draw.
Well, that's okay. He already has another Barbaros in hand.
But even still, that's still your
Even
professional term.
Just trying to figure out how Melon can like navigate this to heal enough. If he had a Tears, it would be nice. The Tears of Tribulation could help him heal a lot, but at this point, dead to like almost any card, dead to 2 loots at this point with if one's a flag, and almost already having the 7 requirement for V2.
Definitely has to commit the second. Yeah, I'm forced to commit to this, and you know, if V2 somehow gets that Barbaros with the loot, I mean, I don't think it's possible necessarily, but he doesn't need the loot for Barbaros now. But Barbaros Enhance is just a lethal for V2 in this situation.
Duelist is 2 damage.
Duelist is 2. First mate. Duelist plus first mate plus 2 loots, but first mate needs to be evolved with this hand. It is so close. I think there's Opulent Duelist and Opulent First Mate. Dude, I don't know. I can't calculate. We don't have enough play points.
So if you play first mate and you play the flag, then you can just accelerate Rogers, play the last loot after Duelist. That's actually 7 damage. So it is lethal.
You're right. V2 is calculating the lines.
He's looking like he might have seen it here. The flag gonna come out now with all Evo being held onto with the Rogers accelerate. As Trick had just mentioned here, who's going to come through? There's the spell, the Evo on Duelist. V2 gets first blood here in our losers final. Round 1 with that loose sword in that mirror matchup. Melon is unfortunate, man. He was digging and digging right for that Rogers, unable to find it. And while he's trying to do that, he's just getting so far behind, right? Tempo-wise, health-wise. He's able to come back a little bit there, which is really cool to see. But unfortunately, you know, with that climb back, it wasn't enough. V2 already having what was needed to get the victory. The Spartacus showing thing is kind of funny. That's so amazing, by the way. That's kind of ironic to see that one. Very classic. If you're a new player, go look up what Spartacus did back in the day. It's pretty funny. But there we are going to get the loot sword into Dirt Rune matchup here. Of course, like we said, V2 having that momentum lead now. Going 1-0. He's got a bit of breathing room here. And again, we're going to check out these zones here. They're looking at the mulligans here. What should we expecting to see, hopefully, from these guys?
Yeah, so V2 actually, Celestial Command we mentioned is really nice in the sword matchup, but V2 has that go first card, meaning he's seeing fewer cards that he can fuse, and so he's actually choosing to full toss that hand. He wants proactive cards. I think that V2's hand would have been great going second, pre-mulligan, but going first, it's too slow. Melon, keeping a bit, I think he held on to Scout and 1-drop. Scout is a key. Scout plus the Sen, rather, is what I mean. But he does get the Seeker to make sure that he has a strong start to his game as well. So we are off to the races, gentlemen.
Yeah, pretty surprised, honestly, to see the Send in the troops get kept. Usually I would just throw it back and hope to draw into one of the cards it would search without having to use the play point. But Melon, I think, just not getting the cards he wanted in the last game, wanting to have any way to ditch the wrong cards and find the right cards.
Yeah, it does seem like Melon's playstyle for this deck is really focused on finding the key cards in the deck, and that's not necessarily the sort of apex of playing Loot Sword. I think there's definitely an element to Loot Sword where you have to be able to adapt to what you get and play from there, but you know, Melon's hand is looking really good this game. He has the first mate, has the Rogers, and also has a scout. So those are 3 of the most important early game elements. Is a little behind on loot generation, but surely he can draw some cards that make up for it.
The fact that Tony even found the Rogers right in the first place this game is really important. Again, we just saw game 1 what happened when he's trying to search for it. And of course, with that turn 2 start, he's even going to get the early Rogers Evo. So, as you mentioned, right, Zone, really great start. It's just some of those loot cards. But, I mean, he's got the Deep Sea. He's got the Stormade if he needs it. Tears is there now as well. Nice little spot to have just in the back pocket for the moment, just in case we'll need it.
Wow.
And the Juliet, he's gone full aggressive.
Realizing that going second, he is likely going to have to commit to that. Ooh, you don't like to see that as V2. You just played your Mind Control Mage, which doesn't give you drawing into the Celestial Command, which would have given you the ability to draw off the Mind Control Mage. And not to mention the Mind Control Mage overwrote the Sweet Defender Golem. Sorry, that was quite the mouthful, but that was just a few things that not necessarily going ideally for V2.
V2 didn't even accelerate his Golem Lord the previous turn, knowing he needs these sigils. Is he saving it for something like the double Levi, and didn't think he could afford to get rid of an extra sigil for the Golem?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly it, right? He has 3 Levi's in hand, and no ways to generate sigils, right? So if he wants to use 2 Levi's, for example, he's going to have to. He can't use up any more sigils. But with the command drawn, it's tempting. It is slightly tempting to try to tempo this command, for example, then trade over a 1/2 with the Mind Control Mage. Slightly annoying board, but obviously not like the most difficult board to deal with. Hovering a Levi here looks like he may just want to try to, because it is going to be difficult to play all 3 Levi's. Going to tempo a Levi and an unorthodox play for sure, but he's committed to racing now. Does not have a good enough hand to keep playing the game.
Roger's going to be able to heal up that 2 damage easily. Melon, though, not jumping right onto it. Okay, now he's ready to play the Rogers, thinking about what he can follow it up with. The first mate and the Rogers together is going to get you plenty of loot cards for a win condition, so maybe we'll see a little bit of draw eventually. Yeah, it's going to be the Scout probably to draw here to help find some of those key cards like Gunner and Barbaros to finish this out.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking very, very good for Melon already. He has basically insane amounts of healing lined up in his hand, has the Rogers set up, first mate Tears, right? Like, it's just so much healing. Also has the Goblet, under no pressure to use it. Although also fine using it this turn for Scout plus 2 loots. So, and then because of that massive rally generation, that feeds into more healing off the Opulent in hand and through a Tidal Gunner. So these are the cards he needs. The only thing he's worried about is if he's...
Barbaros too.
Okay, well,
everything he needed.
Everything is coming up Melon this game. And V2 is under the gun. Maybe not yet. Maybe in a few turns.
Yeah, I mean, V2 with the Levi's and things, though, that's just a ton of damage on their own. Back-to-back Levi with the extra Crimson Sorcery is his own lethal minus any healing. We know that Melon has the Tears and Opulent, but like in a case that he didn't, V2's close to setting up his win conditions too, so definitely not out of the game. And having his own ways of reducing the damage effects with the Celestial Command, like he's going to be able to have ways to answer Melon's late game too, so... Yeah, both of these players very much in it. Gonna have to try and find ways to make each other's plays awkward and, yeah, find a way to pull ahead. It is gonna be that second Levi.
I think he just has to YOLO it from this spot because, I mean, if there is healing, which we know there is, he is unfortunately doomed. But he has to play the check here, right? To use some chess lingo, has to put Melon in check because without doing it, Melon has way more free range to do everything else he wants.
So we've seen one of our players win with triple Levi already on day 1 of the stream. Melon, is he going to be remembering that and be worried, or just not even consider it, taking his time here? We know he needs to do some amount of healing, at least 2, to not be dead on the next turn.
Yeah. I think he's just looking at what his best combo play with the Tears of Tribulation is. Tears into first mate, Tears into first mate cuts into his damage potential because then he needs to make room on the board, but I think he settled on Tears into first mate just being so incredibly strong because, like, if your opponent plays a tempo Levi into another Levi, I think it with only a few cards in the hand. I mean, Melon knows about the. I actually don't know if Melon knows about the Golem Lord. Does know about the Celestial, I believe, and the Crimson Sorcerer. So with 2 cards known, there's not a lot that of card variety in V2's hand that could be a problem here. And so, yeah, I might be wrong on which cards Melon clearly knows about, but yeah, so like 16 is a life total that's very difficult for V2 to undermine, and V2 is just completely out of gas here. I mean, not completely, but you know, like not lacking in the gas required to win the game, and so.
What options are you maybe consider here, right? Is it like, because again, we do have the Golem Lord, right, as as an option that could come down here, but I mean, what else could you do alongside that? I mean, there is a bit of search. He goes right with the Familiar's pack, gets the mind control, which isn't really going to be a great choice. Gets the Future Celestial at least to search again, and he gets Colossal. So
the critical interaction here is just that V2 didn't play the Celestial, which is the only card in here that keeps Melon from winning immediately this next turn, I believe. I think Melon is certainly at 7 loot, so he just has a 2 loot with a Tidal Gunner angle.
Let's see, right?
So Melon, he does have lethal here. He's the only, even if he's at 6 loot, he could still play the Penguin Punisher to get the 7th and then fuse 3. And then at that point, he can still play Barbaros into Gunner into 2 flags. So we'll see if he finds it, because if he only has 4 loot played, he is actually going to have to do that complex pattern of Penguin Punisher, fuse 3, and then follow it up with the other followers. I think he has at least 4 played, but I don't know if it's 5. Instead, playing the Tidal Gunner first, there's probably a way to make this work.
Yeah, 5.
Okay,
6,
so he
7.
was at 4, so that the Penguin line you said Twig would have been. Is he gonna?
This works out too, because Barbaros can just evolve, kill both wards, and you have Seeker of Love in hand.
Yep, look at that, Juliet, ready to go alongside the flags, and now we are going to see even up, guys. We're going to have a series on our hands here again. Going to be 1-1. The Melon against V to the Evo of Juliet. They're going to be that plus an extra damage needed to get the win there against Dirt Rune. So both players now winning with the Loot Sword, Dirt Rune, and Buff Dragon, of course, left available to them. So a great game they're coming out from Melon. The difference, right, I'm seeing that Rogers early on compared to wasn't be able to have it in game number 1. Looks like the guys might have a bit of a short breather between their go into the next match. Remember, V2 played a whole series, of course, earlier on. Melon as well. Or yesterday had played a maximum amount of games all throughout day 1 as we jump now into game number 3 in this best of 5 when it goes to the grand finals. It's going to be the Buff Dragon Mirror.
Yeah.
Wow, a lot of mirrors today. Getting rid of both sword decks means that these players still have the same 2 decks left, kind of just the new best of 3 after the reset.
V2 getting to go first card again, but it didn't pay off last time. This hand, the 1/1 striker, not ideal. Melon, Joe without any cards to train, also not ideal. Both decks are going to need a little bit of work to get up there. Immediately plays a Gunbane, not getting value, but just has to start training, and Melon draws an academic card for his Joe, so that he's going to be able to play some buff. He has at least the Worm Crafting, and he will be ready to play the game. And we're going to see a Dion here from V2, so his deck is also ready, but really low on card count in his hand there for V2. Melon, draws a Dion. That is not what he would like to see. Now he has a decision between a Worm Crafting here and a Dion. The Dion here at least keeps him from falling behind on board, which is non-trivial. Actually chooses to send back the Dion, which is going to give V2 some chances here to come ahead on board. What is V2 going to do with this? Draws a Kyrie. Not great for 2 more turns. Could see the tempo Kyrie, which is not ideal for V2 since it cuts into the number of ways he gets to increase his hand size, but I talked to V2 how he plays this, and he likes to just make sure he has the tempo, and really effective against this Dion play from Melon. Melon is falling really far behind on tempo, and V2 he's the kind of player who's looking to capitalize on that.
Yeah, V2 suddenly drawing into a lot of important buffed cards, turning things around when his hand was significantly smaller. That the Kyrie almost the best draw there, it seems, both refilling the hand and putting pressure on the board. We're seeing V2 run farther ahead with that. Melon gonna need to draw into a Gunbane or something to be able to clear 3 followers on the next turn.
Yep, and V2 has hit that 4 buff threshold, whereas I think Melon is only at 3 right now, chooses to play a Kyrie, and in fact, Melon had no buff cards in hand, plays one now, doesn't even have the option to play this Grand Slam before evolving, so that means if he gets another academic card, not another academic card here, at least for him.
Another Kyrie.
Getting 3 of those this turn is not what you want to see. You want to get some of the real payoffs.
Yeah, I mean, he really would really like to see a striker. He still has a chance to see one here. Another dancer, so Melon has plenty of cards, but and you know, at least as a Coral Spirit decided to put a little bit of dent in V2's aggression here, but V2 is just gonna keep pouring on the pressure. In fact, can he?
Interesting. Now though, VP's hand shrinking again. Gonna have the Alice to turn that around later, but Melon with the Draziel, maybe that's gonna become very relevant soon to restore the health and deal with the board if he can survive the next turn.
Now V2 saving this last striker in hand because he is currently at 2 Evos. That is going to allow him to get to the 3rd Evo off the striker to draw off the Alice. So important setup there, but you know, V2 having to commit a manual Evo there opens up the Twins to be a relevant card here. Melon's still only at 3 buffs in his deck though, I believe. So would really like a chance to play a buff card and then the Twins, but then can't really play a Kyrie with that. So he is going to play the Twins and risk an overdraw. Overdrawing another Twins. I think he might have liked to see that.
Lucky.
Yeah, I'm wondering what you would play first, because he could have always played like a Grand Slam Tamer.
Yeah.
I mean,
still
maybe
clear
the
the board.
here he's thinking just to get the health back, get a banish, and just hold on. It sucks though, right? Because you guys saying, right, it's not pushing toward the game plan of getting the buffs in, but at least he clears the board, at least he gains back a decent amount of health, and he's probably also looking at V2's hand and being like, well, hang on, that's only a couple cards in hand here at the moment. I might actually be able to get away with holding on for the moment. The Mermaid actually being Evo for the draw on Alice. So these possibilities can be.
Yeah, and so V2 really relying on these top decks. Oh, not drawing any card draw. His Dragoncraft class is really letting him down here. Is he gonna Sandstorm here just to wipe out this board?
Might have to.
Might have to, but I don't think so. That doesn't fall into his philosophy of annoying boards. I think he would rather try to find a way to preserve this Alice. I mean, she's not gonna be likely to survive. I mean, he's thinking about it, maybe, but you know, if he's being realistic about it, the Alice never survives, so maybe he just has to. Yep, there it is. Definitely, just taking the time. Not a lot of complex decisions to make, and he is so far behind on resources. Melon just needs to draw into a little more healing, and he will be very secure. But Melon, you know, still is on 3 buffs in his deck. V2's been so aggressive that Melon still hasn't had a chance to play that 4th buff. Just been playing neutral card after neutral card.
Maybe just tucked out that Grand Slam that he already
There's
had.
number 4. Yeah.
But at least it is going to be that extra buff that he needs right now, and he's begun. So that's 5, I believe now, +5. So a fair bit to Grand Slam Part 2.
Yeah.
So
just
nice big board.
What does V2 needs some plus cards here, and that is not one either. But does get at least 3 damage off this Olivia and Sylvia. Could be
probably gonna want to save those for like a possible Coach Joe top deck to be able to have enough stats on the followers. I'd be surprised if these come out. It's gonna make your future draws go down in quality.
Right, it is true. I mean, he's at the point where a Joe top deck is enough to close out the game that it's not worth committing the buffed striker, and he's just hoping the top of this deck delivers now. But
so this turn you could do evolve Kyrie into Draziel and kind of restore the health. Might be a good play for Melon to kind of, I mean, that would I mean, that's still kind of loose. I don't know. It just barely gets out of the range of Joe plus Striker. So it doesn't get out of the range of Joe plus double Striker, but Melon doesn't know about that.
Yeah.
To be someone's hope too.
If that 1-1 Striker goes the distance, Melon draws his own Joe. That's going to complicate his decision making because he really wants to convert these Joes.
Save that Evo point.
But okay, he commits, and I like this. You have to make sure you live long enough to win on your own. Militant Mermaid going to
be big for him.
Mm-hmm. And I kind of want to just see him run out of Gunbane here. I mean, oh no, okay, never mind. Drizzle is the bigger healing. Never mind. Yeah, of course. But I was thinking Gunbane Mermaid if that's out of range of Joe because of the stickier wards. Coral Spirit off the top for V2.
And you can use that to just kind of get rid of that. The Drizzle is out straight away. Remember, Melon's only running one. This is the normal run now as well, and can't be targeted. Big ward, help clear. Again, it's not going to get him draw, but it helps deal with what's on the board, which is going to be good for V2 for a little bit longer. But Olivia off the top.
That is going to put so V2 could afford to play a slow turn because Melon was out of Evo points. Would have basically needed to have Dion, Joe, and a Striker to punish from that spot, which is a pretty strong. I mean that's just not that likely of a 3-card combination. But now Melon gets a full turn, recovers these Evo points, and go face with the Alice. V2 has
been able to play another Alice afterwards. That's going to be significant damage.
And has to
play Coach Joe as well with the Mermaid for healing.
Yeah.
So many options.
Mermaid into the 5/8 Joe looks insanely strong. That's a lot of wards. That's getting the damage that would be hard to convert. And all but locked up here for Melon. V2, I don't know if he has outs. It would require quite the series of top decks. Maybe start with an Alice. Okay.
That's something.
Striker into a Dancer. The Dancer can draw Alice or Joe here.
Yeah, maybe just look at the lineup to see.
That is neither of those cards, and that is going to be another defeat here for V2. Not even committing the Evolve because he knows he can't win without it. And
yeah, he's just gonna surrender it. Just like, you know what? I'm out. I didn't care. Hit the 3 lines to get me out. And Melon, one away from Melon getting to the grand finals. And guys, well, I mean that game was just all over the place, right? Like V2 seemed to be the one in the lead for a while. Melon was the one trying to catch up a bit there, but V2 just ran out of resources, right? The Atlas draw wasn't able to really get him much at all. He ran out of those resources fairly quickly, and now Melon's only one away from taking out the losing finals. Again, V2, the other second favorite, right, to take this one out. Now in the danger zone, gonna stop the dirt ring. He's like, all right, above Dragon game, bad luck. Get me out of that one. And I want to get this dirt rune mirror out of the way, and hopefully bring it to 2-2.
Yeah, I mean V2 also having had the go first card every game this match, I believe, and just unfortunately not having the draws to convert it. I think his plays, bias jokes aside, I think his plays have been pretty reasonably good. I haven't had the chance to think about if some of them aren't the best, but definitely just not having the chance to really get the deck to cooperate. So. The go first card is cooperating. This hand looks reasonable so far from V2. Melon has the turn 1 Neophyte. Could really okay. Melon's hand also looks pretty good. Neither player has the Golem Lord, but that's just one dimension of this matchup, and we're playing like 5D. Well, not chess, Earthright here. So
excited to see a non-Golem Lord game. I feel like it's been so prevalent in a lot of our matches. I guess it's either that or it's Levi Turbo. But yeah, with both of these players having, V2 just got his copy of Levi, but without as many copies of them, maybe we can see some more interesting lines and decision making from them.
Yeah, I mean, there was already a decision there, right? Playing the Mind Control Mage, which would have been a little better for play point usage versus playing the Familiars Pack there to try to draw for a card that's just better. And V2 kind of suffers from not having a way to use all of his play points, but it's not that big of a problem. Mind Control Mage also drawn for Melon. These hands look almost the same from each player, just a couple of cards different. You like to see that when players are working with similar resources, having to figure out how to navigate the game state from there, and just really play it out. Yeah, V2 this is like that situation where you have to decide whether or not you play the Undying Witch. Gets the Undying Witch out. Hopefully, it just draws into more cards that don't draw cards. I think he's a little bit frustrated with what his deck has been giving him. And at the end of the day, you can't do much better than that. Is going to play Outdoors Mages to generate the sigils. Not ideal. And you know, one of the reasons I think some players don't play the maximum number of this card. But I mean, what else can he do? He has to get sigils out. He has to just. But and on the other hand, Melon does not hesitate to augment away. I like that idea of playing, which is if you have a card that draws cards and it's going to affect how you play your turn, play that card immediately so you can have more time to think about it. I don't, as for the specific play, we can debate whether or not that was necessarily the best play, but this Golem gonna give V2 a target. Finally sees Celestial Command. Sorry, Trick, I think you wanted to get a word in edgewise.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, he's been holding on to that Mind Control Mage for a long time, probably specifically to hopefully draw like this, and finally rewarded for doing so.
And I might even, if I'm V2, play this Pascal here. Maybe he already fused, and so it's a little awkward because it doesn't have the sigils, but you just need to see more cards, but that uses up all your sigils. You have 3 Levi's in hand, so he's calculating whether or not he can afford to use that Pascal here.
You have any option, right, to see if we can maybe get the draw off up, because it's going to burn up the sigils there, and look at the health, obviously, being at full health already. We're looking to see what he can draw out of it. Alpha Mage going to try and stack up the sigils and hold on to the Pascal and hold on. Of course, he's got that triple Levi, so you're thinking he can maybe do something tricky with that in a couple turns.
Yeah. I mean, one of the weaknesses of this deck is that your healing is on very specific cards, and you might not always draw it. And I think we saw that happen to V2 in the upper bracket, and V2 is probably just banking on this triple Levi to do that to Melon here. Melon is going to go ahead and play out this green, building up his stacks and getting a little bit of sigil progress, but Melon's hand does also look quite slow, does not have the Celestial, and the Neophyte top deck for V2 is pretty significant. Going to allow him to gain more resources, refill draws, giving him some more options, which always good here. But I think V2, this is difficult. I don't know if V2 is going to play the Neophyte or the Sorcery.
Yeah, maybe just the Neophyte just to make sure he has that. The chance of actual magical sentiment, right, to get that stack going and the augmentation if he needs that draw. I mean, even looking to fuse as well, potentially considered it. He's going to give it a couple seconds before he ropes this turn to see if he goes to that fusion or not.
Right, because right now he's looking at 3 sigils out here.
Yeah.
If he fuses one, he's at 4, which means he can get enough sigils on the next turn. This is a very heavy commit if he goes for it. But the idea is just that because he's at 3 sigils right now, he wants to make sure he ends the turn. He wants to make sure, 1, he's not forced to trade in the Neophyte, and 2, he wants to end the turn on at least 1 sigil, because if you end the turn on blanks, then you have a hard time playing out using your cards. So Melon going to play the Golem Lord. I mean, that is one of the signature cards in this deck, but is it good enough? It's not healing.
Yeah, with just 3 damage and being easily answered by the Levi, V2's going to be setting up even more damage. He can double fuse over the next couple turns to set up the next Levi, and he even has augmentation as an option to full clear here if he wants to delay one of the Crimson Sorceries, which he is at the liberty to do.
I think it might be Familiar's Pact augmentation, and then you can fuse away one of the cards you draw here. You can also augmentation before Familiar's Pact and see what you draw, but plenty of time to think about this line. Just want to make sure you don't end on 0 sigils here. So this kind of locks into playing. Okay, play the Familiar's Pact. Okay, the ordering there, of course, I think I've discussed, changes what kind of cards you're more likely to see. So playing Familiar's Pact last means he sees more Earthright followers. Okay,
Pascal's not bad, but I mean, again, doesn't have the sigil set up at the moment, right? So.
Yeah. Melon knows that there's at least 6 damage for 2 play points in V2's hand. So at this point, he's going to leave V2 with 5 extra play points to do whatever he wants. That could be a Golden Lord. That could be a lot of things. So Melon here really going to need to find a way to do significant healing if he wants any chance of staying in this game. And at the same time, he's going to want to set up his own win conditions. So starting here with some...
Green Evil Pascal is a line to negate the board and get healing. But that only heals to 12, which sounds ridiculous to say, but V2 has 15 damage at least in hand.
I was going to say 12 without the extra fireball, right?
Yeah.
He's also going to get on top of that, and he's going to get the Witch Evo to get the effect back, but as you guys were saying, right, he needed to get that extra health, and while he was able to get that, and a bit of a buff even, it's nice to see. I think Melon is going to realize this one here as well, and that triple Levi, turn after turn after turn that we mentioned, turn to go, does come to fruition, and that is going to make this series go 2-2 between V2 and Melon. Even just surrenders knowing that that one is going to be done and dusted. Now, guys, Buff Dragon versus Dirt Rune, the final potential match we can have here for the losers final. Winner goes to grand final. Loser is out.
Wow,
all over again.
A real nail biter. This is.
It feels like these players always have the triple Levi, but I guess with Familiars packed, having that targeted draw, you're gonna see them a lot more often.
Oh my goodness, V2 with 5 go first in a row this match. The go first have not been that fortuitous for him, and in fact has to toss away that entire hand into a hand without any 1-drops. Oh my goodness. Joe off the top for him. Look, guys,
that's
look,
huge.
Look, I swear.
I mean, at this point, we can't even defend it, right? It's just every single time.
We just say it's lag, right? The timing was so close that you can't tell if I said it before the card, you know.
We are going to see the Joe come out and answer with the Neo. Well, 1-for-1 and nice easy for V2, but the picks are a bit yucky.
This is the unfortunate part of playing that turn 1 Joe, is when you draw all cards that you would like to have a little more buffed, and I want to see what he tosses back here, because
the Grand Slam with the Striker most likely, right? Because you don't know.
Yeah, because you don't really want to play an unbuffed Grand Slam ever. That is way too expensive to get a buff on the board. But the 1/2 Striker is just, it feels so bad to play.
It's tragic. Yeah.
And,
I mean, at least the argument. I mean, okay, he just took the Grand Slam, so that's fair enough to see.
I think the Striker accomplishes more unbuffed than the Grand Slam, at least. So that's
I just need a little on the
that's what it comes down to. Drawing the Sandstorm. Both of these decks are really firing off. I feel like a broken record, but this is a pretty fast game. Melon having the fuse, having the Golem Lord, so his game plan is active. V2 might be going for another worm crafting. Chance to toss the Striker back. Yeah. He's definitely going to fall behind him. Oh my goodness!
God.
The exact
same striker.
Yeah, he's usually V2 just face palming there, right? Just knowing it. I mean, V2 is not normally someone that we see they'll be reacting too much. So you know in this situation just how much pressure it could be on him right now to get this win, get to the grand finals. Outdoor the Mage needs to clear the Mermaid, and once again Melon's going to keep chipping in this damage, right? Getting in this poke damage. Maybe even hovering a Golem here.
The Sweet Defender Golem cleanly uses up his play points, but the Undying Witch is also worth consideration. Makes the board wide, which is very difficult to deal with for Buff Dragon, and makes a Sigil. So always a consideration for these if you want to tempo out the Undying Witch, and by accumulating Sigils here. Either way, I think the play is to accumulate Sigils, because that makes a very powerful Levi play next turn, and Melon is in a good position here to just try to seize the... I would have liked to see the pivot to the Neophyte there, though. These Golems don't necessarily accomplish that much, but this is a bigger board, so that is the upside for Melon. And V2 now just has a tragic hand.
Wishing he had the one of Sandstorm maybe to clear all this out. Instead, just going to put up a ward, possibly the 1/2 Striker to trade into a follower. That can help a little bit.
Likely going to have to trade into the Witch here, but that Levi in Melon's hand looks so menacing now. And
I'm just considering his options here. I'm just thinking through what he can do, I would say, in the next couple turns. Because as you said, right, Zones, V2 5 turns over being first player, so won't be able to get that Evo, of course, until next turn. I mean, there's a Kyrie there, I guess, potentially. Even just going to play out the striker just to clear the witch there, which you can see V2, he's not very happy about it, but he has to try and answer the board somehow, right, and try and deal with what's available. Melon's side, though, I think he's chilling, guys, at the moment here. I'm going to have that first Evo available.
Oh, wow. Not going for the Levi here. That's a little surprising. Yeah, I think you're
slower.
Yeah, I would just, you know, carpe diem here. Like, your opponent's on the back foot. You should just slam. And I also don't necessarily like this sequence because now he's going to lose the Sweet Defender, but it is picking up more sigils. So okay, but deciding that this way he gets to get the Evo's face, so, you know, getting 2 damage Evo instead of full 6, which is not bad. And he really wants to get that Golem Lord and then the Levi. I think, let's see, if I do the math here, this is 3 Golems, so the Golem Lord is worth 5 damage. That means if V2 cannot full clear this, that is, so, you know, Melon says, check, your turn, V2.
And that's the thing, just being able to be this aggressive, right? Even, of course, the Evo and the Neo just showing, right? Getting +1 extra damage than what the Levi could have done. Kyrie Evo coming out now to try and get the extra search, try and deal with the board. You have the Evo for Dancer. You have it for Striker now as well.
It's not looking like a full clear, though.
Yeah.
Probably only going to take out 3 of these followers looking at the hand of V2.
Yeah, there's like a Striker play with the Coral? It's like a...
He has to hope for like another Striker or a Gunbane off of this Dancer. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the line here for V2. It's a Gunbane!
Alright, he's gonna see it. They're going for the Evo now and be able to clear this board. Vinny's gonna have a bit of a breather, but
now I guess you just Levi.
Levi is lethal though.
That's what's that, a 6 and is that a 3? Fireball there.
Wait,
that's gonna go
for the Golem Lord.
For the Golem Lord.
Wait a minute.
There's no way there's 9 damage from this Golem Lord.
Wait.
Did Melon...
Did he just forget about Levi?
Hold on.
He's just been...
I'm watching his webcam for a minute to see if he's clicked. Okay, he's gonna go for the Evo.
I mean, I don't think he can go wrong here, but
yeah, it's so unlikely to lose for Melon, but that was a missed lethal.
You can see that there was enough there, and V2 now he's gonna have a moment, or I guess a +1 extra turn. I guess
V2
to try and heal.
Gonna be so frustrated watching this back. I hated it as a player when my opponent missed lethal and I couldn't punish them for it. It's like,
V2 is V2.
What do you mean?
At 3. Wait, V2 is at 3 Evos, right? So he can heal off of both Coral Spirits and clear the board. So he just has to double Coral, which feels so bad. But that's the line. That's the only line that doesn't immediately lose the game, I think.
If you're V2, are you gonna think, well, he doesn't have Levi because he didn't play it last turn?
That's true. That's true. That is so dangerous.
It's like a 3 billion IQ psych out.
But he could draw into it,
exactly.
especially off of the Familiars Pact. So
Familiars Pacts, Augmentations, the top deck potential for the Levi is just so like present.
Wow.
Oh, V2 has so much on this turn. He has the chance to not lose the game here.
It takes 2 wings.
He's gonna have to
go down.
Oh no!
Oh no!
You see Melon, look at these.
Yeah, Melon's like
time relief.
Oh my goodness.
Cole's really gonna come down for the banish. You're gonna be able to clear the followers that are here, but as we highlighted last turn, the turn before that,
this just loses to a second Golem Lord as well. This just loses to Golem Lord number 2. I don't know if that was a play for
going
V2.
to come down and end this game. Both
my goodness.
players that you guys at home think we're going to take this Contenders Cup, and only that the top 3 now are done. They are out. We're going to get the February Cup repeat play here between Nautilus and Melon, 3-2 against disastrous V2 at the end of that series, guys. Wow, both major veteran players that we had in Contenders Cup, the favorites to win, gone and out. We have the Rookie of the Year, arguably one of the best rookie years for a pro player ever, coming out in Nautilus, and now Melon as well, made it to Grand Finals, who was grinded and grinded, not just this Contenders Cup, but all this year, all last year, I believe in the year previous to get to this point. This is insane for both these guys.
Wow.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was so crazy to see both Osaf and V2 now go like that in tough matches, like really back and forth, coming down to the last turns. V2 almost being able to even stick in it on that last turn, but not recognizing the danger he was in. And now it's going to be Melon going up against Nautilus. Specifically, I talked to Melon in his interviews, and he said he always gets second place, having 2 second place finishes this season. So now he's really going to want to be turning that around and take the reverse sweep against Nautilus so he can be the victor this time instead of the second place 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and I have a little bit of trivia and, you know, just a little last bit for the V2 fans, and I believe it's that in 2021, he also made it to 3rd place in that Contenders Cup run. If I remember correctly, maybe it was 4th, but in that same, just shy of making it to that grand final stage. Yeah. So, all right, maybe it might be 4th. Sorry, fact check me on that and call me out on it on Twitter or something.
The top 5 it still counts, right? Still top 5 or top 4 if we want to put it like that.
Yeah,
that still makes sense. The fact he just
Top
missed shy.
8, top
So
16.
yeah, exactly. Top 100, top 200. Oh, it all still counts at the end. But yeah, an amazing victory there. And guys, as you mentioned right now, the last matchup here of the 2023 season by the region going to be happening now between Dawnbreakers Nautilus and Melon. And a reminder, like we said, best of 5, 0 ban here, 3 decks. And because it's double elim, Nautilus has an extra life. Remember, if double elim rules, if you're unfamiliar with how double elims work, Nautilus needs to win 1 to take the championship. Melon needs to win twice. 2 different best of 5s, technically to knock Nautilus into what would be the loser's bracket, and then of course that fight afterwards that he would come through. So I mean, Melon again all yesterday, right? Endurance matches left, right, and center. Nautilus has had some longer matches himself as well, so both players now might be a little bit extra tired coming to this one. They have that extra experience as well of these drawn out endurance matches, guys. We're gonna have a chance to look at the decks these guys brought here to the Contenders Cup, so you guys at home get to have that look and maybe steal the deck recipes from these guys in the grand finals. But I'll head to you first, Trick. How's your thoughts coming in? I mean, ignoring the obvious Dawnbreakers player in the grand finals, how are you feeling about this one?
You know what's kind of funny to me, I'm remembering that Melon said, I asked him, I was like, so you missed Lethal on stream once in the past. How do you feel about that? How did that change things for you? And then he was like, well, you know, it's going to happen. You're going to miss Lethal. So he missed Lethal again. I think it's just part of his plan. Like, he builds that into his strategy where he's like, I'm going to do so well that I have room to miss Lethal. Because, you know, it's just part of the game for him, you know, I guess. And it's crazy going into this. I do feel good for Nautilus because he doesn't have that buff dragon. And we've seen for players like V2 there, sometimes you just don't get the right redraws and there's a lot less control in the deck. You play like 1 or 2 cards a turn. You can't really outplay your opponent like you can with Sword and some of these other decks. And so maybe Nautilus not having to rely on some of the randomness of Buff Dragon might help him out. You know, maybe Melon can get a good draw with Buff Dragon the first time around, but then if he resets the bracket, maybe it's going to brick for him and things. So having decks like that have to perform twice in a row, it's a pretty tall ask. I do think, though, both of these players have had a little bit of hiccups. Nautilus ran out of time twice, Melonless Methil just now. And so, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to really come down to who can keep their focus and have the best play. And we can jump into the decks a little bit, too, to break that down and just kind of see how their lists are going to set them up.
Yeah, Loot Sword being brought here by Nautilus. We'll have a look at these decks first. And, guys, real quick, you get a card each to choose wisely. Trick, again, you're up first.
Let's do Spell Scourger this time. We actually saw V2 using this pretty effectively with just a Rally 7 to do 4 damage. This is a pretty new addition. I think it's kind of coming from JCG and things. Angel of Darkness being removed for cards like this to give you extra lethal potential. Fanfare, deal 2 damage to a random enemy. You do this once, but if it's Rally 7, you do it twice, and Rally 15, you do it 3 times instead. This deck can hit Rally 15 pretty reliably by the end of the game, but even just doing 4 damage can set up a lot of your lethal combos. So I think this is just an extra tool to help finish out the game. And we'll see if it becomes relevant, or we'll see if Nautilus is wishing he had a different tech in here, like an Angel of Darkness.
Yeah, or Osav's Goddess of Compassion. And I think I'll let's just move to the next deck and just talk about one card from one deck each. Actually, yes. All right. So this is of course Earthright Rune, and I think the card I want to highlight here, one of the most important decision-making cards in this deck, is that Celestial Command. So this card has at least 3 modes. So let's look at this. So Fusion Runecraft cards, right? Not Swordcraft cards. And whenever cards are fused to this card, so whenever you fuse a single card, so you cannot do this to shrink hand size. This is also important. A lot of options being removed here. You add 1 to an allied stack, which means if you don't have a stack in play, you cannot do it. This restricts a lot of your play patterns for the deck, and you have to get in the pattern of not sort of shooting yourself in the foot when you play with this card, because let's say you have 2 sigils, you use them up, you look at your Celestial Command that hasn't been fused this turn, and you're like, ah, no. But that hasn't really happened, so that's good. And then right, so then also you can play this card for a Guardian Golem and a Magic Sediment, and that might be a little unassuming, it seems a little too honest, but that's a Golem for your Golem Lord, and it's a Sediment for your other cards to use, so that's not nothing. And then the Celestial Convergence mode, I think the graphic for that might be hard to pull up, but that is a 6-cost spell, gets 3 Guardian Golems, right, that follower name, once again, evolves them, and then gives everything on your side of the board, including yourself, a 2 effect damage shield, which against the Loot Sword, against the Buff Dragon, very important to have that shield to keep from losing Buff Dragon. A little less so, but still not irrelevant. That's 4 damage off of Joe, for example. So important card to be playing correctly throughout the entire game with that deck.
And Nautilus' last deck here then that he's going to be bringing will be, again, that Hill Haven. His comfort deck we've been hyping up all weekend long, I want to say now at this point, because he's definitely showing up with it here. And ironically enough, seeing as we're bouncing like this now, Trick, obviously the fellow team member of Dawnbreakers, you definitely have the best insight into this deck and why Nautilus has brung it here. So why has it done so well?
I think this deck has done so well because it does have a lot of healing, which is super relevant right now. We see players throwing things like Opulent, Tears of Tribulation into their sword to put healing in for things against Burn Rune. And so this deck, it has a lot of healing, and it also has a lot of powerful late game combos to do 20 damage in 1 turn even to finish out the game. One of the cards I want to click on is Aether, Guardian of Light. I think this card is very important. It's kind of like the Undying Witch in that you usually would even want to get 2 copies of it in a game. You want this more often than not for your turn 5 play to summon an Alluvia, because going first, you can't even play Alluvia on 4 anyway, and a lot of times you'd rather have the extra body with this to have a really good combo board with something like Glue. So this card, it's usually you'd rather just, like if you draw 2 Alluvia and you have this in hand, you're going to be sad. And if you get Alluvia instead of this, you're like, okay, but you would definitely rather have this. And then the other thing this does is in the late game, you can use this to pull a Jean from your deck. So on turn 8, you can get double Jean, and you're almost always killing your opponent at that point. And so I think this card, it's just, yeah, a very powerful tool, and one of the ones that Nautilus is definitely going to be looking to see, because it can a lot of times enable a stronger combo than just drawing a Jean or an Alluvia on its own.
That's Nautilus' decks he's bringing here, of course. He's coming in from the winner's bracket, so he has that extra life, as we said. A little bit of protection going in here. He needs to win 1 of these best of 5s. But let's look on to Melon now, because we just saw him recently play through these losers brackets to get all the way here in that grand final spot. Zones, his Loot Sword. What's happening?
All right. Well, I'm going to pull up the card that I think has been doing a lot of work here for Melon, and that is Tears of Tribulation. Now, we all know that it takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, maybe not so much blood these 2 days, to get to this kind of result when playing this tournament series. But this card, I feel like it's actually invoking tears in your opponent. You take like 6-9 damage, and then you play this, you can play like first mate is great, but just any sequence of plays along with the Tears of Tribulation, the amount of healing you can get is so insane. And like, so, you know, one of the things that what the sword deck can do, and really just any of the really good decks right now can do, is have a lot of burst healing, and that's what this card offers to sword. You know, it was designed as sort of a rally card, but the loot engine is so flexible that you can find a lot of room for techs like these, and the loot deck does play a lot of cards that care about rally, and this bridges you into that, gets you healing, just really important, and makes an annoying board that sometimes you can stick a Rogers behind. I do believe we saw that once, and so important skill tester, role player for the deck as a whole.
Now Melon's next deck, he's going to be bringing now, guys, of course, he's bringing, well, that standard lineup here that we're seeing. It's going to be that Dirt Rune here, Trick, and the final time here for Dirt Rune. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so I was thinking specifically how Melon's lineup goes into Nautilus's, and I think a card that can be relevant here with Haven is Astrological Sorcerer. The reason is I've seen Nautilus often do combos with Jean, as well as the Tanzanite Convictor, and that's 2 Storm Followers on 7, and he'll usually get to like 21 damage with that. And so something like this Astrological Sorcerer can remove 2 damage from both of the Storm Followers and give this deck one more turn against Haven. And especially when Haven is healing a lot, sometimes the game can go long and you're going to need to survive that extra turn with something like this so that you can play a Modelo, or so that you can do one of your big combos with like Levi into Colossal Summoning when you have your leader effect online. And so I think that this card in the late game could be like exactly what Melon needs to survive against the Haven deck. We'll see if it becomes relevant though, or if he's able to have it there.
Love to see another awesome Shadowverse Flame card be good in tier 1 competition in actual Shadowverse as well. You love to see that with the Astrological Sorcerer. Melon there, his second deck, but now his final deck that he's bringing here will be that buff Dragon and Cold Stones. You get the final comment on the deck reviews here. So what should we talk about?
What an honor. And I think I want to point out, let's go with the Grand Slam Tamer. The Grand Slam Tamer. This is the card I hate the most in this deck. And I think we've seen this card perform on her best and worst. This card technically hasn't been touched through her duration in rotation, but I think she is the key role player in this deck. There are so many ways now to get her active on turn 3. You are basically aiming to get her active on turn 3, only to a 3-5. It is impossible to get a 3-7 out on turn 3, thank goodness. But, you know, later on in the game, you know, this is why we say that count to 4 defense, because you look at that 3 defense on her stat line, add 4 to that is that 7 defense trigger, you get her evolved, you summon another Hellflame Dragon, and that gets Storm. That is so much board presence on both stages of the card, and then she has that really smug smile at you while smacking your face. We haven't talked about mental damage done to the opponent, but this card accomplishes, you know, onboard damage, face damage, mental damage, and that is a grand slam in my book.
Always the anime smug faces, right? They get people, always those reactions. And that's what you get the receiving end if you go up against that Grand Slam. What you can do that to your opponent and laugh at them while you win. But that is going to be Melon's deck set, and both players' deck lineups they're bringing here to the West Contenders Cup Grand Finals, guys. And again, this matchup is going to be absolutely insane. Both players fighting super hard to get here. As we said, of course, Nautilus, his rookie year, February Cup being his first ever SVO Cup, taking that one out, and now in the grand finals of the Contenders Cup. It's absolutely insane. And then we look towards Melon, of course, as well, like we said, the guy who's been grinding year after year in Shadowverse competition. Trick, of course, as he mentioned in that interview, Melon's always felt like he's just the second place guy. He's still looking to try and get that first place, and finally, he's once again got this opportunity in the Contenders Cup to right that wrong and now be the true new first place guy, and maybe get scouted out by a potential team as well if he's interested going into this one.
Yeah, I want to say I had my chance this year. Sorry, Trick. I had my chance this year to break my semifinals curse in competitive results. So, you know, there's a first time for everything, and I hope Melon gets a chance to break that second place curse. So, No bias. Just saying, you know, nice storyline.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The final or potential final best of 5 series for the 2023 season of the Shadowverse Open Contenders Cup. Dawnbreakers Nautilus taking on Melon here. It's going to be Loot Sword up against Dirt Rune to kick things off.
Yep. All right. Full toss here from Nautilus. Makes sense. That hand is not great. Mulligan's into a pretty good hand. I think Melon... Full keep. Wow. I don't know if I would keep the first mate here, but he chooses to, which plays into having that defensive options and rewarded with a Seeker of Love. He did not have to seek that card out. He just plays her immediately.
I wonder if Melon's ever going to do a turn 3 first mate and try and play the loots afterwards to just get ahead on board.
Yeah,
want to point out here... Oh, yeah, go for it.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I want to point out that Nautilus has started with Rune every match, and it's actually the deck he is the most comfortable on, I believe. He thinks it has like a good matchup into any deck, and he wants to play it first. So while the Haven deck is the comfort pick he is bringing as part of his set, he is choosing to lead with this Rune deck because he thinks it gives him his best start.
Oh, Melon, I really wanted to see Melon play the Title Gunner there. That would be so strong. I know the augmentation is there, but it's just it requires so much in the way of resources. It limits a lot of Nautilus' options. It's a little conservative hold on to that Title Gunner, but you know, maybe we'll see it next turn. But yeah, sorry, I just, you know, visceral reaction to seeing not tempo Title Gunner from me. I just like, you know, I want to see the tempo plays. It's important to consider that because these decks have predictable win lines that everyone knows, but be able to advance your game plan is what makes the difference. And so, sorry, going back, cycling back, right, that comfort on Earthbright, that is a rare quality. I think a lot of players find this also to be a very difficult deck to play. So I think if Nautilus has the confidence, you know, I think I saw some other content creators talk about, you know, how these players feel. If that confidence can feel it a lot into how well you play. So it's important to have it, even if, you know, other players don't have that same level of confidence. That's just another edge you can have over them.
Now we're seeing Melon. Turn 4, 2 of the cards he kept, he hasn't even played, and he doesn't have a Rogers, so possibly getting a little bit punished for keeping some of these cards that he doesn't need as early.
Yeah, I really don't like how... don't like his strong. I find Rogers plays the Tony out a little too early. I understand that obviously it's the most reliable way to find a Rogers, relatively speaking, but it kind of ignores that tempo aspect of the game that I think is really important to seize on in this matchup. If you give up too much tempo, suddenly you find yourself under a barrage of Levi spells. But fortunately for Melon, playing the slow game plan is that the fact that Nautilus has not found that Celestial Command yet, and that card is sort of the linchpin in making sure that the sword player cannot get the spell damage lethal. And critical decision here for Melon. He's hovering the first mate, but he has to, now he knows, I mean, I think he's known that there is a Golem Lord in the works, and committing the first mate makes it a lot harder to deal with a Golem Lord. So what is he going to do?
Yeah, definitely not a great spot for Melon, but there aren't any sigils for Nautilus at the moment, and so without a Celestial Convergence, well, even 2 of them, it would have to be now. It's going to be hard for that Golem Lord to come out just yet. So I guess Melon's has some time, knows he at least has one more turn to hopefully draw into an answer.
Yeah, that's true. Nautilus now is sitting on 0 sigils, means the Convergence can't even do anything because you need a starter sigil to get that going. And there's a significant amount of rally out here from Melon. So I do believe that puts him to the 10 margin there. It's either 9 or 10. I do not remember, but definitely, and because I also think he plays a couple more opulence, at least 2. So having that option be available to deal with some of these stronger boards, you know, that could be bluffing the opulent so to deter a Golem Lord, but it looks like Nautilus is just going to set up his game plan here. Is that the 7th sigil? It is. 7 sigils on turn 5. Once again, getting that really strong break point here. And is he going to... I want to see him trade in the switch and play the second one here. You just need to cycle wait, but I think he needs to make sure he doesn't overdraw, so never mind. He needs to make sure he doesn't overdraw the all-important Celestial Command card. Wait a minute. Is that it? It is 8 cards ended up being in. It draws the Michael 1 turn away from being invoked. That's like the cop drama guy, you know, 1 day away from retirement. Gets drawn into the
Now,
hand.
not even keeping track of the damage, gonna be able to see, oh, if Rogers was online, it could be 3 flags this turn, but no Rogers yet, just means we'll see 2.
I like this though. I really like this. You have to get the flags in now before that Celestial Command can come out. Just play the flag. I mean, you can trade first. It's
I guess
fine.
gonna do the trade first.
Yeah, yeah.
and then
Okay,
the
this is
flag.
secures the loop here, so you can. This is really good. There he is.
Rogers just a little late, Michael just a little early. We just
Oh, the Pascal! That's enormous. But no Celestial Command. So even if Nautilus
how can you even
recovers,
get the sigils?
he needs to spend play points to get the sigils, then play the Pascal and try to make a board to survive. Does have the Astrological Sorcerer. So if you spend 2 on Astrological Sorcerer, then you play this, then you play the Scope. You go back to 6 play points because the Scope refunds 2. Yep, but it's gonna play the Pascal here. So refunds back to 4, draws a Celestial, but definitely doesn't have the play points to play it. The Astrological Sorcerer is going to prevent at least 2 storm damage here. And with no Rogers, this is going to be a very close game. Can Melon find lethal this next turn through all of this adversity? No Rogers effect active. 2 storm damage blocked. And another 2 healing out here from Nautilus.
Getting an interesting draw with the Medela. We'll see if that ever comes into play. Yeah, it's very close because right now it's just 10 damage from Barb, but it's even going to be minimized by 2 more. So, yeah, really a little ways off. A Tidal Gunner or something would be incredible without Celestial Command having been played.
Dashing Duelist off the top. That is 2 damage. I don't know if that's enough. And then he's seen the Convergent command, so the Rogers is definitely going to get worse. But Duelist into Twins. This is so difficult for Melon here. You have to take some time to see if you have a lethal. I mean, hopefully he doesn't dwell too much on missing the lethal the previous game, because, you know, if you turn around and then spend too much time calculating for a non-existent lethal, that is so awkward. But he does go for the Storm Barbaros. Is this lethal? I don't feel like it's lethal, but it is getting damage in, and that's what he needs, right? Because he just needs to limit the options that Nautilus has.
Good hit so that he can use the blade even instead of
Is he going to
trading
use
in
the
Rogers? Or
Yeah, because
could
now
do
he'll...
Michael as well. Either way.
Yeah, the Michael. Right, and now gonna get 5 damage in with the Barb, which leaves Nautilus to 6. And that still puts Nautilus on the spot to try to find some healing. Because
Having big damage, but not 19. Gonna want to maybe even play the Celestial Command.
Oh, but that Sweet Defender Golem is still active, and if Nautilus does not overwrite it, that is 2 healing, but draws the Sorcerer, so that makes this turn all the more complicated from this spot as well. Celestial Command plus Astrological Sorcerer is almost guaranteed to survive, so I do believe that makes sense as the option to go for. This is so tense. Going for the Convergence. Gets the shield into the Astrological Sorcerer. And he is going to greatly restrict... Oh! Right, because the board slot does not overwrite the Sweet Defender, getting an extra 2 healing. That is a heads-up play there. I like seeing stuff like that for sure. And now is going to have to look at the Golem count with the Levi. And choosing not to deploy a Golem there. It's so close. This game
the
is on
biggest problem there for Nautilus is not setting up any additional damage. So going to be in a similar position on the next turn where it would be like maybe though now the Golem Lord is going to do enough damage that with Levi it could be a lethal, but if that's not the case, it's going to be a very tough position.
He's going to need 10 damage out of that Golem Lord. If I'm doing the math here, but not a great hand here for Melon here as well. Almost certainly cannot win through this, just because lacking the effect damage to go through. And Rogers Evo is not a clear just yet. Second Rogers, still not a it can be a clear, right? Because you can rush in another follower in. As long as he gets rid of the 2 golems. No, I don't know if it's enough to just get rid of the 2 golems. He really wants to full clear this board. Okay, gets the Rogers. Gonna get the Cannoneer out here. Needs to shrink his play points though, in order to get that second Rogers accelerate.
She's gonna play Rogers again for 2
doesn't
with the refund.
Do it. Oh, I think he plays the Duelist. Duelist, Rogers Excel. Oh, plays the Rogers. Oh, he's gonna rush into the Rogers then, right? That's the play. Okay. No, don't use your second loot here. That's 0 damage. Oh, no. Just save the loot. You have a Tidal Gunner in hand. Okay, but it is healing, so maybe he needs it.
Healing the 1 health point. All right, Nautilus, what's it gonna be? Drawing having every single one of those coming into the hand means you can't redraw into it on Modelo anymore.
Yeah, he has 2 sigils on the... So Golem Lord plus summoning, how much damage is that? I've lost track of golems completely, but here's the math, right? If Golem Lord is worth 9 damage, this is a lethal from Nautilasu if he goes Golem Lord into the Colossal Summoning. Colossal Summoning first? Into the scope that recovers play
Colossal
points.
Summoning to Colossal Summoning 14. Oh, plus the Evo is 18. That's not enough.
Did he? Yeah, I lost track of the golem count completely, but I would assume he's not at 9 golems yet. And I think he might have been trying to find a Celestial Convergence. But then you scope. Oh, but he wanted to refund with the scope, but doesn't get quite up to enough. And Nautilasu does not put enough defenses here and does not have enough damage.
Dang, at this point, you should have just gone for a Modelo and prayed. This is not what you need. Barbaros on her own, gonna be able to do 10 damage. No wards in the way. Nautilus on the winner's side, losing the first matchup, and Melon coming from the loser's bracket, going ahead now 1-0.
Nuking a Dragon as well, just add insult to injury, I feel a little bit. As you said, Trick, Melon's going to win that first round, and again, a reminder, of course, Melon is going to win 2 sets, a best of 5, so off to a good start for him here, getting that bit of tempo advantage for him there, 1-0, and Nautilus now. Obviously lost that first one, but I think he's going to be feeling okay for the moment. So again, he's got plenty of time, of course, and plenty of matches potentially to win this one here out from Melon. They're going to queue up straight away. Don't even worry about having that break, and it's going to be the buff dragon into Dirt Rune. So Nautilus is actually going to try and run this one back again with the Dirt Rune. The buff dragon picked up here by Melon. See if we can make this one 2-0. So you can get that quick 3-0, get that quick reset, and try and go for it again, potentially.
Yeah. Based on Melon's play pattern, he's a bit of a conservative player, so he sees that 1-2 curve, he's going to keep it. Not the strongest curve, but I think if you're not a risk taker, you are happy to just have a 1-2 gameplay in this matchup. The Gunbane is just not ideal because you're not actually going to have a target for him that you want to shoot on turn 1. So, but Melon is going to be forced to play the Gunbane, and the risk of not seeing a 1-drop is kind of severe, but it comes down to how much are you willing to take that risk, because do you need to, do you not? It's hard to say. Alright, so Nautilus gets that turn 1 Witch into turn 2 Sorcerer. A lot of different kinds of spellcasters, really. And has the command in hand as well, so these are all really nice cards. Ooh, that's a huge draw for Melon. And the only thing better than playing that Dion next turn is going to be one of those 3 play point combos that Buff Dragon is feared for, so I guess we'll see what Melon can do. But Nautilus has a lot of nice 3 play point plays on his end as well. Having a Witch, but not really a lion or a wardrobe. I don't think anything else looks like that.
Maybe if you use your imagination, Zones, that'll transfer.
Yeah.
I mean, all the sigils kind of look like the entrance to the Narnia, but
Just
the wardrobe there.
Yeah, a lot of sequencing here that can make a slight difference. There's honestly, even with this hand, maybe a fuse of, let's say, the Sweet Defender or the Celestial Convergence, get that out of the left slot in your hand. Really annoying to get that stuck there. Fuse that away, play the Modelo just to try to draw something better, because this hand has good cards in it, but it's still not enough pressure. Actually choosing instead another way to get that out of the left slot in the hand to play the Celestial Command. I don't mind this at all. Yeah.
It's really good against Dion. Now he can't trade over the 2/2.
Yeah, but I think Melon is just gonna play 1+2 here, get that Dion out. You know, obviously didn't get it. Melon. I would have loved to see Striker plus Dancer there. That is such a strong option, but this is reasonable enough because getting that ramp going means that he's gonna have a lot of cards to play next turn, and I believe that is 4 buffs in his deck now. So
yeah, it's definitely gonna be the magic number, right? Nice built up for him, and of course, gonna have that Evo turn to as well if he likes to use that. See what he can do with that. I mean, of course, you got the Kyrie right, so a lot of there's double search, play points back, because I'll bring up some of those Evos as well. Once I get the Coral a little bit later, if you'd like to have that built up already. Yeah, Worm Crafting though picked up. I mean, he could toss the Dion away with that if he really wants, right? To reset that, maybe use that for an Evo point later.
yeah, I think the exact turn I want to see here is like, it's okay. So there's 2 lines here. One is Worm Crafting into the Kyrie, and then into what is probably the Blooming Dancer. The other line would be Mega Lorca Rider into Kyrie, and then into the Blooming Dancer, and you can try to use the Worm Crafting later. Worm Crafting immediately, right? Buffing before the Kyrie is great, and now has the option to Grand Slam, which is so incredibly strong. In fact, yeah, just get the 2 buffs. Now that the deck is 6 buffed, incredibly strong board here.
With the Coach Joe in hand too, you can decide: are you just gonna Evo this face, or like lots of options? I'm sure you'd want to Evo to get the count going.
Evo for sure, but I think you trade over the Golem because you know there's a Golem Lord in hand, and just making that Golem Lord worse is definitely worth it, because you go face here, that Golem Lord does 5 damage, you got no board value out of it. And board is still important at this point in the game.
Now the Golem Lord even has to Evo into the Grand Slam to remove the board, so making things tricky for Nautilus for sure.
You're worth a try.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, the 7/2 here, still a 3rd body on the board is a little annoying for Dragon to deal with. Only a little.
Trying into a way to remove it.
Wow, the Striker off the top. That
I want to be someone's hope too.
if that Joe had 1 more defense,
Like that?
This one does.
So turn 7's looking pretty good, I'd say there for Melon. He's gonna have the Kyrie Evo. There's Coral as well,
Yeah,
which is actually
so
nice and buffed up.
there is the option of Dancer is almost certainly coming down this turn, and it's just a matter of what Melon chooses to sequence with the Dancer. The Coral Spirit here is definitely not bad, but I think you can read out a little bit. Definitely draw first. That is a good. That's why we draw first.
It takes 2
Wow, Melon's pull with this match are insane here.
Nice
For
serve.
the buff dragon player at the moment. As you said, right, Zones better get a good clear. 4 damage to face as well. We got the Joey coming up next turn. Melon might be able to make this one 2-0 very shortly.
It is looking close to Jover.
I've got this.
And just deciding how to make these trades takes his time to think about it. Chooses to trade. Chooses to trade to leave an extra body on board, but leaving less stats. I'm honestly not sure which is better in this situation, because
If it is a Golem Lord play at this point, I guess you're pretty happy because you think you can win with the Joe.
yeah, Joe is lethal into a Golem Lord, isn't he?
Yeah, barring a way to increase the sigil count first so that there would be more healing.
I'm sorry.
Not gonna see it. It looks like a simple lethal for Melon.
Yep, that turn 7 gonna be the Striker right into the Joe. Full Evo as well, that extra Evo point. Nice and handy for that turn 2 player, right? Striker comes down, gonna make that one up to 9, of course, with the 11 on Joe. Gonna get the full clear. Norris knows as well, just shrugs his shoulders like, what am I meant to do about that? It's gonna be the full damage combo. Melon now, 2-0 here. Melon looking to push Nautilus into a second best of 5 set, forcing him out of that winner's side, while Nautilus now needs to do a full 3-game win run back if he's going to take this game without being pushed into the danger zone like this. It's a dirt rune that Melon has that Nautilus now has to try and beat. I've got a pretty good feeling I think Nautilus might be killing this Haven. Let's find out. Oh no, he goes dirt. He goes for the mirror. Honestly, he might have gone into the Haven just for the comfort.
Maybe, you know, the other thing is, if you're worried about a bracket reset, you just want to get this series out of the way, not get tired, not get bogged down, right? And then just, you know, you have that little 1 match security win. Oh my god, a full keep from Melon. Is that hand full keepable? He really likes the Levi. I might have tossed away the Levi because going first, you don't really get to play the Levi till turn 5, and that's a little bit on the slow side.
But having 1, 2, and even more sigils for 3, so not really in a bad position at this point.
True. That's a lot of sigils.
Working out for him.
Yeah, not a lot of. Oh, I was gonna say not a lot of board, but yeah, you know. But 3 witches if you're not a lasso, and that's really nice. Having the ability to play these tempo witches is so strong. Like.
See, now it's gonna go forward here. Get the extra golem out and get up a nice board for himself.
Ooh, another
golem lord.
Yeah, I think the second one's a bit excessive, but you know, there's a line of thought in this matchup where it comes down to have the golem lord on 5 going first. The second player has to play a golem lord to answer, and then your own golem lord then, you know, takes the cake against the opposing golem lord. And speaking of cakes, are we gonna see one played out here by Melon? Nope.
Decides to hold it for now. And we're just waiting for when he's going to need some of that little bit of extra health. So extra let's go back to hand.
Yeah, definitely able to play a bit of an aggressive line here, benefiting from that go first card. But Nautilus does have a strong board on his end and can in fact completely negate this board. So
Nautilus able to kind of flip things now, gonna remove these and start to go base.
And one little bit from Melon is that because he played only spells the previous turn, spells and amulets, those Undying Witches are now not active for Nautilus for this turn. So Pascal off the top of it. Yeah. Sweet Defender, the play here. Fusing away a Pascal, going all in on the Golem Lord here. Wow. I'm wondering, yeah, so I'm kind of wondering if he actually should have held off on that fuse, because there's a line here where, right, because if he plays that second Golem, he would go to 2 stacks, which then when the Sweet Defender consumes 1, he goes to 1, and that's not good enough. But if he held off on that fuse, he can play both Golems. The Sweet Defender no longer procs Earthright, and then he could fuse 1 the next turn to get up to 2. But the problem with that line is then he ends the turn on an empty board. The Convergence can no longer fuse. So, right, we're seeing a little bit of the planning element of the deck in action here. And in fact,
once again, no followers played for Nautilus. Means he can't play the Undying Witch. Taking another line though to heal, but
that's huge. He needed more material to fuse, and now he gets it for free. And that's a great price.
That Golem Lord itself is going to come down here, right? Just going to clear this board again. Big targets up right now. Nautilus has to deal with again. And guys, I just feel it more and more. Like Melon is just starting to run away with this one, right? He's had a great rotation of cards. Golem Lord down. Nautilus now just trying to react really, right? To what Melon is doing. The command potential fusion.
What Melon really would like to see now is, so if he, like, for example, if Melon really wants like a Familiar's Pack or a what's the Ultramarine Witch, he basically needs 1 more sigil here in order to basically make this a checkmate situation, provided Nautilus doesn't find some healing, because the second Golem Lord into the Levi is so much damage. The second Golem Lord is going to be worth 7 damage, but if Melon doesn't have the sigils to fuel his next 2 plays, then it's not going to be as good. Nadalasu also looking at the sigil count, keeping that Sweet Defender Golem in play. Gonna get some extra healing to stay afloat, and in fact, that keeps the Levi, the Golem Lord into Levi from being lethal on its own. So now Melon has to recalculate the line he's going for.
Having another cheeky Levi there. We know they've been quite powerful today. We've seen them do somewhat well yesterday, but today especially, like, they've been very difficult for our players to deal with. And it's kind of funny because I think we were talking about, like, yesterday, I was thinking about over the past week how a lot of players were kind of umming and ahhing a little bit about Dirt Ring, right? Especially after how we saw it in SAO. But this weekend, it feels like it's been really good for a lot of our players here. The deck's been really nice to a lot of our players here.
Right. Okay.
Now it's going to go for that Command Fusion.
Fuses the Modelo, which makes sense because he's not going to have the hand size to support Modelo, but also has no sigils now, pre-Evos, because Levi can recover Evos, has to stick a strong board here to try to take the game, but this could be the start of Nadalasu's comeback, because I don't see how Melon takes the game from here. I mean, Undying Witch top 10 from Melon would be the way. Right? No, I mean, I'm just saying that's what it is. I'm not making a prediction. No allegations.
Definitely
please.
don't know what's gonna happen next turn. There's definitely not gonna be a witch next turn. All right, we left that out there in the open now. So.
Yeah.
Red Hover here again with the fusion, gonna get the sigil count up. Levi gonna be dropped now to help clear this golem, and Miller's now gonna try and get some damage back on his own.
Yeah, recover.
Here to Melon.
Recovers 2 play points. This is a really close game because, but Melon being completely out of resources is going to put Nadalasu in a much better spot compared to him.
It's do or die now for Melon. We'll see what he can rip off the top.
There's no way.
Guys,
Dude, no! It's pre-recorded. It has to be pre-recorded. Like,
it's not enough to win, right? He would need. Oh, it is. He fuses. Look, I'm just trying to. Yeah, he fuses, right? Levi, Eva. Oh my. Okay, look. It's not unreasonable if I come with a whole turn before, right?
Again, it was just a joke. We're leaving it out there, but apparently that's gonna do it. 3-0 coming through here. Melon has ran it through the losers bracket, has forced Nautilus, the last surviving winners bracket player, into the last best of 5 we can possibly have here, guys. And it was not a series, 3-0 on Melon's side. Melon is hungry, he is angry, he is stealing and taking this title away from Nautilus, whether he likes it or not, the way things are looking. Nautilus now, again, I believe he played like the Dirt Rune deck all throughout that series. I think we're going to see a complete mix-up now. Going to see that Haven has to come out here, right, to get some sort of tempo advantage back, because Melon is terrifying, guys. He's terrifying.
Yeah, Melon, he's really good at the comebacks. He lost the first round, and he's just been tearing. He's used to having his life on the line. It was nothing new to him, and so we saw him playing just the same as he has all day to get here. They're jumping into the next match.
I just wanted to say that I think Melon, having gone through the grinder yesterday, just wants to put all of us through the grinder today by...
It's not the maximum amount of matches, so he's not going to fully take us there, but he's getting this pretty close, right? But guys, I'm being serious now. This is literally the last best of 5 of the year for Shadowverse Open and for the West Contenders Cup. It's still Nautilus against Melon. Melon now, again, 3-0 now into this series, and try and make it 6-0.
We're going to see Nadalasu dive immediately back onto that Earthright. He just wants to prove that it is not an Earth wrong.
Wow.
Last time I'm saying that joke this year. And
I feel like Nautilus having kind of like a game plan, and he just won't deviate from it. I was saying early on that even though he likes Haven's deck, he wants to lead with Rune, and so not thinking there's anything wrong with his strategies, trying to run it back again and see if he can get a better result this time. If he can win this sword matchup, especially early on, that will be huge. But going second isn't in his favor.
It is not, but you know, I keep talking about the Title Gunner tempo line, and Melon's not a fan of it. He's having none of that. In fact, he tossed away that title gunner in his opening hand, which in favor of the first mate. And I honestly think he should have tossed both, but he really values having that consistent clear. Doesn't want to play off the top of his deck. You know, it's his style, and I think we've seen that he's established to his style. So both these players, you know, to what you just said, Trick, have this sort of picture in their mind of how they are going to progress through the tournament and take it, and they are sticking to that plan, no deviations, and they're here. Is there a reason to deviate? I don't think so necessarily, so let's just see them keep at it. And I want to see this Tony traded in here.
I won't give up.
Okay, there we go. Nadalasu has two really pesky followers to get rid of and no immediate way to deal with them.
I just need a little
Guess
on-the-job
the
training.
sigils will just continue to be generated and build up to a Golem Lord removal on 5, but that's 2 turns away.
Yeah.
So the Levi might be an option leading up to it.
You know, I'm down to, if I'm Melon, I'm down to play a first mate here.
The tide's royal.
There it is.
My heart.
Especially with 3 in hand. It's gonna be interesting.
Going for the
I actually don't know. Okay, no, that buff makes sense in light of green, because you want to distribute your stats so that your board isn't wiped out by a green Evo. Or mostly wiped
Yeah,
out.
I was curious about putting it on the Thief, but I guess you'd rather have the draws stick around maybe than the loot generation.
The conventional wisdom is just that the Scout is such a more annoying follower to deal with, and honestly the Thief might survive because you have both the Scout and the First Mate, and they're both things that your opponent wants to answer. Nadalasu just gonna commit that Levi, but you know, guys, I brought it up during the deck preview. Look at that rightmost card in Melon's hand. it's gonna undo so much of this damage.
So you notice they're trying to get as much as he can there right at the moment. Of course, losing those past previous 2 matches. He's looking for a potential fusion target, maybe tossing away one of the Golem Lords he has, considering he's got another one in hand already. It's a tough call though, right, with what he has available to him. We'll toss that out to get the extra sigils, get that health back. And Melon now looking to see, of course, getting his turn. Doesn't have the Rogers yet. We did see, you know, a few times out today when Rogers isn't available. The Lit Sword player normally ends up being a loss for him. So we'll have to see if that will be the case here for this matchup for now.
I'm down to see Melon just... Yeah, okay, so... Okay,
It's
there
the
we go.
Rogers.
So there you go. That's fixed. Ignore what I just said.
Yeah.
Bless your
And
heart.
definitely Roger solves so many of his problems here. Hand size is a slight issue, but has the Barbaros in hand already to address that. Just need to, and honestly, like, even if he does overdraw here, you know, like, this is already an amazing hand, but is going to be able to set up to guarantee no overdraw here. Just needs to look at how he wants to trade his board out here. And it goes face. Gonna get the Rogers damage here as well. Yeah. It doesn't have to reveal the Barbaros in hand just yet either, so... Nope.
Needing to fuse,
Oh, no,
I
he does,
guess,
he
with
does,
the
he does,
follower
yeah.
on the board.
You're right, you're right. I miscounted there. Opposite of what I said. But yeah, I mean, this is such a strong hand, especially after finding that Rogers and Nadalasu. You know, the Golem Lords are shining, but I don't think that's the way to go. It's just too slow.
Yeah, could use something like another Levi. Setting up one Golem Lord here with the Levi into Double Crimson Sorcery could be a lethal without healing, but that's very hopeful.
And asking a lot of your loot sword opponent to not have healing, I think. And oh, what do you do here? There's also an idea to play Pascal here. There is a guaranteed clear with the Crimson Sorcery and Pascal Evo.
Look upon my steps.
Looks like
Yeah.
looks like that is what Nadalasu is going to go for, because there's just so many cards he needs to find. That gets him to the 7 sigils, so that's important, of course.
Brace yourself.
And I think this means Nadalasu is going to have to commit
Knock 'em out.
the... Is he going to commit the Crimson
Never
Sorcery
sink
here?
us.
Oh.
He probably feels pretty comfortable at this life total, so maybe not, but also he's just floating a play point if he doesn't. Wonder what he chooses.
It's a heavy consideration. And think
even
about as well the fact he lost his past couple matches, right? So that might also be banging in the back of his mind of, if I don't clear this, that's damage, and then I'll lose.
or even
That's
just
not
send
100%
the.
necessary, but
Yeah, there's also a consideration to send the sorcery face. Just use that play point.
Yeah.
Get the damage.
whatever he can do to push it forward. And there he goes. He actually does go for it. So being extra safe. It looks like he was still kind of umming and ahhing when he did play out the card, but again, he's going to go for that clear. There's a just in case. He's already lost the past couple of matches here and needs to try and find his first win in the grand final for now. And might be playing a little bit extra safe because of that. The fusion into the Barbaros there. That's now the 7 count for the loot spells played or fused.
And I do believe because Nautilus didn't apply the pressure there, and maybe appropriately so, that means Melon does have a turn here to try to set up a bunch of flags going Nautilus's direction. Doesn't have to heal. The 16 is not threatening because there's no. Well, there is one sigil, so but there's no Undying Witch. There's no Undying Witch, so it does not have to watch out for the 16 damage combo out of the Levi and Colossal Summoning, also with only 6 play points. So in fact, going to set up 2 flags now. Is he going to play? He could actually play both of these as well.
To take advantage of the Rogers ping, it seems like a good choice, and it's going to leave a more threatening board. Also, Celestial Conversions can always come down to make those flags less relevant.
Right, but the flip side is that with 1 sigil and only 1 conversion, so basically Nautilus needs a 2nd convergence, I believe, in order to actually play. Yeah, so I think Melon's going to take a gamble here on being able to use the multiple flags the next turn, and it's pretty reasonable. Nautilus needs a 2nd command here, I believe, to stay outside of lethal range. Although, with no, Tidal Gunner in Melon's hand, I'm trying to see if he actually has the lethal, but I think Nautilus he is not pressured into dealing with this. He is just going to keep developing. Says, let's see if you have it. I'm not going to win if I play defensively this turn. It just has to push for it here. Leaving himself open the option of Modelo as well. Alrighty.
Alright, let's just see Melon not draw into lethal 1 time. So that
I think this is guaranteed, right? Because he has the Seeker, and the 3 flags, right? This is guaranteed.
Oh yeah, yep, that is true. And with the 0 play points, it's gonna be easy math. Gonna have 9 damage from the flag, 7 from Barbaros, and 2 from both Roger and the Seeker of Love.
Everybody's
4
favorite.
losses for the Dirt Runes for Nautilus. Maybe it's time to mix it up.
Yeah, it's not looking good here for Nautilus, right? At the moment, the flags, as you mentioned, right, gonna come through and a double smack to face exactly 20 damage. Melon now gonna win the first round in this grand final bracket reset here. Technically 4-0 now in this series, if it not that anyone's counting in this series so far. I know there's probably a certain
it's unfair. It's unfair to count through the series reset. Come on, they're called individual series for a reason. It's called a reset for a reason.
Nobody cares about that. He's got 4 wins, and that's what matters for the Melon fans. They don't care. They're like, what's that?
Wow.
How many wins in a row? A reset? Don't care. We just wanted to beat him again. Another 3-0. We gave him another live just to prove it.
Melon the Warrior today, then, in that case.
To be fair, like we said, right, he's been scratching and clawing. He's been fighting through everyone to get here. But all jokes aside, Buff Dragon's going to be played through here for Melon. Nautilus again going for the Dirt Rune, a 5th attempt. Going for this Dirt Rune. Guys, I don't know how we feel. Again, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm sure for you guys as well. It's maybe getting a bit long in the tooth for him. And yes, he has to win with it at some point. But 5 attempts in a row?
This is looking pretty good though, and this for Melon, I would have liked him to hold on to that mermaid, but this is okay. This is okay. Now he has a buff deck, so right. The reasoning, I feel like a broken record now, but the reasoning is just that 1+1 guarantees good cards off the Joe redraw if he got the academic card, and because so many of your buffs cost 1 anyway, holding the mermaid doesn't necessarily slow you down. But moot point. Back to Nautilus's hand. He is just going to try to get that massive sigil count going with the Sweet Defender Golem. Missing out on some healing here, but slow start from both of our players. Really bad start here for Melon. Coral Spirit and just a full pass on the turn. Honestly, You might have to think about if you tempo out a Coral Spirit there. I don't think it's the worst thing imaginable. Well, if you now with the Neophyte, it might be the worst thing imaginable. And you know, this is a punish for having played that Sandstorm. This board would not be safe with a Sandstorm possibility, but oh my goodness, Melon's hand is just so unplayable. Getting that healing, but that doesn't matter. At least he's at 4 buffs in his deck now. But yeah,
I dare you. One day,
this,
we'll
you know,
stand
honestly,
shoulder to
we've been saying
shoulder.
going first is great, and we see that. But there's also a good amount of going first just being completely cursed today.
Yeah. I mean, look what happened with BT, right?
Oh, I don't want to think about it. Come on, man.
What's wrong? It's just, oh, wait. Do you mean the diss part at the start? Has that got something to do with it? Has that got, wait, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to
So
read that
do
out.
you go for the extra sigil and card here, or do you just do the 2 immediate damage? You have Golem Lord into Golem Lord with Levi as well. Maybe you'll need the sigil to fulfill all of that.
I think Eva face here. I think Eva face here. Your opponent has skipped 2 turns in a row. They've got nothing. You just Evo face, yeah. And you're like, what are you gonna do about this?
No. Because every way you can,
Finally getting a
the
decent
miners
draw.
right?
Yeah,
But it's not enough to clear the board, even with the with this, they're gonna clear 2 follow.
No,
I
it
guess
is a clear.
I guess
It
this
is
is
a
all
clear.
full 3, full clear because it gets the evolve. Just barely having the 4 buffs, so that worked perfectly.
But still stuck with a bunch of really mediocre cards in hand here for Melon.
And
So
still hit with that 6 damage, right? So, I mean, the 2 Evos towards Coral only needs 1 more Evo, right? So we can get the hill back. So that's okay.
Silver
But
lining
Norwood now
is
could probably go for some big damage.
Silver lining is if Nautilus commits to the Golem Lord here for Melon, that is.
Yep.
If Nautilus commits to the Golem Lord here, is that one of these Evolve followers stick, which means he does not have to commit anything else before playing a Dancer, and that is his 3rd Evolve. So the Coral Spirit doesn't have to be wasted on anything. So his current hand is playable into a Golem Lord, which is always good because that's kind of the critical interaction in this matchup. And in fact, Nautilus will commit to the Golem Lord here, likely going to evolve over the Grand Slam. Just makes sense to get rid of the highest stats on board. A good amount of damage, but now Melon can get a bit of a comeback here.
Probably some options, right? The Blooming Dance for Evo. Gonna come out now and look for a search, run that in, see what he gets on top of that. The twins will come out, which, I mean, good for the card search, but not probably what he wants at the moment with the spirit coming through to at least get some health back.
Yeah, I mean, he technically does not need to heal. So one idea here is actually to finally just to Joe away this Dion here after playing the spirit. And because he has the twins, it makes for sense for him to hold on to this Evo point. Yeah, so obviously this puts a less than ideal Dion back in his deck, but you know, he went first. He doesn't have to worry too much about ramping. And finally gets to convert this Joe that he kept and just had never had a chance to play, which, I mean, now he has resources, but this Modelo drawn here for Nautilasu. Looks like Nautilasu's going to make another setup turn, and I do believe he has not found his Undying, which, just kidding. Setup turn, maybe setting up for damage to Melon's face.
Getting the Evo point back is good so that the Asuka and Shiori twins won't be able to recover play points on the next turn for Melon. He will be getting 3 draws with Coach Joe, so depending on their quality.
That is huge there, because now Nautilus can potentially win next round, right? Melon isn't careful.
He needs.
Yeah.
Does he have a way to generate another sigil right now, though? I don't see it. He needs a sigil. So you know, okay, you know what? I'll use my powers for Nautilasu as well. Undying Witch off the top would would allow him to win. You know, no bias.
Yeah, the bias.
Equal. They both deserve to get it once, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just because he sent my boy V2 down to the lower bracket, Melon, you know, delivered the finishing blow. So I have equal animus towards both of them.
It's not a good day for Zane today, guys. It's a bit of a rough day.
It's fine. Look, I'm having a blast either way. You know, it's just.
It's like the smiling through the tears.
Look, my predictions have just been so on point. Oh, that's a sigil. Sigil, Levi, 2 blasts. That's it. That's game.
Yep, so Norris, it took 5 attempts, finally brute forcing his way through. Norris will finally get his first win in this Grand Final Series, even that of Levi. And Norris was dropping the double fireball. Melon's actually going to surrender. Before that, though, huge win for Norris, finally able to get that one up and even things up here. 1-1 in our Grand Final reset. Melon's streak coming to an end there against Norris, going 4-0, and Norris is finally gonna be happy about that. He's like, take a breather. It's like, finally got this deck out the way. I finally got this win. It took a while, but I finally got it. Now it's just my comfort deck in Haven and the sword deck. But I do want to highlight, as the Haven does get picked up here, I'm really too surprised to see that. Trick did bring up a point a little while ago, earlier in the stream, where that loot sword deck is kind of looking iffy for all this, right? Some of the plays you mentioned, he had missed some of the plays coming through a few times now throughout the Contenders Cup. Could that hiccup maybe give Melon that chance?
Yeah, but I see Guest goes first here. I see a fountain in hand. I see an ether drawn, which, so that turn 5 is secured. Nautilus just needs to find an Urn and or a Brilliance, and you know, he is going to be able to make the plays he wants. Another good card here for Nautilus would be Lanecrest Academy. All right, look, it was a 2-drop, you know, close enough.
Yeah, these 2-drops not doing much for Nautilus, though. Really wishing he had a different one.
Yeah, one option
maybe
here
like
is
Orchid's Examination Hall.
One option here is to actually just commit a Tanzanite Convictor. I know that's important for the later lethal setup, but what that allows him to do is put a follower on the board that heals both. So the next turn, if he plays the Pure Flower Lady, then he gets 1 draw off of that. But instead, he's going to hold on to his resources, playing it slow, respectable as well. I'm kind of more panicked about doing nothing in the Earthright, but right, this build of Earthright, and sorry, not Earthright, this build of Heal Haven has a lot of resources to come back into the game, and in fact, has the Lu that's a massive comeback card. So now with the Tanzanite, can use that to trade off instead, and right, whereas before she might have just been shot down by an Outdoors Mage. So able to sort of mitigate some of that pressure.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Melon really needing to get his damage in quickly. It's gonna be tricky because as soon as turn 5 hits for Nautilus, he's gonna be healing a lot and getting powerful effects online. And so, yeah, it is interesting. That's an interesting draw here on turn 4.
There's one of those amulets that's really important. And that's both Tanzanites that Nautilus plays, I believe. So that is visible to Melon on the views. He's definitely a little less worried about the OTKs, but that's still a strong engine card set up for Nautilus. And I do believe Melon here does not go for the Levi. I think you're supposed to go for Levi here. It's technically a little risky, but you really want to just put the question to the heal player. Do you have the Verdelia Lu combo? And Nautilus does have half of it, so
So at this point, the Evo face feeling pretty bad because you're going to get 2 defense just from the amulet on the board alone, and it's very likely that, but going for an Evo here instead getting the Sigil makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
We're going to see a full clear now from Nautilus on the next turn, and things really starting to kind of go his way.
Not even hitting face, just realizing it's futile, but I don't know. I like to go through the motions personally. Okay, there's that Verdelia. Jeez.
Wow.
It's a good hand, good redraws.
Yeah, I mean, he was seeing 4 new cards that turn, so at the start of the turn, so it's not that unlikely, but that Verdelia Lu combination means that he gets the ideal board setup here.
The sky watches over you.
We're going to see Aether come down, of course, highlighted before in the deck reveal, and the namesake of the deck, Alluvia. Going to see her come out to play now, of course. The menace that gives all these cards the buffs after unlimited healing comes through. And now we're going to see the Lu come down as to clear this board that you guys have mentioned. And now Melon's going to be in a little bit of trouble here because around this point, every other time we've seen Nautilus play this out, he's got the victory. So it's time to see if Melon can maybe break that streak that Nautilus has got with the Haven deck currently.
Right, so the Levi is a full clear here, which is definitely good for Melon. The Golem Lord, not a full clear. So I think Levi into the Outdoors Mage looks pretty appealing. I mean, it's unfortunate that he loses the damage, almost certainly, but he's just got to count on Nadalasu. You know, only has 4 cards in hand. Obviously, the Luminance is a lot of resources being that he can recoup, but you know, with the Tanzanites out of the way, there is a chance this game goes a bit longer, and that is definitely going to start being in Melon's favor. Right there's the Outdoors Mage used, but now he's stuck with a spell in the left side of his deck, and let me tell you guys, this Haven deck does not play a lot of spells for the most part. Well, maybe not here, but the my experience with that is that, you know, that quest that's like play 10 spells or whatever. I was practicing this deck and I was like, why am I not seeing this go up at all? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, but there's a handful of spells, so maybe the Muse not committed here for Nadalasu, so he wants to set up a slower play here. In fact, did not play any of his spells there. So the Undying Witch not highlighted.
Highlight here the Regretful Apostle though zones. I believe I was either asked or Trick. I remember which one was casted together. We only saw it once though come out from Nautilus at all in the second, because it only runs it once. When we did see it, it was used for an Accelerate spell just to do a couple of clear. We haven't seen it actually come out as a boss monster yet, right? And completely nuke the board. So that's also something Nautilus could have eventually, just to keep track of that. There's a high chance you might not see it. Of course, it is a hefty investment to bring that down, but there's always the possibility.
Yeah, in fact, late game, you actually don't really want to see that card because, you know, one of the pull targets for Aether, once you get to 9 play points, is that Regretful Apostle. Yeah. So, but Melon has a big turn ahead of him here. I do believe this, if I've been counting sigils correctly, any sigil consumption here should get him that Witch activation, and he is counting it. He has the option to fuse away the Colossal Summoning to get the Witch to draw, so I think that most likely is what he's going to do here. It hurts to fuse away a Summoning. Oh, in fact, no, though, because...
Melon, with 2 Colossal Summoning, so it's not his only one.
Right, he would lose the Sigil here anyway from playing the Witch, but since his board is full. So this is not the biggest punish for having a spell in the left slot in his hand. Now chooses to fuse, right? But see, if he had fused the Sigil, I think it's still okay. I mean, he would just I wonder what he was thinking about fusing there. But
Jean potential play here.
Yeah, Jean plus any followers is Jean plus double Muse is so strong. Yeah.
Gonna be able to clear the board here. I believe as well, because that mouse damage is going to be hefty all across.
This is going to be really hard for Melon to clear unless he gets a Modelo off the top. Because of his damage prevention shield.
There we go. Huge damage. 9 damage to face off the Jean alone. PTSD nightmares of a meta gone by before the update. Got a few days' time when we do have the mini.
Okay, so... Yeah, for Melon here, the play here is going to be fuse 1 into the Celestial. Unfortunately, you can only choose to fuse 1. Fuse 1, then play the Pascal, which draws 2 cards, and hope one of those is a Modelo. Because once you play the Pascal, you do refund back up to 7. And yeah, I mean, there's just no clear that is not Modelo here.
And only 1 Modelo in Melon's deck, so not even like a huge odd that could work out, but gonna have to probably go for it. I mean, you can't really leave up any of these. Even if you leave up the 5/6, it's not going to be hard to buff that to lethal.
Yeah. I think if, let's say, Pascal draws an Outdoors Mage, I think that's like a possible clear. But yeah, I don't like this from Melon because he's spending way too long thinking about this line, and he just has to see what the Pascal draws.
Something you can do too, though, is just make a big board and then just hope that they don't have a way to clear it, because without board spaces, they might actually not be able to get through your wards. So that is a possibility too, where if I don't know if he's going to summon enough wards for it to work, but if you have 3 wards out, they might have no way to get through them.
The counterpoint to that though is that if your board is bigger, that actually gets worse, because then there's like, for example, this 5/6 Nadalasu has the option to trade it away now for a board slot, stuff like that. You're right with a wide set of wards, especially with the Muse is gone.
Tall doesn't necessarily work yet.
And now does Nadalasu have lethal? It looks pretty likely. Okay, that ping is pretty big, and I believe the urn here, or the apostle.
No, which I actually just mentioned before, right? We're gonna see it come out, and it looks like that's gonna do it. To wrap this one up, people just
6
announcing
heals.
that
So,
straight into face. I mean, the buffs aren't even needed at that point, right? It's gonna come through anyway. Nautilus is gonna win with his Haven deck again on series points to take the Contenders Cup to become the champion of the West region. All these accomplishments, achievements done in his rookie year. Melon looking to upset that, needs to win 2 in a row now. He went 4-0 before. There's a high chance he can win these 2 back-to-back again. Don't win a buff dragon on Melon's side. On Nautilus' side, it's just this loot sword. He's looked strong on it, but he also has had a couple shaky moments on it throughout the weekend. So we'll have to see if Nautilus can focus and stay in the groove to win this one, or will Melon find a way to get an upset and force the absolute final game of the season?
well, this is a nice hand for Melon. He actually full keeps, so once again, Melon really wants to keep that Grand Slam Tamer as a target for the Joe.
Steven days are over.
But Natalasu has the Rogers now. These decks are both looking quite powerful.
Instead of playing the Sandstorm here, playing the Joe means you just hope you don't draw into some of the cards you don't want to be buffed, but it does mean that there's going to be more Grand Slam in the deck that you could potentially rip on your next turn.
Yeah, I think having the Mega Lorca in hand makes the turn 1 Joe a little bit better, and also because you're going second, you might just have to play the Sandstorm for enhance in this situation. It's not great, but but the 1-2 striker is so annoying. I honestly might have considered just going for the striker plus the Sandstorm there, because I really don't like leaving Scout in play. And yep, that's immediately the Thief plus Scout is going to do a lot of work for Natalasu here. You can send away probably the Twins here, I would say. Because
potentially could play the Spell Scourger and get lucky with the clear, but
yeah, well,
you don't know where that's gonna go.
The idea is that if you send in the troops, you have another Rogers drawn here for Natalasu, then you can use the first Rogers Accelerate to get the clear here. Which I think is I think it's like the higher effective value play. But
just trying to calculate the odds of either of his game plans working out.
Yeah, I mean, also if you just get like another 1-drop, right, it's very playable. So the Seeker is not that bad here. Still can go face as well. Probably gonna force the trade out here. So yeah. And to be frank, the amount of value you will get out of this, you've already gotten like more than value that you should have gotten out of the Scout. I don't know if I like this trade. It's really conservative. I think he's worried about Sandstorm, but what he's gonna get hit by is double Gunbane into what I want to see. So that's 4 buffs. I want to see the Drizail. Okay, well, the Sandstorm is also fine. That's 5 buffs into the deck, but the not playing the Drizail here means that Melon is not looking at a lot of cards in his hand, and means he has to sink that play point the next turn.
So now Nautilus gonna want to play Rogers on the next turn into first mate, having 1 extra spot in hand without overdrawing, so can just afford to kind of take it slow here and look for more resources. Double Gunner and double Barb is nice with the slow start from Melon, as long as things don't turn around.
Ooh, 10 defense Joe, so that, yeah, I mean, the 5 buffs in deck. I think this might be Striker manual Evo into Dancer here for Melon. You just have to get your deck going.
And honestly, at this point, with 3 Evos and Olivia and Sylvia, I mean, that extra Evo, probably not going to miss it too much, and you can get essentially the same value as if you had the Striker at 3 defense.
Absolutely. And just really need to make sure you get that Dancer. I mean, the other play, Joe toss back the Striker and manually evolve the Dancer. That also looks really silly, but
there you go.
Yeah,
you have to find ways to fill your hand. I mean, in this situation, running out of cards is bad. You have the Olivia to refill your Evos, and I mean, this is 4 cards by the next turn, so you can, as long as you don't see that striker, the majority of your deck is going to be pretty good.
Here comes Rogers, right?
Here comes Rogers.
Gonna be able to get that set up now. The leader effect. Oh, so important. The leader effect going to be active now as well as Nolasu. We'll be able to get the clear, but of course it will be that draw that looking the thing. The first title gunner of 2 that he picked up so far going to be dropped down now.
I'm kind of surprised he committed one of these title gunners. I think he's been, maybe it's a reversal from the earlier series where he held all 3 until the lethal moment. But with the 2 in hand, it's almost just guaranteed as long as you make it to turn 8. So looks like he's a little anxious to get the game down. I mean, it's also, you know, I'm just counting the rest of the hand. It's possible that he didn't have any other great plays. Always a possibility. And speaking of not great plays, Melon here, I mean, has a hand. That's a little better. Yeah.
And good to see, by the way, the Grandson's on 10 health. By the way, alone. That's absolutely nuts to see. And take a look at Evo. Now, as well, I think the second manual Evo come out from Mel now, just putting up that count. Looking for that coral to get something back soon if needed. He pushes his own damage now with the health.
He's taking a lot of chip here. Does not have a lot of his healing from Melon. So Nadalasu is on track to just go for the first mate here into a. I mean, doesn't necessarily have to full clear. Although, yeah, I mean, if you don't full clear, you're technically worried about a Striker plus Joe situation, because that is a nice chunk of 15 damage. But yeah, so he's just calculating his hand. The pattern here is generally play some loots before evolving the first strike, because the Marine Raiders do a little better at trading out the board than the Cannoneers. But these odd numbers on the board, a little difficult to work with.
Can only afford to play 1 loot before evolving, but at that point you could trade it at least into the 4-3 without having to use an extra follower there.
Definitely want to make at least one of the Marine Raiders. There's just 2 extra damage onto the board.
Running some of these through.
Yeah, so that's 5 plus 2 on that. The rush will clear out the health lane. On the Marine Raider.
The Boom Balls YouTube mix being played now as well.
Yeah. And I think he is just short of a full clear by 1 card. And
Gonna need to fuse if he doesn't want to overdraw. Is he gonna overdraw?
He looked.
Time. Again, we brought this up, right? There's been a couple times now where Nolasu has kind of fumbled a little bit. He's done it again there where he's just run out of time, so hopefully that draw spot won't be anything overly important. This card even comes down to Dion as well, so it doesn't even need Robat playing on the Olivia. The Dion can come down, get extra play point and Evo point if he'd like. As well, and Melon's got himself up a juicy board here, and also now has to try and worry about.
Yeah, that is 16. So is that enough to survive? Crash the Mike. I still think that's a good chance of lethal. You crash the Michael in, you hit you Evo the Barbaros over the 5/5, and then you have 2 loots. It's not quite guaranteed. I believe there's a slight chance of a misfire if the loots don't hit the Coral Spirit, but it's a very high chance of lethal, and I think Nadalasu is going for it. Oh, Title Gunner first? Is that also guaranteed, right? Oh, it is with the Juliet,
flags
right?
After.
Yeah.
The double Barbaros to bring those flags in, of course, get the play points back. Damage coming through, and then Evo destruction.
Yup, 3 flags, and has a Juliet
16 damage exactly, and he doesn't even carry about any of the pings now. Gonna put Melon exactly to 0. Finally, after losing 4 times with the Rune deck, he's able to win it 3-1 in the second.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Contenders Cup season is at an end. Melon gave it everything he had, climbed through the ranks, but it's the Rookie of the Year, winner of the February Cup, one of our top plays of the year, picked up by Dawnbreakers, and now arguably up there with one of the greatest rookie years in Shadowverse competition of all time, Nautilus is your West Contenders Cup champion.
Great to see it. You see Nautilus at the end. He's putting his hands in the air. He's shaking them. He knows what he's done, and he is proud, and he deserves to be. That was some great gameplay. Finally got the rune deck out of the way, and then he was able to perform easily with the other two.
Alrighty, wow, yeah, and that outcome ends up with first place Nautilus, second place Melon, and third place V2. And I believe that bit of trivia is, I mean, I don't know. Do you guys think anyone predicted that? I might be getting ahead of ourselves, but sorry. Let's come back. Let's circle back to that point.
I mean, to be fair, it's a really cool. We'll get to that after the break. But first of all, I do want to give major respect to Melon again. Like I said, grinded all year. Got knocked down to losers in round 1. He beat OSAP. He beat V2. He technically beat Nautilus in the grand finals as well to get that reset in the first place. If it wasn't for the reset, Melon would have been champion. And he just missed shy. But the matches he put on, again, max matches yesterday, I should say, as well, a full extended day yesterday to get to this point. I know, unfortunately, I guess he has to still deal with that second place stigma for a little while longer, but there's nothing to be upset about, I'd say, at the end of the day after that one, which I know might sound a little bit cheesy, but it is a little bit true. But Nautilus, again, like you said, arguably one of, if not the best, up there with the best rookie years out of any Shadowverse player ever. I know there's been some people saying, throwing around the GOAT term a little bit too much lately, but in terms of a rookie year, I can't really think of anyone else, guys, that honestly kind of matches up with like this.
Right, absolutely. I mean, yeah, just a heck of a year. I mean, bookends, right? Did well at the start of the year, started getting back into doing well at the end of the year, and you can't really do better than that nowadays in terms of than winning the Contenders Cup and taking it all against some of the most storied players in the format. Right? He played against Osov, if I remember correctly. He played against V2 and played against Melon. I mean, these are some of the defining players for our scene, and he made it through all of them.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was really, as a Dawnbreakers player, just like holding on, like watching the top decks every time Zone's caster cursed us. I was like, do it the other way, do it the other way. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy. He had a lot of losses, but he won when it counted. And it's been a great season, and we still have more content for you guys. We're going to be coming back with the winner's interview. We've got other things aligned. Baz, you want to tell everyone what's coming up?
Yeah, well, while you get that champagne ready for yourself and for Dawnbreakers after that one, yeah, guys, like you mentioned, we're not done with the 2023 season just yet. Don't go anywhere after this break. We have the winner's interview. We have, I mean, most of you guys didn't guess it anyway, but we have a card reveal for the Audition Mini expansion. It's a couple days away. And of course, we have one more special announcement for our final event of the 2023 season, which you'd love to be a part of. We hope to see you guys there. We're going to have that big announcements for you after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Barbaros, realizing that he doesn't quite have everything he needs, this board is going to get negated by this duelist. But is that enough for Melon to get a foothold in this game? Melon's hand is also quite strong, but massive rally generation that feeds into more healing off the opulent in hand. Andrew, a title gunner. So these are the cards he needs. The only thing he's worried about is if he's...
Oh, Barbaros too.
Okay, well,
everything he needed.
Everything is coming up Melon this game. And we see him run out of Gunbane here. I mean... oh no, okay, never mind. Drizel is the bigger healing. Never mind, yeah, of course. But... I was thinking Gunbane Mermaid, if that's out of range.
Levi, turn up. We mentioned turns ago, sorry. Does come to fruition, and that is going to make this series go 2-2 between V2 and Melon. Even just surrenders knowing that that's going to go
for the Golem Lord.
For the Golem Lord.
Wait a minute.
There's no way there's 9 damage from this Golem number 2. I don't know if that was a play
is going to come down and end this game. Both players that you guys at home are thinking we're going to take this Contenders Cup and only got the top 3 now are done. They are out. We're going to get...
It doesn't get quite up to enough, and Nautilus does not put enough defenses here and does not have enough damage.
Dang, at this point, should have just gone for a Modelo and prayed.
Nice and handy for that turn 2 player, right? Strike comes down. Gonna make that one up to 9, of course, with the 11 on Joe. Gonna get the full clear. Norris knows as well, just shrugs his shoulders like, what am I meant to do about that? It's gonna be the full damage combo. Melon now, 2-0 here. Melon looking to push Norris.
True, and with the 0 play points, it's gonna be easy math. Gonna have 9 damage from the flag, 7 from Barbaros, and 2 from both Roger and the Seeker of Love.
Everybody's
4
favorite.
losses for the Dirt Runes for Nautilus. Maybe it's time to mix it up.
Yeah, it's not looking good here for Nautilus, right? At the moment, the flags, as you mentioned, right, gonna come through and the double smack to face exactly 20 damage. Melon now gonna win the first. So, which I actually just mentioned before, right? We're gonna see it come out, and looks like that's gonna do it. To wrap this one up, people just
6
announcing
heals.
that straight into face. I mean, the buffs aren't even needed at that point, right? It's gonna come through anyway. Nautilus is gonna win with his Haven deck again.
Right.
Able to
It
play
is with the
3
Juliet,
flags
right?
after.
Yeah.
The double Barbaros to bring those flags in, of course. Get the play points back. Damage coming through, and then
This is-
disruption.
Yup, 3 flags. And has a Juliet to
16
top it
damage
off.
exactly, and he doesn't even carry about any of the pings now. Gonna put Melon exactly
Wow.
to 0.
Well-
Finally, after losing 4 times with the Rune deck, he's able to win it 3-1 in the second
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Contenders Cup season is at an end. Melon gave it everything he had, climbed through the ranks.
A great shift looms. The myriad hues of a new order emerge, pouring over the land of the living. A warrior's resolve, brilliant as the dawn. The scorn of a distant paradise, promising vivid but hollow miracles. The cool flame of ambition, burning with desire for truths unknown. Faint but enduring hope, crimson as a rose, blooming proud amidst the storm. All roads lead to me, but no two are paved with the same color. Order shift. Change is our constant companion.
4, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the wrap-up of the Contenders Cup West Region 2023 season. Still joined with us, Baz, Trick, and Zones. Guys, what a Contenders Cup we had. I mean, last weekend's Contenders Cup was insane. This one was even better, because of course it was, because all of us are involved in all of our West Region players. But being serious, match is absolutely insane. We're going to have a winners interview in just a short moment, but I want to get you some quick comments about how you guys have felt over the Contenders Cup weekend and coming towards the end of the season.
I feel like I've never been on the edge of my seat so much watching these matches, having like all season to get acquainted with the players and like definitely feeling like a special connection to Nautilus as a teammate, but even like Calby and B2 and like Osav, all these players, like I saw their journey. I saw like meme legends be first in the point standing. I saw like a story for every one of these players. And so it was, yeah, just like so meaningful watching all of them and just really devastating to see them slowly get trickled out in the losers bracket. But big congratulations to Nautilus, really earning that spot and taking out a lot of the key players himself. And yeah, congrats to the runner-up, Melon, doing an amazing job as well today.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, this is just, it was still, you know, my teammate suffered an unfortunate setback after unfortunate setback, but, you know, it was still hard contested games, The format, the competitive format, is still showing that these decks have a lot of life in them. There's a lot of potential for players to find better ways to optimize, and we're seeing that over and over again. And even if the players aren't making necessarily the best possible plays every turn, they're recovering from it. They're growing from it, and that's important if you're going to become a competitive player. You can't just let a setback, end it all for you. If your goal is to keep going, right? And I've had that as part of my career. I've had a lot of disappointing finishes and just not, a lot of frustration with the game. But at the end of the day, right, I come back to it and I'm like, well, I still did what I could. This is what I learned, and I just kept going at it. And I think that it's admirable to see players do that as well. And so, you get the good with the bad, and you see the players work hard, do well, and I hope to see a lot of these players compete again next year. So
2024 is going to be really, really good. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's bring in our champion now. One Dawnbreakers Nautilus here. First things first, man. Big congrats to you, of course. I know you mentioned the start of the year. Started with the Ziff Cup, because at the amateur tournament start of the year. Then you won the February Cup, racked up those points, and then just showed up big time here in your first year of competitive play. I'll be the one to steal the easy question. How are you feeling after winning this year?
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel so happy right now, and yeah, I'm so grateful for everyone who has helped me practice so far. Just every practice has just mattered, and I'm just really happy that I had people that helped me. So it's really thanks to them that I was able to get here.
Yeah, it was so fun to watch your journey. I remember reaching out to you and just having little conversations and things even before you joined Team Dawnbreakers at the start of the season, and getting to watch some of your preparation. I'm really happy that you went with Heel Haven over Buff Dragon. I feel like you absolutely destroyed me with it repeatedly in scrims, and so I'm glad that you trusted yourself to make that decision even when no one else was going with it. Do you want to share a little bit about how you picked your decks and maybe why you were able to do so well in this tournament?
Well, so my decks, my deck choices. First of all, my opinion is that Rune and Sword are top 2. That's kind of what I noticed looking at the data from JCG and ratings, and then I kind of felt like Dragon actually isn't that good. I was trying it myself. It was it's actually not that consistent, and I heard from some Japanese players that they don't really like Dragon, and people were starting to drop Dragon. So I was looking for an alternative, and then I already had a Haven that I'm very good at, and so I decided that should be good. And then Haven just worked out in the end.
Yeah, really big payoff today, seeing that ahead of the curve, and now the only player to realize maybe Dragon wasn't it, and there's no more chances. So yeah, impressive to make that decision, and just at the right time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you mentioned talking to some Japanese players. I think we've been seeing on some of the streams that you have a pretty big Japanese following. Do you? And I think we've noticed that you play on the ratings Japanese, which is mostly a Japanese ladder that is available to everyone. So do you think that having access to the Japanese community playing outside of Japan gives you any advantages, any insights that everyone else may be a bit slower to pick up on?
Yeah, I think it's definitely important, because the Japanese servers community is so much bigger than in the West, so there's a lot more people and just a lot more opinions that I can get from. And then there's a meta in ratings checks just change so fast that they're always ahead of what we have in SVO. So it's really good to take note of what's happening in ratings and also JCG as well.
And finally, I wanted to ask before you go and celebrate, probably with Trick as well and the rest of the Dawnbreakers guys, and you take over. It might be a bit of an early question for you, but obviously that's the end of our season for 2023. 2024 is obviously going to be a thing. You've already accomplished so much this year. So do you have any thoughts now going into how 2024 might look for you?
Going So going into next season, I guess I actually want to be more on. I was considering to be more like going to the more content making side, because I started with making the guide for Puppet Portal, and I feel like I want to do that more. I want to try to help people kind of understand decks, and I'm actually a design student in university, so I kind of wanted to design kind of deck guides to help the community. That's kind of what I want to do kind of in the following season.
Well, I mean, after winning this year, I think a lot of people will definitely look towards a lot of those deck infos, knowing that, not again, like we said, right, all those cups you won, all the effort you put into this year, and obviously winning the Contenders Cup against some of the very best that the region has to offer. They're definitely going to look to you now as a kind of like a guiding light, I think, into 2024. So is that the final questions for you guys as well, or?
I have a comment. We're all in these suit jackets. There's a panel of 3 of us, and Nautilus was talking about his aspirations. Let's make this a little what's the Lion's Den shark? What's it called? Shark. I know a guy that does deck guides.
Okay.
Let's
we
keep
know
in touch
the West
about that.
Contenders Cup champion. We've got direct access. Edric's got like VIP access. He's like the one above.
Oh my god, why can't I remember what it's Shark something? Okay, anyway, Dragon's Den is like the UK version. Alright, sorry, anyway, it was a little.
But either way, anyways, actually, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Nautilus, wrapping up, is there any last shout outs or anything you'd like to give to before we move on?
Yeah, I've already said it, but everyone who helped me practice for this cup, it's all because of you guys. So really, thank you. And yeah, that's it.
Well, big congrats to you, Nautilus, again. Like we said, you've had an absolute awesome rookie year. We're really excited to see what you do in 2024. And I'll let you go and celebrate and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Dawn Breakers Nautilus, everyone. Again, like we said, such an awesome guy to have a chat to. Again, we got to at the beginning of the year. We got to at the end of the year now, which is really, really cool. And I mean, there's not really many other people I would have liked to have won the Contenders Cup this year.
Yeah, I mean, personally for me that I was rooting for him, during these games, I was like, you guys take the lead on the casting. This is too much for my heart. I can't comment on this. Yeah, a good result overall. And we had a prediction event. We were trying to see, who could predict the winner, who could predict the top 3. Interesting enough, I believe there was 43 players that predicted Nautilus, and just one less, 42 predicting Melon to win it all. But yeah, do we want to talk a little bit more about who got the top 3 right?
Yeah,
completely?
that's Zoes. I know you wanted to talk about it before, so I'll gift you this ability now to talk about this.
All right. Well, the drum roll. I don't know. I'm drum rolling my desk. A little bit of a drum roll. The answer is nobody got it right. No one predicted that this would be the final top 3.
Come on.
I don't know how the contest works from there. Maybe it's like who got the closest based on the first, second, and third. And relative positions, but we'll leave that to production and the wonderful people here running SVO to figure out. We have some other things to go through, don't we, gentlemen?
Yeah, we've got a couple final surprises for you guys before we wrap up the 2023 season into a special party, and then the actual ends. Let's do our first thing, guys. Lo and behold, we haven't seen it yet, so we have absolutely no idea either, just like last time, because production think they're funny, like to hide things from us sometimes. We have a card reveal for you guys for the Order Shift mini expansion, because it comes out in a couple of days. I know we were trying to rack our heads about which class hasn't been revealed yet, which legendaries, which golds haven't come up yet. So I believe we can get it up for you guys now? Question mark? Now, yep, there we go, because I can't even see it.
There it is.
It's a legendary card. Here we go for Swordcraft. I'm looking up one of the top cards at the moment. Slaughtering Samurai. 1-cost, 1/1 here. With the officer trait, it's going to accelerate 1 spell effect to do 3 damage to a follower. Accelerate 3 to give it +3/+3 to all allied followers. As a last words effect, to add another Slaughtering Samurai into your hand. and add X to its costs and give it XX. You keeping up with me here? X equals the number of allied slaughtering samurais destroyed this match. The evolved form doesn't have an effect, but does have a 3/3. I'm loving that artwork. There's a certain Souls-like game it's giving me vibes of. If you know, you know. It's definitely giving me vibes of that one. It's really cool to see. A very interesting effect, though, guys. Just being able to continuously spawn. It kind of reminds me similar of Kagemitsu a little bit.
Yeah.
It's so interesting here that there's a card with an accelerate cost equal to its actual cost. I don't know if we've seen anything like this before, but if I understand it correctly, the first time you play it, you won't be able to use the accelerate effects until you put higher cost versions into your hand. And so that really is interesting. They're having these effects, these accelerate effects that normally you play as the first version of a card, but instead they're only going to be coming out later in the game.
Yeah, and another thing that jumps to me is that last word to put another copy of in your hand. You know what that reminds me of? One of the most infamous cards we've had in a long time, Rulanai, the version from Omen of Storms, and right that self-replication ability gets out of control. Eventually, makes this card pretty hard to play. But at that point, you have the accelerate modes, and in a rally deck, right now you have the option to not spend a lot of resources to get your rally count going. And rally is a deck that has a lot of storm cards. You know that 4 for what's her name, the Twin Blade, Agile Twin Blader, I think, right? That double attack with that +3/+3. Now, and then a Monica buff, or your Gawain's picking up 3/3/3s. There are so many, or even just an army of Quick Bladers. That +3/+3 effect. I mean, look, I put a +2/+2 effect to pretty good use earlier this year, so I think you can put a cheaper +3/+3 to some maximum damage. And for people that are, this could even fit into loot. Honestly, you think about how many early turns that you do nothing on. A good card to send away. So a lot of sword decks can benefit from this kind of effect. And but the shadow players might be looking at this and be like, last words, hey, come on, that's our thing. Hold on.
Now the thing that's been stolen
and
away.
Stealing this with mind control mage, what happens then? Ooh.
It's the
Overdrive.
Shadowverse in the Madness multiverse or whatever or something. I don't know. But hope you guys have taken your screenshots. Of course, if you haven't, you'll be able to see it on the Shadowverse website. And of course, over on the Twitter, which if you're not following that, you probably should. I don't know why you wouldn't be. But you'll be able to see, of course, that card info there. And of course, you go to the website to check out the other mini expansion cards that have been revealed if you haven't seen those already. But a really cool card. Hope you guys like the look of this one. You can find some way to fit it into your deck. And of course, the mini expansion should be coming out, I believe, towards the end of the week. I won't give a date because I live in the future in Australia, which the West region isn't in. So I'll say a date and it'll be like actually the day before. So just check the website and the social medias and you'll be able to look that one up. But we also have one final special announcement for you guys to wrap up the 2023 season. Of course, the actual SVO competition is done and dusted here, and what a year it's been. Just records being broken. I mean, I think it was life, right? The 3 SVO victories in SAO in one region. Again, like we just saw Norlis, right? Rookie of the Year, earned, by the way, as well, coming in through the Contenders Cup. We want to celebrate all the awesome stuff that's happened this year as our final hurrah for 2023. So we're gonna have a celebration stream with you guys happening in December. Get the graphic up now for you guys with dates and times coming through, because of course it's gonna be a worldwide celebration. So if we can get the graphic up now for you guys, production is just gonna hit the button. There we go. Nice, love to see it. Celebration stream. Here you go, coming through the 16th of December, 11 a.m. Singapore time, or the 15th of December, Friday, Pacific time, if you're here in the West region and you live in the past, like I said just before. And of course, you'll be joined by the whole SVO crew this time. We finally met up. We're having our crossover episodes. I hope you guys are excited for it. Igni and East, of course, our brothers in the SAA region, and Trick and myself. It's going to be funny because Trick's going to see what it's like to cast at night time. Now, instead, even though it's like a fun thing instead of a usual thing, which I know us are going to be happy about that a little bit. But it's going to be an absolute fun stream. We're going to run kind of similar, I believe, to some of our anniversary streams we've had in the past, and just celebrate everything that we've had in SVA, have some cool games, have some cool chats about the year, and of course, maybe have some info for the 2024 season. We'll have to wait and see. You have to watch to wait and find out. But lads, we're excited to wrap up the end of the year with a big celebration stream a weekend before Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great season, you know, and I'm excited to have that, last opportunity to really join with you all in this year and just kind of celebrate everything we've gone through. And, you know, especially speaking of that, it's been a long 2 days with you, Baz and Zones, and I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. It was great casting with both of you today, and really just, an enjoyable stream. Looking forward to working with both of you a lot more in the future.
Yeah, once again, you know, I don't know how to add on to that. As a guest here, you know, a frequently recurring guest, you know, admittedly, I feel like it's been such an honor and privilege to work with you guys to talk about how plays work without the region and being able to bring my insight both as a player and other commentator. You know, I do some looking over at other tournaments from other scenes as well at other times. But yeah, I mean, I feel strongly about this region developing. You know, I think we've seen some great plays. We've shown that we can pick up Earthright as a region when others may have failed. Right, just a little trash talk at the end, and it's great. Like there's still life being breathed into the scene, and that is what I want to see as a player, as a commentator. You know, playing, wearing both of those hats, and let's just see it keep going, because that would be the best scenario for everyone involved.
And that's kind of adding on to how I like to wrap up our year. A big thank you to every one of you guys watching at home, whether it be here on SVO, any of the co-streams, your Discord chats, over on YouTube, however you've been watching, have you been involved as a player even? Thank you so much for being involved in the 2023 season, of course. Going back to the norm after, you know, the couple years of worldwide panic that we had, which wasn't the best for a lot of people. Come back together. We fought through that. We beat that and come to here for another fantastic 2023 season. Getting ready now as well for an awesome 2024 season. And even the first year of the new look West region, right? As always, a brand new look that we had here for the West region. Of course, Trick and I, our first year, are joining you guys for the West region. We hope we get to do the same and bring just as much energy, awesome energy and passion as we have this year to next season as well. And I hope you guys will join us there. Like we said, there's one final celebration. We'll get to be all sappy and teary and whatever else in the celebrations theme. December 16th or 15th, of course, if you're in America. Remember to write that date down and be involved in that awesome event. But one final time, at least for SVO things, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys in the celebration stream, and we'll see you guys next year for the 2024 season. Till next year.
Looking for Barbaros, realizing that he doesn't quite have everything he needs. This board is going to get negated by this duelist. But is that enough for Melon to get a foothold in this game? Melon's hand is also quite strong, but massive rally generation that feeds into more healing off the Opulent in hand. Andrew, a title gunner! So these are the cards he needs. The only thing he's worried about is if he's...
Oh, Barbaros too!
Okay, well,
everything he needed!
Everything is coming up Melon this game. We see him run out of Gunbane here. I mean... oh no, okay, never mind. Drizel is the bigger healing. Never mind, yeah, of course. But... I was thinking Gunbane Mermaid, if that's out of range.
Levi, turn that we mentioned. Turn to go, sorry. Does come to fruition, and that is going to make this series go 2-2 between V2 and Melon. Even just surrenders knowing that that's going to go
for the Golem Lord.
For the Golem Lord.
Wait a minute.
There's no way there's 9 damage from this Golem number 2. I don't know if that was a play
is going to come down and end this game. Both
my goodness.
players that you guys at home think we're going to take this Contenders Cup, and only that the top 3 now are done. They are out. We're going to get...
It doesn't get quite up to enough, and Nautilasium does not put enough defenses here and does not have enough damage.
Dang, at this point, should have just gone for a Modelo and pray. On the winner's side, losing the first matchup, and Melon coming from the loser bracket, going ahead now 1-0.
Looking at Jagged as well, just add insult to injury, I feel a little bit. As you said, Trick, Melon's going to win that first round, and again, a reminder, of course, Melon is going to win 2 sets. Nice and handy for that turn 2 player, right? Striker comes down, going to make that one up to 9, of course, with the 11 on Joe. Going to get the full clear. Lewis knows as well, just shrugs his shoulders like, what am I meant to do about that? It's going to be the full damage combo. Melon now, 2-0 here. Melon looking to push.
Right, he would need... Oh, it is. He fuses. Look, I'm just trying to... Yeah, he fuses, right? Levi, Eva... Oh my... Okay, look. It's not unreasonable if I cover the whole turn before.
Again, it was just a joke. We're leaving it out there, but apparently that's gonna do it. 3-0 coming through here. Melon has ran it through the losers bracket, has forced Nautilus, the last surviving winners bracket player.
True, and with the 0 play points, it's gonna be easy math. Gonna have 9 damage from the flag, 7 from Barbaros, and 2 from both Roger and the Seeker of Love.
Everybody's
4
favorite.
losses for the Dirt Rooms for Nautilus. Maybe it's time to mix it up.
Yeah, it's not looking good here for Nautilus, right? At the moment, the flags, as you mentioned, right, gonna come through and a double smack to face exactly 20 damage. Melon now gonna win the first.
Predictions have just been so on point. Oh,
Sigil?
that's a sigil. Sigil, Levi, 2 blasts. That's it. That's game.
Yep, so Nautilus, it took 5 attempts. Finally brute forcing his way through. Nautilus is going to get his first win in this grand final series. Even that of Levi. And Nautilus was dropping the double fireball. Melon's actually going to surrender before that though. Which I actually just mentioned before, right? We're gonna see it come out, and it looks like that's gonna do it. To wrap this one up, people just announcing that straight into face. I mean, the buffs aren't even needed at that point, right? It's gonna come through anyway. Nautilus is gonna win with his Haven deck again.
Right.
Able to
it is with the
3
Juliet,
flags
right?
after.
Yeah.
The double Barbaros to bring those flags in, of course. Get the play points back. Damage coming through and then disruption.
Yup, 3 flags. And has a Juliet to
16
top it
damage
off.
exactly, and he doesn't even carry about any of the pings now. Gonna put Melon exactly to 0. Finally, after losing 4 times with the rune deck, he's able to win it 3-1 in the second.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Contenders Cup season is at an end. Melon gave it everything he had, climbed through the ranks, but